We have a number of thank yous in terms of enabling this webcast, the keynotes that we're going to be learning today to be broadcast all over the world. First and foremost, we want to thank Rabbi Ilan Feldman, Rabbi Dov Foxbrunner, Rabbi Yitzhak Tender, the rabbinate here of Beth Jacob, for enabling us to come to spend Shabbos and be able to webcast across the world. At the OU, to the rabbinate across North America, has been a tremendous support to all of us at the OU family. We want to thank the sponsoring shuls, Or HaTorah, Rabbi Star, the New Toko Shul, the Kehila, Congregation Netzach Yisrael, and the Ariel of Dunwoody, who as well are participating throughout the day here in Atlanta. Each and every year, and this is the 11th year, I want to thank Richard and Deborah Parkoff, because Richard and Deborah always dedicate the learning that we're going to be going through today, the transformation, the catharsis today, in memory of Avram ben Yitzchak HaKohen, and in memory of Rachel Bluma Bas Yehoshua. That's Richard's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Parkoff, who left their impact through many families, through the community, and through the Masim Tovim in Torah that they and their family have impacted world Jewry with. And we can't thank Richard and Deborah enough for what they do for us each and every year, enabling this broadcast to happen. This morning, we're going to start a little bit later in the keynotes, because last year there were two keynotes that we weren't able to get to, and I want to make sure that this year we can get to them. The first is Mem Aleph, the Kinna 41, which those of you who have the Rabbi Soloveitchik keynotes, it's page 590, 591. In terms of the Art Scroll keynotes, does anyone have the page for Kinna 41? What is it? It's page 358 in the Art Scroll. Those who are at home, one work that has come out the last couple of years, the Art Scroll Interlinear Keynotes. So those who have that, I don't have a page for it, but those who want to follow line by line in that as well. Let's take a step back. In the aftermath of 1096, and later in the day, we're going to be learning some of the keynotes for the First Crusade. The heart, the seat of Ashkenaz that had been in the German Rhineland, Shum, the communities of Spires, anyone who has a last name Shapiro descends from Spires, Germany. Vermeisa, which is the Vav, worms. And Magentia, mines, Shin Vav Mem. Those were the great communities along the German Rhineland. Those were the primary communities. There were many small towns that Deutsche Juden, the German Jews, lived in. There was Regensburg, there were many other cities as well. But in the aftermath, and we'll discuss what happened with the People's Crusade in Germany in May and June in Iyar and Sivan of 1096, when the Balei HaMasorah were annihilated, were destroyed, of the Balei HaMasorah, the only one left was Rashi. Rashi, as a young man, had been sent by the Jews of his hometown, Troyes. Troyes is in the Champagne region of France. Very interesting. You know, people claim Rashi was a vintner. We don't know what Rashi did for a living, but one thing we know, he was not a vintner. That soil, that area of Rashi's hometown of Troyes, they never produced wine there. Historically, we know that was the case. He knew a tremendous amount when you look at his commentary on Masechta Avodah Zarah, because many Jews throughout northern France were in the wine business. And therefore, not only did he know the lumdus, but the metzias of wine production. But he himself was not a vintner. So after learning 17 years, first in mines, then in worms, under the Talmidim of Rabbeinu Gershom, Rashi never knew Rabbeinu Gershom. Rashi was born in 1040. Rabbeinu Gershom had been nifter before Rashi's birth. But his students, Rabbeinu Gershom's students, who had yeshivas in mines and in worms, they were Rashi's mentors. And for 17 years, he mastered the Masorah. The family brought him back to France. The community brought him back to Troyes, to the Champagne region. And Rashi made one condition, that he could bring a small kollel back. 5 young men were part of that kollel. One of them you're familiar with, Rabbeinu Simcha, the author of the Machzor Vitri. The Machzor Vitri is the basis of how we observe the holidays. It's a very significant work in terms of the Masorah of Ashkenaz. Some of his others, Meir, became a son-in-law. Some of the other young men became Rashi's sons-in-law. And Meir produced 2 students, 2 children, that became the Gedolei Hador, the Rashbam, of Shmuel ben Meir. You know his commentary on Bava Basra, on Makos, other things. You know his commentary on the Chumash. And Rabbeinu Yaakov, what we call Rabbeinu Tam. Now, it's a question, why do we call him Tam, Rabbeinu Tam? He was the most perfected. He was the Gadol Hador. He was the master of Ashkenaz. Some want to say we call him Tam because Yaakov Ish Tam. It's a synonym for Yaakov. Others want to say the following. Why do we call him Rabbeinu Tam? And he lived in a French and also in the Champagne region. The town that he lived in, and he established a yeshiva there, Ramru. You can go to Ramru when you go to France today, and you can go to the kever of Rabbeinu Tam. We don't have the kever of Rashi, but of Rabbeinu Tam we have. The reason they called him Rabbeinu Tam is because he did the following. We are all familiar with the halacha, that is a function of what the husband does for the wife, financially in terms of taking responsibility. Part of ishus, part of marriages, is that the husband has the right to inherit his wife. The funds do not go back to her family, but the husband inherits the wife. What Rabbeinu Tam said was the following. If a family gives a huge dowry, if they give, which was common, that they would give a dowry, what we call nedunya. We read it in the ksuba, a nedunya to the husband, to help him cover the cost of the family expenses. If she dies within the first year, the nedunya goes back to the family. Because this family has worked for decades, for generations, to acquire this real estate, to acquire these funds, and then to be lost to another family. That, Rabbeinu Tam felt, was not fair. And he instituted that if the wife, God forbid, is nifteres in the first year, the nedunya, the dowry, goes back to her family. He quoted the famous verse from the Tochacha, V'tam larik kochachem. V'tam larik kochachem. that everything that you've toiled and exhausted in is just totally consumed and gone for naught. And that, many say, is the reason they refer to him as Rebbeinu Tam. So he established a yeshiva in Ramru. His students, one of the greatest of his students was his nephew, Rebbe Yitzchak. Rebbe Yitzchak, the great-grandson of Rashi, establishes a yeshiva in Dampier. There's a yeshiva established in Orleans. Those of us who live in America, why is it called New Orleans? What's Old Orleans? The original Orleans was Orleans. To us as Jews, it was one of the greatest centers of Torah. So the Mesorah now is in Dampier, it's in Ramru, it's in Orleans, it's in Évreux, it's in Tours, these northern French cities. And most of those who survived Germany, it's a question how many were annihilated in the First Crusade. Some want to say as many as 5,000. Some want to say it was maybe 3,300 or 400. What is essential to know is that of those who were killed in the First Crusade, particularly in Worms and in mines, all of the Baalei HaMesorah, the scholars in yeshivas in Worms and mines were wiped out. They, their families, their spouses, their children. So the Mesorah now is in France, and many German Jews have reestablished themselves in France. That's where the Mesorah of Ashkenaz is. And that's the background of this kinnah. One other piece of background. I'm going to use an analogy of something that you and I can relate to. What really was the end of German Jewry? November 8th and 9th, 1938. What we refer to is Pogromnacht. We as Jews should not use the word Kristallnacht. That's a cynical term. Pogromnacht. At that point, Hitler, the Fuhrer of the Third Reich, had control not only of Germany and not only of the Austria because of the Anschluss, they had control of the Sudetenland. Neville Chamberlain, the British and the French essentially gave away 1/3 of Czechoslovakia. And they told the Czechs they're not going to defend them against the Germans. It would be in their interest to give up 1/3 of their country. They gave that to Hitler. There's a two-volume set that recently came out in the last few years. Many of you know Malcolm Hoenlein. Malcolm, who's president of the Conference of Presidents, CEO of the Presidents of Conference, of the leadership of American Jewry. Malcolm was part of a group that funded and put together the story, the history of each and every one of those shuls. But in this two-volume set called Pogromnacht, you can learn about 1,200 shuls. 1,200 shuls that were destroyed and annihilated by the Third Reich. If the shul was a standalone building, they burnt it. Nothing remained. They burnt the whole thing. And they told the local fire companies, stay out of this. We'll tell you when you can come. If it was a shul that was next to Gentile buildings owned by German Lutherans and German Catholics, they didn't burn it because they were afraid it would burn the Gentile property. So what did they do? They destroyed those shuls. Not burnt them to ashes, but destroyed them. Over 1,200 synagogues in Czechoslovakia, in Austria, and primarily in Germany. That was the end. Why was that the end? Because again, this was a war not just against Jews, this was a war against Judaism. What was the symbol of Judaism? It was the shul. I'll give you a second analogy of something we can relate to. Many of you are students of the Daf HaYomi. We're in the middle right now learning Maseches Temura. Who established the Daf HaYomi? The famous Chortkov Rav. The Chortkov Rav who became the Rosh Yeshiva. He established a yeshiva known as Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. Chachmei Lublin was a fascinating yeshiva. Historically, if someone was going to be going to yeshiva, so if the town that young man came from, they raised some money and they sent some money to the yeshiva. And the young man would live with the family. Tuesday night, it's called Essen Kest. He would eat Tuesday night at this house, Wednesday night at this family, Thursday night at that family. Today, what we take for granted was revolutionized by the Cherkava Rav, by Reb Meir Shapiro. He built a massive building, a fantastic building, with a dormitory and with an industrial kitchen that could cook meals so the boys could at least get some decent nutrition. I'm not saying, it was the Ritz-Carlton or the Four Seasons, but it was decent food so the boys could be fed. And it attracted boys from all over Poland. What was the goal of this yeshiva? His goal was to produce the rabbinate, the religious leadership that would become the rabbanim of communities, that would become the Rosh Yeshiva, the Rosh Masifta, the educators of the generation. That was his goal. And he went to America. He went all over the world to fund this project. And the goal of this project was to transform the Jewish people by creating a young, outstanding, dynamic leadership that would mentor Jews throughout the length and breadth of the Jewish world. That yeshiva, I've interviewed people who attended that yeshiva. If you were a 16, a 17-year-old, they gave you a bechina and 300 blot, Baal Peh. You had to know some cases 200, some cases 300. Blot of Gemara, Rashi and Tosfos, you had to know it. It was an oral bechina. If you were a young boy, they had like these, what we call a wunderkind, these young 12 or 13-year-olds. The bechina was an 80 blot, Baal Peh. Our kids today, they learn with the fantasy football and baseball and the baseball cards, right? They know all the statistics. So there were no baseball cards. You didn't have all those distractions in Poland. What was the focus? What statistics did you know? Rashi and Tosfos. As you got a little older, what statistics did you know? Kitsos and Nesivos. And they attracted Misnagdisha boys, Hasidisha boys. Remember, Poland proper had a lot of Hasidic families. They didn't dress like, your image of what a Hasid is. Let's say our friends, the Satmar Hasidim, our friends, the Vishnitz Hasidim, they dressed like Hasidim. In Poland, most Hasidim, they dressed like you or I. But they were, Ger Hasidim was the largest group, the Alexander Hasidim, the Amshinover Hasidim. And then, of course, you had the Hasidim in Western Galicia, who came from the whole Masorah of the Noam Elimelech, of Rabbi Elimelech of Luzhensk, in his Talmidim, who established Western Galicia. So you had Misnagdisha boys, Hasidisha boys. Reb Meir Shapiro died fairly young, and the Rosh Yeshiva that took it over was a Gadol b'Yisrael. We call him the Kosher Klover, the Kosher Klover Rebbe, Reb Tzvi Frummer. We study his work, Eretz HaTzvi. We study his Svarim Ad Hayom Hazeh. He was murdered by the Germans. He died al Kiddush Hashem. When the Germans came into Poland in 1939, September 1st, 1939, one of their primary targets was this yeshiva. So they annexed Lublin. Lublin became part of Germany. Most of Poland is referred to as the general government. We'll talk about that down the road, maybe an hour or so. That was controlled by a terrible, it was Hitler's attorney. He was a great legal mind, but he was a Russian Marusha. His name was Hans Frank. Hans Frank controlled the general government. The man that controlled the area that was annexed, whose headquarters he established in Lublin, was a vicious, I wouldn't call him a man, I would call him a pig. His name was Odilio Glabachnik. Odilio Glabachnik. He was the head of the Lublin district. He was the head of the area that was annexed. And he was a thief, not to mention a vicious murderer. What did he do? He reached out to the Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, and they brought in the Hollywood cameras, the crews. Because in the yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, as well as having the Kosher Klova, the great Rosh Yeshiva, as well as having the Talmidim there, it was probably the greatest library in Europe. Now, in terms of unique unique Judaica and unique manuscripts and books. Probably the greatest library in Europe, which it still is, Ad Hayom Hazeh, is the Bodleian Library. The Bodleian in Oxford University has, it's not a Tisha B'Av discussion how it acquired it, but it has the famous collection from Rav David Oppenheim. Rav David Oppenheim was the chief rabbi of Prague. And that was maybe the greatest collection in all of Europe. That's in the Bodleian. That's where the Sefer Hamuga of the Rambam is, the first 2 volumes of the Mishnah Torah that he himself looked over. That's where many great manuscripts are, in the Bodleian. But after that, probably it was the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. Because Jews in their will, they gave over to the yeshiva their svarim. And understand, a small town in Poland probably didn't have a full shas. There were many cities that didn't have a full shas. I'll give you an example. One of the Gedolei Hador who became the Kovna Rav, Rabbi Yitzchak Elchanan Spector, he was a Gadol Hador in Europe, the Beis Yitzchak. He never knew Zvachim and Menachos. He never had access to a Gemara. He came to get a praba in a community, and he saw in the Beis HaMedrash for the first time a Masechta Zvachim, a Masechta Menachos. He stayed up all night before the praba. Instead of getting a good night's sleep, he stayed up all night learning Zvachim, because it's the first time he had access to it. Here in the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, they had the greatest library. So the minister of propaganda of the Third Reich, Joseph Goebbels, he sends the crew. He sends the Hollywood crew with the cameras. And many of you have been to Poland, and you've been to the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. It was just a few years ago given back to the Jewish community, and had been used after the war as a Polish nursing school. Now it belongs to the Jewish community. You can go there, you can have a shiur there, you can give a shiur there. You see pictures of the Talmidim of the yeshiva, but there's a beautiful courtyard. There's a chutzner outside the building. And they took all the svarim and they burnt them. They had a book burning, a bonfire like you couldn't believe. But this was all filmed and sent back to Germany. Now understand, in 1939, people didn't have a television. They didn't have iPhones. How did you see the news? How did anyone see the news? In America, you went to the movie theater. Between the double feature, there was always a double feature, they showed movie tone news. That's how you could see the news that was happening in America. In Deutschland and Germany, Goebbels and Julius Streicher, the ministers of propaganda, they showed the footage of the burning of the greatest Jewish library in Europe. And they showed this because it was so important for them to put an end to the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. If you stop the religion, if you prevent the education of rabbis and Talmidei Chachamim, you can stop Judaism. It was not just a war against Jews, it was a war against our theology. And you see that again and again. I only gave 2 simple examples of Pogromnacht, Kristallnacht, and of what was done the first thing they came into Lublin in 1939. That's all by way of background to this kinnah. What's the story with this kinnah? What's the story? In 1230, then in 1232, there had been burnings. The church, and understand that in medieval Europe, it doesn't matter who controlled what territory. The church was the dominant force in medieval Europe. And you had to raise taxes for the church, whoever you were. It didn't matter what political leader you were. They were very threatened by Aristotle and by the rationality, the logic of Aristotle. And what did they do in southern France? They took all the works of Aristotle and burnt them. Something that we're familiar with that happened in Provence. Because understand, today there's a country called France. At that time, northern France, known as Tsarfas, was separate. It was under the control of Louis IX. Areas like Languedoc, Provence, the southern, the French Riviera, those areas were not under the control of Tsar Fas, of Louis IX. But that was the area where you had the biggest Hasidim of the Rambam and the biggest Misnagdim. Because Provence was really an area that wasn't Sfarad, it wasn't Spanish Jewry, and it wasn't Ashkenaz. See, Ashkenaz is Tsar Fas and Ashkenaz. It's northern France, it's Germany, it's the area that we refer to as Austria, the area that we refer to as Bohemia, Moravia. That was really Ashkenaz. Provence was a hybrid between those two areas. And they really had interaction with both areas. Provence was a very small area in terms of Jewishly. Maybe at most there were 13 or 14,000 Jews, but it produced many great Gedolim. The Baal HaMaor, Rabbi Zerachia Halevi of Perpignan, the Ravid of Pasquare, the Radak, Rabbi David Kimchi, Rabbi Yonah son of Lunil, produced many, many Gedolei Yisrael who are the Rabbeinu Meshulam, people who define our Masorah. In that world, because they were exposed to Sephardim to a much greater degree than the Ashkenazim were, so that means they were also exposed to what was happening in the Islamic world, where you had Neoplatonists. Many, many religious Muslims were forced to grapple with how does Islam deal with the Platonic thought. And you had Neo-Aristotelians. How does Islam deal with Aristotelian thought? And many of the great theologians in Islam were addressing these issues. Averroes, Al-Farabi, and others. And that's why the Jews under Islam turned to the Rambam. How does Judaism address these issues? The age of the universe, the creation of the universe, how does providence work with science? All of these serious issues that we address. And the Rambam and the Moreh Nevuchim address those issues. The Ashkenazim weren't interested because they weren't challenged, they weren't threatened by those issues. They were living in a very barbaric world where there was no threat from the sophistication of the world around them. The only one who was even literate in the world around them were monks. But monks were living in isolation. The population was primitive. Not so in the Islamic world. So many great scholars in Provence were very interested in the works of the Rambam. Just like the Spanish were interested, just like the Jews living in Iraq and Babylonia were interested. The Jews living in North Africa were interested. And we have a number of the tshuvas of the Rambam were letters written to him by the Chachmei Lunil, the scholars of Provence. They were as big as Hasidim. And likewise, there were a lot of people who were very against the works of the Rambam. Why are we bringing in this foreign philosophy? Why is he trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole? You know, when you read the Ramban, it's Hashkafas HaTorah qua the Torah. The Rambam in the Moreh Nevuchim, which was not written for everyone, is trying to explain the Torah to someone who's coming from a rational, logical, from an Aristotelian mind frame. And he shows the great chachma of the Torah. But these people were threatened by it. And there are many Gedolim who were anti the Rambam. Maybe the most famous of them is the Yad Ramah, Rabbi Meir Abulafia. We study the Yad Ramah in Sanhedrin, we study him on Bava Basra. As well, many of you know Rabbeinu Yonah of Gerona. And they were, vocal opponents of the works of the Rambam. Not as most of his Mishnah Torah, but Hilchos Yesodei HaTorah they were vocal opponents of. They were vocal opponents of the Moreh Nevuchim. But with them, it was an intellectual disagreement. Okay? It was Milchamta Shel Torah. The problem is there were many people out there. The people who are looking for something to tumble about at the Shabbos table. What we refer to as second Seder syndrome. The guys who are bored, and they want to tumble something because they can't sit 12, 14 hours straight and learn. And they made a lot of trouble. And they made such trouble that these people went, can you imagine sinas chinam? Can you imagine the rishus of this? This was Jews. They went to the Dominican friars. The Dominican friars and the Frederican friars, those monks, those were the extension of the church. That was the church control in any area. It was true in Spain, it was true in France, it was true in other parts of Europe. And they said, The Rambam is anti-heretical. Look at what he says about Christianity. I'm sorry, he's heretical. He's anti-Christian. Look at what he says in the Mishnah Torah. Look at his theology. Well, that's all you had to do was go to the Dominican friars. And what did they do? They had in 1232 the burning of the works of the Rambam. Can you imagine this? They burnt all manuscripts, not just Hilchos Yesodei Torah, because they're not mechalek. They don't distinguish. They took the Perush of the Mishnah, they took his Igros, his Chuvos, they burnt it all. And you understand, this is before the printing press. Do you understand how long it takes just to prepare cloth and write one page? This was the catalyst, Rabbeinu Yonah writes, for him writing the Shari Tshuva, the famous Musar work, the Gates of Repentance. The Shari Tshuva, he saw, and he blamed himself. With him, it was an intellectual debate. It was a spiritual debate. But what he felt that he had a role in causing, this kind of corruption and sinas chinim and sickness and hate. And he said, if only I could travel to Palestine, to the Mideast, and ask Mechila the kever of the Rambam. He was never able to do that in his life because it's not so simple to travel from Spain to Israel or Spain to Egypt. But he felt terrible and horrific. And that was the catalyst for the Shari Tshuva. Well, once you start burning the Rambam, it's not going to stop there. And this was the stupidity of these Kanaim, of these Jews who did this. So there was a famous Jew, we don't know his Hebrew name, and I apologize, I should say an infamous Jew, by the name of Nicholas Donin. He became a Dominican friar. The difference between Nicholas Donin and, let's say, Pablo Cristiani, the man that we refer to as Friar Paul, that man was an Amma Aretz. Nicholas Donin was no fool, and he was learned, and he knew Torah, he knew Shas, which is the tragedy of this. He was a Russia, and he took what he knew and he used it as a kardom lach porba. And he said to his fellow Dominican friars, because understand one thing, in the Christian world, the Talmud, the Gemara was a closed book. The Christians had the Vulgate. The Vulgate was the Latin translation of the Septuagint, which was the Greek translation of the Tanakh, of the Bible. But you and I know Torah Bechsav without the Torah Shebal Peh is a closed book. You can't start at point A. What does Pri Eitz Hadar mean? There's no way you're going to know Pri Eitz Hadar is an esrog without Torah Shebal Peh. What is Malacha? What day is Shabbos? How to observe Shabbos? Without Torah Shebal Peh, that there's 39 categories of Malacha, you can get nowhere. What are Totafos? Is it oval and chartreuse? How do I know that it's black and square and that there's 4 components in the Shel Rosh and one box in the Shel Yad? How do you know any of that? Without the Torah Shebal Peh, you get nowhere. You end up saying crazy things like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It doesn't say ayin li ayin. It doesn't say shein li shein. It says ayin tachas ayin. What is tachas? It's not li. Substitute. Something that's under. That's where you get the Yiddish word tuchas from that. How did that part of the anatomy come from tachas? It's a substitute. It's something which is under. It's not the equivalent. But what happens? He says, I'm going to expose the Talmud. I'm going to reveal the Talmud. And we're going to put the Talmud on trial. You know why? The Talmud is a vicious, heinous, sick, bigoted book. And he said 4 things that he would put the Talmud on trial for. First and foremost, the Christological references. You and I know, any of us who've studied those Christological references, they're not the most flattering to the carpenter of Nazareth. And there's a debate in Protestant theological circles. Did Jesus of Nazareth, is that him? Did he live? Or is the Jesus of the Gospels, is that a composite character? Meaning a composite of different people. And why do they say that? Because Luke and Mark and many of the Gospels, they were born long after his demise. Well, when you read the Gemaras, the Christological references, describing who this man was, it seems to be of the opinion, like those Protestant theologians, that it's a composite character. There's a Gemara about him being a Talmud, a very, very troubling Talmud, a very difficult, challenging Talmud of Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava. Not Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, Rabbi Yehuda ben, who was it? Who? Thank you, Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia. Thank you, Rabbi Tendler, of Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia. Well, if you look at the years and the history, he couldn't have been born at the beginning of the Common Era if he's a Talmud of Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia. And there are other sources like that. How does the mother of the carpenter of Nazareth get the name Mary Magdalene? What's Mary? Well, Mary, is Miriam. What's Magdalene? Migadalsea. She was a hairdresser. She was a barber, a hairdresser. The Gemaras are not particularly flattering to her. She had an affair with a Roman soldier. The child was not the son of Joseph, her husband, it was the son of a Roman soldier. That's heretical. And he puts the Talmud on trial for that. Next, he claims the Talmud is bigoted. It's a vicious, bigoted work. You can't get in Avodah Zarah, you can't get a haircut unless in a state of yichud, of seclusion, because he might slit your throat, the barber. There's suspicion of mishkav zachor, that he might, rape another man. All of these things. Well, that is dead wrong because it refers to Akum. And the Rishonim very clearly say, Akum is not a reference to anyone who's not Jewish. Akum is referring to certain people who have no boundaries whatsoever. That's the Meiri. Other Rishonim talk about it. Okay? But he said it's referring to all Gentiles. It's referring to all Christians. And then he did something which he was a liar because he knew it wasn't true. He said the work is not only bigoted, but it's rubbish, it's garbage. And he quoted a number of Agaditas. Now you and I know, we've all read the Rav Avram ben Arambam's Hakdama to the Agadita, and we know this from our teachers. An Agadita, look, if a halachic Gemara is not something that you just take simplistically on the surface, that's the role of the Rishonim that define the concepts that are reflected in the words. Al achas kama v'kama, all the more so an Agadita. So what did they do? They took abstract, ethereal concepts, ideas, and Chazal concretized them in a tangible way through a story. But the story is meant to be unraveled, unpacked. It's a way of us being able to relate to an abstract idea, ethereal idea that we wouldn't understand otherwise. And he said it's stupid, it's nonsense, it's tales. The problem here was the prosecutor, the judge, and the jury were all the Dominican friars. And who forced this? The king, King Louis IX. Now, many of you people here in the room, you've been to St. Louis, some of you are from St. Louis. St. Louis is a wonderful city. Personally, I get a lump in my throat every time I say that city's name. You know who it's named after? This gentleman, this Chaya, Louis IX. He was very, very religious. And a lot of leaders throughout medieval Europe, they resented the church. They resented the papacy and the church because of the pressures that they put on them. For instance, at this time, the German leaders were pushing back against the terrible taxation and against the strictures. Louis IX he wanted to be the beloved child. He wanted to be the one that the Pope would love the most. And he did many things in his religious fervor and his desire to ingratiate himself to Pope Gregory IX. And Pope Gregory IX pushed him to do this, and he forced this to happen. The disputation, the Vikuach, took place in 1240. And they didn't want a situation where they took, a third-rate or second-rate scholar of the Jews. They took a man that was recognized by all of Ashkenaz, Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. He was a Gadol Hador, Rabbi Yechiel of Paris. He would be the one that would debate Nicholas Donin. He'd never had a chance. Unlike the Ramban in Spain and Barcelona, the famous Vikuach, who the Ramban at least was given the right of free speech, Rabbi Yechiel of Paris wasn't. And they didn't care what he said even if he had been given the right of free speech, so that he couldn't defend Judaism in the Talmud if it meant saying something negative or disparaging about the carpenter, about his mother, about the Gospels, about the theology of, whether it's St. Augustine, whether it's the theology of Justin Martyr. Couldn't say anything negative. Well, how's he going to defend the Talmud? And it was a foregone conclusion, and the Talmud was condemned. All Jewish works were condemned to be burnt. To be burnt. And they spent close to 18 months going through not every town and village in France. They went through every home. And they took every manuscript of Kisvei Kodesh. Remember, it's 1242. If today, God forbid, there was a burning of the Talmud, it would be a tragedy. But you know what we would do? We would turn to one of the great leaders of Klal Yisrael. We would turn to Rabbi Gedalia Zlotowitz, the president, the head of Art Scroll, and Reb Nosson Sherman, the head of Art Scroll. And the two of them would be having their plant working 24/7, producing volumes of the Talmud in Lashon Kodesh and English. And we would turn to other printing presses, and we would bring in with a computer the Oz V'Hadar, and we'd be printing Gemaras. We could reproduce the Talmud. It would be a tragedy, but we could reproduce it, and we could have it in our hands. You can't do that when there's no printing press. This is 1240. The burning will take place in 1242. You know how long it took just to write one Amud with Rashi's commentary, with some of the Rabbeinu Tam and the Ri's commentary? Think about how many hours and hours and hours. And that's if you have a good scribe who doesn't make mistakes. "24 wagon loads were brought, and many of you have been to Paris, Le Place de Grave. It's not far from where the old city hall is, Le Place de Grave, the plaza there. That's where they burnt. Started on the 20th of Sivan, and as they were bringing in more and more manuscripts, through Sivan and through Tammuz, they burnt every manuscript in France. 12, by the way, many have a minhag. It's not something which is legislated as halacha, but many have the minhag that they fast on the 20th of Sivan. Because other things happened on that day, but that was when the burning started. And what did they do? What's French Jewry going to do? You have no text to teach students. You can't have a yeshiva if you don't have text. You can't have a community if you don't have text for people to learn. The Jews were not expelled from France until the early 14th century. This was the death of French Jewry. It wasn't the funeral, it was the death. And from this point on, most French, most of them went back to Germany. And Germany became the basis once again of Ashkenaz. The Balei HaMasorah moved to Germany. Who is the author of this Kinnah? The Maharam of Rothenburg, Rav Meir of Rothenburg. He was 23 years old during the Vikuach, 25 years old when he wrote this in 1242 during the burning. He was a German Jew. At that point, the Balei HaMasorah were primarily in France. He was sent to Vienna. He studied, you ever heard the name Rabbi Yitzchak Avin? Who was Rabbi Yitzchak Avin? It's the famous Or Zarua. It was the Or Zarua who he studied. And then he went to the Gadol Hador, to Paris, to study in the yeshiva of Rabbi Yechiel. After this, there's nothing left. Rabbi Yechiel takes some of the Talmidim. They make it's a very difficult trek. They travel the Mediterranean. They come to Israel. And, well, you talk about the irony of this. It's one of history's wildest ironies. Rabbi Yechiel, there's nothing, you can't have a yeshiva anymore in France. So he goes to Israel. And you know where he reestablished the yeshiva? It's 1242 now. How many of you have been to the Crusader Fortress in Akko? In that Crusader Fortress, it's a huge, massive complex. The Christians who are basically hunkered down in that because the Muslims have taken over. Under Salah ad-Din, they've taken over the area of Palestine. He reestablishes a yeshiva in a Crusader Fortress in Akko. That's where he lives the rest of his life. The Maharam, Rav Meir, he goes back to Deutschland, to Germany. And there he carries on the Masorah. He becomes the Gadol Hador. He produces many great students. The three most famous of those students we're familiar with. Rabbeinu Asher, the Mordechai. The Mordechai is the basis of Ashkenazic practice. The tragedy of the Mordechai is the Mordechai, his wife, his children were all murdered with their community in Nuremberg. You know, we think of Nuremberg in terms of Hitler and the rallies and in terms of the legislation, the anti-Jewish laws of 1935. Nuremberg was a place of terrible tragedy in the Rindfleisch massacres when the Mordechai, the great Talmud of the Maharam, was killed. And the third student that we're all famous with is Hagos Maimoni. I don't know his name, but we call him Hagos Maimoni. When we study the Rambam, when we study the Mishnah Torah, he's the one that says on a certain issue that the Rambam will comment on, he'll say, the Chachmei Ashkenaz, whether it's Rabbeinu Tam, whether it's the Rush, whether it's the Maharam Rothenburg or the Or Zarua, the Chachmei Ashkenaz on this issue disagree with the Rambam and they understand it this way. So these were all produced by the Maharam back in Germany. And of course, it's not our topic today, but you all know what happened to him. He was abducted. And the community raised a fortune of money and he refused. He says, I'm your Rebbe. You hold me to be your posek. I'm telling you, it's absolutely usher to ransom me. Because all you're going to do is encourage further kidnappings. All you're going to do is encourage them to engage in this behavior. And the German feudal lord who had him in the Migdal, is what they refer to it as, what we would call the fortress. He got so frustrated, he allowed the Talmidim. You look in the Sheilus Uchuvas of Rabbeinu Asher in his responses, and he says, I went to the Migdal, I discussed this with my Rebbe, with Reb Meir of Rothenburg. For years he would go visit him, and others would visit him in incarceration. He died in incarceration. And there was one Jew who, after he died, took it upon himself. He didn't want the community to pay that burden. He was able to ransom the dead body of the Maharam of Rothenburg. And many of us go, when we go to Germany, you fly into Frankfurt, and there's always a day trip. You go to the cemeteries in Frankfurt, you see the Pnei Yoshua. You go to the Hirschian Cemetery, the famous Austritt Gemeinde with the wall, separate cemetery in Frankfurt. Then you go to Mainz. Rav Amnon, the author of the Sanat Tokef, Rabbeinu Gershom, the original Chachmei Ashkenaz, you go visit them in the Mainz Cemetery. Then you go to Worms. And what do you see in Worms? The Maharams. Many other Gedolim there as well, but the Maharam of Rothenburg is buried there in Worms. And next to him is the man who redeemed his body from incarceration. And then the last stop in the day is you go to Michelstadt. Many people go to the kever of the famous Baal Shem of Michelstadt. So this is the story of the Maharam of Rothenburg and the story of his Rebbe, Rabbi Yechiel of Paris, which was the catalyst of this kinnah that reflects the death of French Jewry, which was so rich, which was so noble. Every day of our lives, we are impacted by French Jewry, by the words of Rabbeinu Tam, the Rosh Mishans, right? Rabbi Shimshon of Sens or Shans, by the Ri of Dampierre, Rav Yaakov Tuvelim, the Chachamim of the Yeshiva of Orleans, Rabbi Yosef Kara. They were the Balei HaMasorah. And this was all destroyed with the attack against Judaism, the attack against religion, the attack against the Talmud, the attack against the Masorah, the attack against Torah Shabbal Peh. On Tisha B'Av, we don't only mourn the loss of Jews, we mourn the attack against what defines us, what makes us, our Masorah, our Torah Shabbal Peh. That's the story of this kinnah. Shalis rufa va'esh lishlom avelayich, hamisavim shchon bechatzas vulayich. We refer to the Torah as sarufa va'esh, that burnt fire. We are sitting there in the dust, in the dirt. Without the Torah Shabbal Peh, we are nothing. What did Rabbeinu Sadia Gaon say? Ein seinu umma ela bishvil haTorah. There's no such thing as Jews without the Torah. There's no such thing as Judaism without the Torah. Look at the next two words. HaKo'avim hamishtomimim alei moked gvilayich. They refer to us, ko'avim, meaning we're depressed, we're sad, we're crying. What's mishtomimim? We're dumbfounded, confused. A lot of times when tragedy happens, you saw this in the Holocaust. Crying already is not just an emotional response, it's an intellectual response. It's a cognitive response that's caused you to go into a state of terrible sadness. What's mishtomim? Shock and awe. You're dumbfounded. And that's what we were. Holchim chashechim ve'enoga. We're in darkness. We're walking in darkness with no light. V'kovim l'or yomam. We're yearning for the light of day. Aleim asher yizrach v'alayich. Ushlomenu shne'anach. Boche b'leiv nishbar. Crying with a broken heart. Tamid mekonen alei tzirecha v'alayich. V'yisonen kisanim uvnos yana. My oldest daughter, she had a fellowship in wildlife. So, you become aware and understanding the species. You see the tremendous knowledge that the Maharam of Rothenburg had, not only of Torah Shabbal Peh, but of science and the species. These animals, the shrill when they call out at night, it shakes you when you hear their crying, their shrieing. That's what the Tanim and Benos Yana. And that's what we are with the loss of Judaism, with the loss of the most precious thing we have. We all have precious objects. So my most precious objects, we transcribed the shiurim of Rabbi Yoshe Ber Soloveitchik. I have these transcribed notes, and I have these tapes. And I always said to my kids, I said, I may not leave you, diamonds and platinum and pearls, but I said, this Yerusha, I said, this is the most precious physical object I have, are these notes and these tapes and these shiurim. And I said, when I'm gone, please, whatever you do, take these seriously. This is your Yerusha. Vayisonin kesanim uvnos yana. I'm sorry, I skipped. Vayikra mispeit mar biglalayich. Eicha nesuna ba'esh ochla te'ukol ba'esh basar. What was the Torah given? The Torah was given in fire, the fire at Har Sinai. The Torah is called an Eish Ochla, consuming fire. How could it be that fiery Torah was consumed by the fire of flesh and blood? What is a zar? A zar who's someone who's violated boundaries. I'm not a Kohen, I'm a Levi. If I go too far into the Azara, into the courtyard, which is only where Kohanim are allowed, I violated boundaries. Har Habayis, the Temple Mount, is welcome for all human beings. What did Shlomo HaMelech say? Ki beisi beis tefillah yikarei l'chol amim. The Beis HaMikdash is a place of prayer and coming to know God for everyone. But there's a soreg. And we actually have part of the soreg in the Turkish Museum from the Roman destruction. And it says in Latin, and it says in Greek, it says in Aramaic. There's boundaries. Up to this point, Gentiles are welcome, but not beyond this point. There's a concept of a zar. You have to know boundaries. These zarim, the most holy thing that we have is the Torah Shebaal Peh. And what did they do? They destroyed it. They trampled it. They burnt it. And they were not singed. They were not burnt by their violation of that boundary. Ad on Adina. Adina is referring to the Catholic Church, to the papacy, to the Dominican friars, the pampered ones. Why are they pampered? They were the wealthiest entity in all of Europe. The wealth of the church was incredible. Those of you who've been to Italy, and you look at the remains of Roman civilization, you know why it's not so impressive? Because the church stole all the wealth. They stripped the walls. They stripped the marble, they stripped the gold, they stripped all the precious mosaics. It was all stolen by the church. Okay? You sit in quiet. You sit in ease. And look at this, my young ones. What has happened to them? Meaning the Talmidim. Teshev berov gava. You sit in your arrogance. Lishpot b'nei kel b'chol mishpatim. You sit and judge the children of God. You sit and play their prosecutor and their judge. V'saviv biflalayich. Od tigzor lisrov das eish v'chukim. And what did you do? You decreed to burn the law, to burn the Torah, the most precious thing on earth, the Word of God, and His statutes. V'lachein, and therefore, ashrei she'yishalem lach mulayich. Fortunate will be to you the one that gives you recompense. Just one comment. Do you know in the aftermath of this, we throughout our history, after 1242, we've self-censored. We have a Shas. The Shas that you and I have on our shelves at home doesn't have the Christological references. For a very simple reason. The Jews never ever wanted this happening again. So we self-censored them out of the Talmud. You understand what happened in this aftermath? There was very few. There were a few manuscripts left in Germany. But there were very few manuscripts left of Torah Shebaal Peh. Even Rashi, I'll give you an example. Originally in our davening, it's a Gemara, I think it's Yud Aleph, Daf Yud Aleph in Masechta Brachos. The Gemara says the following. In our davening that we said this morning, Rabbi Foxburner led us in davening. So in the section that's the prelude to the Amidah, we have the philosophical principles of the Kriya Shema, and Chazal transformed them into a tefillah through brachos to help us prepare us for the Amidah, for the encounter with the Ribbonu Shalom. They also had something else there. Originally, the Jews in davening said the Aseret HaDibros. Aseret HaDibrot, the Aseret HaDibros. The Gemara says they wanted to, in Bavel, in Babylonia, they wanted to reestablish, put the Aseret HaDibros back into Shacharis. So the Gemara says, Kvar bitlum. They've already been nullified. Kvar bitlum. Our Gemara says mipnei taromas ha'akum, because of the provocations of the pagans. What's the explanation of that? What provocations of pagans? So Steinsaltz, they worked off of the manuscripts from the Vatican. Didn't say the Gemara was self-censored by us, by the Jews. You know what the real Gemara said? Mipnei taromes haminim, because of the provocations. Haminim literally means the heretics, but min in the Gemara is always a code word for the First it was Judeo-Christians like Paul, like Shaul of Tarshish, then it became the Christians. Mipnei taromes haminim. What did Saul say? Shaul of Tarshish, the Apostle Paul. The only thing given by God was the Decalogue. That was said by God. Everything else was man-made. So if it's man-made, chas v'shalom, if it's man given by man, well, the carpenter of Nazareth can come and can abrogate that and can reject that and say that there's a new covenant and there's a change. So look at the Rashi. It's not in our Gemara. Look at the Rashi that Steinsaltz, they got it from the Vatican. Our Gemara has nothing about the phrase akum, because it didn't say akum. It said minim, and there's a Rashi there. Talmidei Yeshu Hanotzri, the students of Jesus of Nazareth. Talmidei Yeshu Hanotzri. That's what Rashi said. That was the theology that they, because how could they say, well, we're going to take Judaism, but we're going to change Judaism. You either represent Judaism or you're not Judaism. So they came up with this whole thing. Well, no, only this was said by God, and the rest of it's man-made. Since it's man-made, now that the greatest of all has come onto earth, has been bestowed on earth, he can change that. Abrogation of the covenant. It's true, you can't change the word of God, but this isn't the word of God. So we took it out of davening. We took it out of Shacharis because we didn't want to give them fodder. You see, that's all the Jews say. Look at what the Jews say every morning in their prayers. They only quote the 10 Commandments. They don't quote the other commandments because they know the truth like us. So we took it out of Shacharis. And once the majority of world Jewry was living in Bavel, living along the Euphrates River and the Fertile Crescent between the Jewish communities on the Euphrates and the Tigris, so they said, but we're not under Christians anymore. We're under Zoroastrians and Parthians, and they don't have that theology. We want to put it back into Shacharis. And they said no. They decided no. There's still a minority Jewish community living in northern Israel. Kvar bitlum mipnei taromas hamimim. By the way, that's the whole issue that many, many people have. Many people are, Reb Chaim did not allow the Jews in Brisk to stand up for the Seres HaDibros. If you stand for everything, you stand for everything. If you sit for everything, you sit for everything. And he had them read it in Tam Tachton on Parshas Yisro and Parshas Veschonan, because it's part of Takanas Ezra to read through the whole cycle of the Torah, the Psukim of the Torah. But if you stand up for this, what are you doing? If you stand up for this, you're playing into the nonsense of the theology of Christianity, that this is the only thing from God and nothing else came from God. How dare you say such a thing? It undermines the whole theology of the system. So on Shavuos, which is a reenactment of Ma'amad Har Sinai, it's a reenactment of the giving of the Torah, then they read it in Tam Elyon, everybody stood up because they were reenacting. But on Yisro and Veschonan didn't allow that. It's a big debate, amongst the Minhagim. And that's why many, many shuls will tell people, if you're going to stand for this Seres HaDibros, stand before, stand after. Don't make this look special. Don't make this look unique. Because that's a heretical theology. Our generation is the first generation that's saying the full Aleinu. The famous verse from Shehem Mishtachavim Lehevel Varik. That's what they used to say. But they took it out in 1242. After 1242, it was taken out. Why? That pasuk is Isaiah the prophet. Isaiah the prophet, historically, as you know, predated Christianity by hundreds of years. Probably 600 years, 700 years. But the Christians assumed we were referring to Jesus. They assumed we were referring to their theology. It wasn't. It's a verse from Isaiah, from Yeshaya HaNavi. It says, Shehem mishtachavim lehevel varik. They prostrate to that which is nonsense and meaningless. Mispalalim el kel lo yoshia. And they pray to a God that will not grant salvation. That's not who Isaiah the prophet was referring to. But because it caused such anti-Semitism and such consternation, we took it out of Aleinu. And there are many other examples. I'll give you one last example. We all say in the Amida, V'lamalshinim al tehisikva, correct? That's not the original text. Look at the Girsos. One of the Girsos says the original text of V'laminim, and to the heretics who are corrupting the religion, who are undermining and destroying the religion. Amin, again, literally means a heretic, but it was a term associated with the original Judeo-Christians. We don't say that. That was self-censored in the aftermath of 1242 because of the terrible anti-Semitism of the Catholic Church. Look, it's a different world today. The world we live in today is a different world vis-a-vis our relationship with the Catholic Church. But this is a modern phenomenon. This is not the way it was historically. Third paragraph. Suri belapid ve'esh halul va'avor ze nisonech ki ba'acharisech telahet esh b'shulayach. Sinai. Remember that you're all familiar with the famous medrash of Sinai. It was a hill. It's not even a mountain. A small little hill. Ha'al al-kain b'cha bachar elokim umaz bigdolim v'zarach bigvulayach. Is this why God chose you? Because it would be you would be foreshadowing what would happen to the Torah that was given. Remember, the majority of the Torah, the large majority of the Torah is Torah Shebaal Peh, that was given at Sinai, that Torah would be humbled in the future. Is that why God did not choose the great large mountains like the Carmel or the Tavor to give the Torah on? Because the Torah would be humbled just like the mountain it was given on? Li Yos Lamofes, that you would be a sign, a wonder? L'das ki sisma'et v'serid mikvodo, that the theology would be what? Would be humbled, would be turned into nothing, into limited. V'hein emshol mishalayach, and you serve as a mashal. What is that mashal? Mashal l'melech asher bacha l'mishtei v'no, tzafa asher yikva, kein ad b'milayach. You know the famous analogy. When a baby is born, we're exceedingly happy. Why are you happy? Every child that is born is condemned to die. Whether that child dies in 2 days, in 20 years, in 80 years, that child is going to die. It's going to be the loss of a human life. But the point is, we rejoice at the time of the simcha, and we cry at the time of the tragedy. So the point here is what? The Torah, we rejoiced at Har Sinai when we got the Torah that transformed us, that made life worth living and made us into who we are. But now we cry when it has been taken from us. Tachas me'il tiskas Sinai levush besak. Instead of Sinai being enveloped in wonderful clothing, as it was, I don't mean, it's a mashal, it's an analogy. Wonderful, wonderful clothing adorned by the Ananei HaKavod. You should be wearing sackcloth. Tate levush almanus, you should be wearing the garments of a widow. Tachalif smalayich. Orid demaos adeyu kanachal. He was an eyewitness to this. I will pour tears like a river. V'yagiu lekivro shnei sarei etzilayich. And let the river of tears, let them travel to the two leaders of Israel that gave us the Torah, Moshe and Aaron. Right? Moshe was the Nosei Torah, the great teacher. Aaron is the head of the whole educational establishment. The kahuna are our educators. That's their primary role. Ve'eshal hayesh Torah chadasha b'chein nisrafu gelilayich. Moshe, Aaron, is there a new Torah? Because the Torah you gave us has been taken from us. Chodesh shlishi v'haksha ravi. It was destroyed during the third month, right? Remember, the first month is what is Nisan, so the third month is Sivan, and the burning continued into Tammuz. Lahashchi ischem dasech, v'kol yofi klilayich. Goda leluchos v'od shana bival tol isrof be'esh das hazeh sashlum kvelayich. This is what you gave us. It was meant to be burnt in fire. Esma lenafshi ve'ech yerav lechiki achol. It's fascinating what he says. I don't think I'm ever going to appreciate even a fine food. How can I sit and appreciate this world after what I've just experienced? The gathering of the shalal, so to speak. What is the ultimate booty that we have? What is the ultimate wealth that we have? Our Torah, our written Torah. Well, today everything is recorded, so it's not tangible, but, I'm aging myself. Our cassettes, our DVDs, that's our wealth. And look at the contrast. El toch rechova kenidachas v'sarfu shlal elyon, asher timas levo b'kehalayich. You and I know the halacha of an ir nidachas, a city that's engaged in avodah zarah, where the majority of the population has been judged to be guilty, b'mezid, of engaging in avodah zarah. They take all the assets. You can't derive any benefit from that city. And the assets are brought into the Rehova Ir, into the town square, and destroyed. But what? Shalalayich, your personal assets, not Shlal Elyon, not mezuzahs, not tefillin, not Sifrei Torah, not Sifrei Kodesh. That's God's word. That's not someone's personal. So you're not allowed to burn the mezuzahs and the Torahs and the Gemaras and the this and the that, the Sifrei Kodesh. What happened here? Pum fakert. They didn't take the Jewish clothing. They didn't take the Jewish wealth. They took our Sifrei Kodesh. They took everything from us. And instead of that being saved and treated with respect, they destroyed it. Who is it? The ones that were rejected from coming into the Kahal. You're familiar from Parshas Kiseitse? It says, Edom, Ador Shlishi lo yavo b'kal Hashem. They're not allowed to marry in our community because of the terrible, terrible character traits. It has to be weaned out a couple of generations before they can convert. Anyone can convert, but before they can marry. And these are the people who you see what kind of cruelty they were capable of. You see what kind of vicious cruelty. When they're threatened by something, what they do. That's why they're not allowed to marry into our community. Lo eda limso derech salula. I will never find a clear path. Hachi hayu avelos nesiv yosher mesiayich. The only path that I have is a path of mourning. And I don't think I'll ever have what does it mean? You know what a straight path is? When you have a really fantastic Rebbe who can take a text and who can show you how to think and how to see something and how to appreciate something and instill in you values. But now it's all gone. There's no Rashi, there's no Rabbeinu Tam, there's no Ri, there's no nothing. It's all been burnt and destroyed. Yumtak befi midvash nimsoch b'mashke demaos ulo ragli hayos kavul kavalayich. All that I have in my mouth are the saltwater tears just running down my face. I feel as if my legs are in chains and shackles. Yerav leinai shov meimei demai adei kalu lecho machzik bichnaf nalayich ach yecharavu beridatan lechayai avor ki nichmuru rachamai lindod balayich lakach tzor kaspo. That's a famous phrase from the Gemara. What happens when a man goes out of town? Remember, in antiquities there were no credit cards. A man goes out of town, he's got a responsibility on a daily level to support his wife, to support his children. So he'd always leave tzror kaspo, the silver coins, the bundle of assets, of money that the wife would be supported for while he was gone. Our husband, using the analogy from Shir Hashirim, right? The wife is the Jew, the wife is the Am Yisrael, and the husband, the lover, is Hashem. What has he done? He's abandoned us, he's left us, and he's taken Tzror Kaspo. He's taken the Torah with him. Halach b'derech l'meirachok. He's traveled far away. V'imo halo nasut l'layich. Any protection that the husband provided the wife and children, it's gone. Because what is the ultimate protection? It's the values of the Torah that have been burnt and destroyed. V'ani, and I, the Jewish people, kishakul v'galmud nisharti levad mehem. I'm bereft. We're on page, by the way, 593 in the Rabbi Soloveitchik, fourth line. I am bereft, remain alone from them. Ki Toren Rosh Har Migdalayich. What's a Toren Rosh on the mountain? You ever think about the images you've seen maybe or read about? A certain military troop, they conquer something. I'll use an analogy. The beginning of World War I, the Austrian army was terrible. In eastern Galicia, many Jews in eastern Galicia were slaughtered by the Russian soldiers when they came in. Slaughtered by Ukrainians, Russian soldiers, as they conquered all of these cities. Tarnopol, Stanislav, Lvov, it was known as Lemberg then, the little towns. And the Russians had, right, the big flags. You know, the Russian flag, the Tsarist flag, and they had a whole fortress. Well, what happened? The partners in World War I of the Austro-Hungarian army was the German army, the Kaiser's army. The Germans came in and they saved the Austrians. And they drove the Russians. They drove them out of Lithuania and Latvia. They drove the Russians out of Belarus, parts of it. They drove the Russians out of Poland. They drove the Russians out of eastern Galicia, which today that's the Ukraine, that area. What's all that's left there? The Tsarist flag, the Russian flag is what's left, but an empty fortress, because the Russian soldiers ran. They left gear, they just were fleeing because they were being slaughtered by the Germans. All that's left, go back to that phrase, is Kitoren Barosh Har Migdalais. The big hill of the fortress, which controls the area, all that's left is the flag. Meaning what? With the destruction of the Torah Shebaal Peh, means the destruction of the yeshivas, means the destruction of the Talmidim. And as we said, certain of these French Jews went south to Provence. Certain of these French Jews, they went to Spain. Small numbers. That's how many of you know Sephardic Jews with the last name Tsarfati. How can you have a Sephardic Jew with the last name Frenchman? I mean, is that not an oxymoron? No. The explanation is after 1242, French Jews moved into Spain. But most of them, the large majority, went north into Germany, into Ashkenaz. But all that's left is the names, right? Think about it. What did I start out with? Ramru, right? The city where they had the yeshiva of Rabbeinu Tam and his yeshiva. Orleans. Dampierre. Evro. Tuch. You want to know something? If you and I go there, basically we're going to historical sites. The living Torah is not there. It all died. It all was abandoned in 1242. It's this phrase, it's a harsh phrase, Kitoren. It's like a flag or a mast, Barosh Har Migdalayach. Lo eshma'od l'kol sharim v'sharos. I will no longer hear the sweet singing of Torah. Alei ki nitku meisrei tu peichalayach. You know what's happened? You ever see a famous musician, they're playing their, whether it's the bass, or whether they're playing the guitar, or whether they're playing whatever string, and imagine when the strings break. You can have the best musician in the world. When the strings break, you can't produce any sound. That's the image that the Maharam of Rothenburg, of Mayor of Rothenburg, is giving us. Elbash ve'eskas besak. I'm enveloped in sackcloth. Ki li me'od yakru. Atzmu kechol yer b'yun nafshos chalalayich. It's like the sand by the sea. The sand, it's something you can't count. The number of those who've been lost. Esma ma'od al ma'or hayom. I even question whether I can see the light of day. Asher yizrach el kol. Aval yechshach elai ve'elayich. It doesn't matter that the sun might be shining. All I see is darkness. Zaki b'kol mar. Crying out with a bitter, bitter cry, Litzur, to the creator of the universe. Al shivronech al chalyech. Lu es yiskor avas klulayich. Please, Hashem, remember, you think about the Haftarah we said 2 weeks ago. We quote that pasuk on Rosh Hashanah in the Zichronos. The Jewish people are doing some terrible things. The Jewish people are corrupt. But Hashem, through the words of Yirmiyahu, through the agency of Yirmiyahu, Jeremiah the prophet says, Zacharti lach chesed nurayach, avas klulol sayach. I remember how you went above and beyond in your youth, when you were young, reaching out to me. The love of when you were my bride. Please, God, please remember us, see us, look at us and our potential during the time when we acted like your bride, your loving bride. When it was a time of optimism, when it was a time of love. Chigri levush sak. I'm wearing sackcloth, mourner's clothing, alei havara, over the burning of the manuscripts of the Masorah. Asher yatsa lechalek, v'safsas tululayich. Kimos enusech yenach mech tzur, v'yashiv shlus shiftei yeshurun v'yarim es shiflayich. Please, God, have nechama on us. Enable us to return from our exile. Rebuild us. Od ta'adi b'adeshani. Instead of me wearing sackcloth and mourning, look at us. Look at us around this room. Look at the disheveled look on our faces. from not having shaven. Enable us once again to look sharp, to be people of dignity, to represent the grandeur, the majesty of what it means that we represent the Torah. And bring back, we don't listen to live music. Play the background of the live music. The ultimate live music is the symphony of the Levium and the Beis HaMikdash. When we come there to learn, to grow, and to daven with that symphony in the background. Yarum levavi be'ez tzuri lo'orlach, please. This broken heart, this depressed state that I'm in, this malaise that I'm in, please, Hashem, bring me back to a life of optimism, idealism. And may you enlighten the darkness and take this sense of malaise and gloom and turn it to a time of optimism. One of the other later kinas I want to just touch upon, because we didn't have a chance to learn it last year, is Lamed Daled 34. In the Mesoras Harav, the Rabbi Soloveitchik kinos, page 540. What page in the art scroll? Page 320 in the art scroll, page 541 here. Now, this is one of the tragedies of Jewish. Tragedy is a bad word. This is a tragedy that we imposed upon ourselves. This is one of the great humiliating events. This is an event that we, the Jewish people, can never get over, because this is something we did to ourselves. Think back to the Haftorah of Parsha Shkalim. You had the young king Yehoash. He was the only descendant of David HaMelech, of King David, that had not been slaughtered, that had not been killed by Atalyahu, that wicked shrew, Atalia, who tried to put an end to the Davidic dynasty. He actually had been hid and protected by who? He had been hid and protected by the Kohanim. And the Kohen, who becomes the Kohen Gadol that looked after him, he and his wife, his name was Yehoyada. Yehoyada Kohen Gadol. I apologize, I forgot the name of his wife, what her name was. Maybe it was Yocheved. But the two of them, they raised this young man, Yehoash, as like their own child, and they looked after him. And when there was a revolution, they overthrew Atalyahu, they got rid of the Avodah Zarah, and they established this young child as the king. Obviously, he couldn't rule at that point, so they had a team of people that led the government, and they trained him that when he would grow up, he would actually take over. And the Navi tells us that as long as Yehoyada, his mentor, the Kohen Gadol, was alive, Yehoash did good things. He did right. Tragically, after the loss of his Rebbe, unfortunately, he went off the derech. And Yehoash didn't have respect for the son of the Kohen Gadol. Yehoyada had a son. His name was Zechariah. Zechariah not only was a great Kohen Gadol, he was a Navi. Now remember, this is not Zechariah HaNavi from the Bayis Sheni. Zechariah, Haggai, and Malachi, the three great leaders that gave us the engineering details to how to build the second Beis HaMikdash, that were the mentors, the educators, the teachers of the second Beis HaMikdash. That's not who we're talking about. That's the famous Zechariah. We have the 14 chapters of Zechariah Navi in the Treyasar. We're talking about Zechariah from the Bayis Rishon, the Kohen Gadol, the son of Yehoyada. And he was trying to stop the corruption in the government. He was trying to stop the corruption amongst the Jewish people. What happened? What was their response to him? And you know, I can't even, I'm saying the words, but it's something I can't even fathom or believe. They murdered the Kohen Gadol, who was their Navi. When? On Yom Kippur, that fell out on Shabbos. Where? Chatzer Beis HaMikdash, in the courtyard of the Beis HaMikdash. Can you imagine this? You know, they talk, we're in the land of the Braves here. You know, the Braves are leading the NL East, second best team in the NL here. You know, hitting for the cycle. Ronald Acuna Jr. hitting for the cycle, right? Or what's the first baseman's name? Yeah, Freddie Freeman hitting for the cycle. Well, you know what? I don't know if there's such a thing as hitting for the cycle. This is hit the quintuple. It's not just a single, a double, triple home run. This is 5. They murdered a Kohen, who is the Kohen Gadol, in the Beis HaMikdash, on Yom Kippur, that falls on Shabbos. It's unfathomable. What's worse? You ever heard the phrase, Olam kiminhago noheg? I've had the honor to learn shiurim and drushas from Rabbi Feldman. And one of the themes that he says, he tries to get people to wake up. You know, I say sometimes, I'm asleep with the lights on. You know, we go through life in a certain state. The Rambam describes the shofar, you know. Uru yishenim mishenaschem. It's a wake-up call. Wake up from the sleep and the slumber. Not because we're sleeping in a bed. We're walking around. We're in our business. We're in shul davening. We're asleep. And Rabbi Feldman always takes sensitive points that get us to reflect, and not just to go through life in a state of slumber or sleep. Well, that's what the Jews did. Yeah, you know, it shouldn't have been done. Maybe it was a little too much. Got a little carried away there, you know. But you know, he's got to learn how to talk to people. His father knew how to engage us. Are you kidding? Who are you kidding? You murder? And like the world goes on like nothing happened. Until what? The Jews never came to grips with this. We never did tshuva for this. And the fact that we could tolerate this, and we never had a self-reckoning on our own, God did not forget. We tried to squelch it. We tried to suppress it. God remembered. The Ribono Shel Olam remembered. Read this, Kina. Yom ach bi hichbadati. The day of my oppression weighed, so from the word kaved, weighed so heavily on me. V'yikaflu avonai. And my sins were doubled. That's what I meant by hitting for the cycle, the multiple sins. Bishalchi yad bidam navi. When I, meaning we, the Jewish people, when we murdered the prophet, we were sholeach yad. We attacked him. Where? B'chatzar mikdash ad Hashem. In the mikdash of God. V'lo chisasasu adama. And the ground would not cover up his blood. The floor of the Beis HaMikdash, the stain could never ever be wiped out. Could never be erased. Ad bo cherev monai. Until what? The sword of our oppressors came. Until the Babylonian army comes into the Mikdash to destroy it. Velo shakata dehu kam. That blood never was silent. It boiled. The gam hiflip lilia. There was a wanderer. It defied the laws of physics. Vayerev bevas Yehuda taniya vaniya. The famous quote from Eicha. Because of this, amongst the daughter of Yehuda was increased moaning and mourning and agony. Hayaholech v'soer. It was bubbling like a, how do you say holech v'soer? Like a tempest, like a storm in the sea. A raging storm, ad bo rav tabachim, until the chief butcher. That's the term that Chazal gave to Nebuzaradan. He was the chief butcher because of how many Jews he slaughtered. Uba el mikdash Adonai. He came to the mikdash of Hashem. Umatza damim roschim. He found that blood boiling. Vayishal, and he asked, Levav vorzeh, what's the story with this blood? Lekohanim hazovchim, to the Kohanim who were slaughtering. Vayanu, they answered him. Ein zeh ki'im dam hazvachim. You know what this is? Oh, that's some of the recent korbanos that we slaughtered. So gam hu zabachacho. He says, you know what? I've seen many animals slaughtered in my life. I've never seen blood boiling like that. Come on, let me see. What kind of animals exactly did you slaughter? Mazev al-mazeh. Let's see what's the story. V'omar l'nafshi. I said to myself, Zecho tosech v'zeh pirya. Now we realize we're going to pay. This is the fruit of our sin. This is going to be the ramification of the corruption that we perpetrated. Uv'chol zos, with all this, lo shakat. It did not subside. V'odo kayam nigrash, and it was like a sea that was turning. Vayevukash hadavar vayimatzei mufurash. And he found out the truth. He found out why this blood had been bubbling and boiling. Kidam isha Elohim alo chamash shorash, because the blood of the man of God, the prophet of God, the leader, the righteous one, for no reason did we murder him. For no legitimate reason did we slaughter and uproot him. Vayomer Nebuzaradan v'gam damo hined nidrash. So Nebuzaradan said, you know what? There's got to be payback for this. There has to be consequences for this. He becomes the self-appointed attorney and accountant of the Ribbon Shalom. Vayomer Nebuzaradan v'gam damo hinei nidrash. Isfu li kohanim, gather for me the kohanim. V'otziu mi beis Yah, and take them out of the house of God. V'lo eshkot ad yishkot dam hanavi Zechariah. What happened to the Kohanim? Who are the Kohanim? There are educators, there are leaders, there are role models. They're the ones who are supposed to make sure that we're conducting ourselves, right? If we're the Mamlechas Kohanim, if we're a nation of mentors to the world, we're Mamlechas Kohanim. Who are our Kohanim? The Kohanim, Shevet Kahuna. Why didn't they steer us on the proper path? Turn us to the proper derech. Dakar yishishim lemeos, he slaughtered the elders by hundreds. Ubachorim leribuos, and the young Jews by tens of thousands. Can you explain to me why the difference in numbers and proportion? All anti-Semites, they chalish in one thing: the blood of Jewish children. You got to murder the young, because that's the future. The whole goal is to snuff out the future of the Jewish people. I was going to talk about this when we get to it, but I'm going to mention it now. This man is a fascinating Jew. He's a German Jew. His name is Gabriel Bach. Gabriel Bach today is probably 93, 94 years old. 2 weeks ago, I went, it was the second time I had the schus, one of the great zechuyos in my life. I had a chance to interview him. Actually, we recorded the interview. Who's Gabriel Bach? He was a German Jew whose family escaped in the nick of time. Germany then escaped in the nick of time from Holland. And they came to Israel. They were able to get into Israel. Gabriel Bach went to law school, became the assistant attorney general to Gideon Hausner. When Eichmann was captured, he's appointed the assistant prosecutor. And he's really the one during the 9 months that Eichmann was held in 1960. He oversaw, because Hausner was still functioning as the attorney general, he oversaw the whole prosecution, the whole preparation for the trial. And he did a third of the trial, a third. 4 countries in Europe, Gideon Hausner did. 4 countries in Europe, Gabriel Bach did. And 4 countries in Europe, Bar Or. He was the prosecutor from the Tel Aviv district. He was the third of the prosecution. Forgot his first name, but his last name was Bar Or. So Gabriel Bach, after this trial, becomes one of the Supreme Court justices. He became a Supreme Court justice of the state of Israel. Man had a tremendous, legal history, really shaped the state of Israel, modern Jewish history. But he said to me, he says, I get letters, I get calls almost every day. People like you, who find me. He says, I get calls from Germany, from Japan. He showed me letters from Germany and Japan. He says, the one thing that people are interested in my life was the Eichmann trial. So I had the chance 2 different times, 2 hours each, for 4 hours to interview him about that. But one of the stories he told me, because and again, this is not the part, we're going to talk about Eichmann later. I just wanted it touched upon this line. He says, Eichmann, the whole time he claimed he was just following orders. He didn't deny it. And by the way, anyone who denies the Holocaust, the first response you say to anyone who denies the Holocaust, just look at the trial of every Nazi. Look at the most famous of them, Adolf Eichmann, but many, tens and tens of Nazis. They don't deny what they did. Eichmann did not deny it. In fact, he was asked by Gideon Hausner, how many people do you think you killed? And he said, well, probably 500,000 died of starvation and disease. He says a serious guesstimation, 5.5 million. He said it. But his whole defense was what? I was just a cog in the chain. I was just following orders. And I took a loyal oath. I took an oath. It was my duty to live up to the solemn oath to my country. How could you take an oath to your country and then violate that oath? That was his whole defense. Not that it didn't happen. He acknowledged that it happened. So this part of the prosecution was to show he's a filthy liar. And they did that in many ways. We'll talk about that later. One of the ways they did that, did you ever hear of the name Rudolf Höss? It's an umlaut over it, it's pronounced Höss. Not Rudolf Hess. Rudolf Hess, you all know, he was one of the primary Nazis. He was one of those who was tried in the Nuremberg trials. You know who Rudolf Hess was? He's the man that wrote Mein Kampf. He was with Hitler after the putsch, the Munich beer hall putsch. They were in prison together. Hitler's not a writer. I mean, he took Hitler's ideas, and he's the one who authored while they were in prison, Mein Kampf. That's who Rudolf Hess. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Rudolf Höss. Who's Rudolf Höss? The commandant of KL, of concentration lager, Auschwitz. Höss, after the war was found, he was tried in Poland, and he was hung to death at Auschwitz. They executed him at Auschwitz. He wrote an autobiography in his incarceration. And he writes the following in his autobiography. You can look this up. He writes this in his autobiography. And I'm going to apologize. I don't know if Rabbi Schluss, the translation in German, because I forgot the German word, but there's a phrase in German where you get weak and you shake at the knees. So Höss says the following. He says, the one time we would have pangs of conscience, we'd get weak or shake at the knees. He used that German term. He says, we had it at high season, we had 12,000 Jews a day we were murdering. Can you imagine that? 12,000 Jews a day? The famous historian, Professor Michael Birnbaum, he led a group, and they were at one of the largest March of the Livings. And there were 12,000 Jews from all over the world marching from town of Auschwitz, the death march. This was the March of the Living, into Birkenau. He says, it's a sea of humanity. You can't see the beginning, you can't see the end. 12,000 people is a huge mass of humanity. He says, this was just one day's job in Auschwitz. This is just one day's killing in Auschwitz. So they would pack. They had, at high season, in Birkenau, they had 4 gas chambers. So they would pack them in. And what did they do? They'd pack in the adults, and then there's room on top of the adults, and they would take these young children, and they would throw them like you toss a ball on top of the adults so they could cram them in. They didn't have to wait for the next round. He says, Höss writes in his autobiography, these young children, some of them were on their knees pleading with us not to kill them. Some of these young children were crying and praying to the Ribono Shalom, saying the Shema Yisrael. And he says, that even got to me. And we would take the back of our guns and we would, slam them and smash their heads, and we would take them and smack them, shut up, and throw them. He says, Eichmann, we would say in Hebrew, gave me Musar. Eichmann gave me a talking to. He says, how dare you? Don't you? Don't you understand? What are we doing this for? These young ones? What? You're going to have compassion on them? And they're going to grow up? They're the ones who will have children in the future? They're the ones who will take revenge for what we've done to their parents and grandparents. Your job, the most important job, is to wipe out and annihilate the Yiddish Kinder. The Yiddish Kinder! You kill, you annihilate, you prevent them from having a future. That's the story. The Yeshishim, the elderly, Nebuzaradan, the chief butcher, the Rav Tabachim, those he killed by the Meos. But the Bachurim, Ribos, doesn't say Alafim. By the young, the tens of thousands. That's Eichmann. That were the Nazis. That is the story of Nebuzaradan. Vayored letevach kohanei Adonai Tzvaos. Why the Kohanim, by the way? This you all know. What did the Germans do in almost every town? I don't want to say it was true everywhere, but for the most part. They asked for the rabbi, right? Why do you ask for the rabbi? You bring everyone out, you murder the rabbi in front of the people. Because the rabbi is the spiritual source. The rabbi is the educator. The rabbi is the teacher. When we murder the rabbi in front of the people, that breaks the people. It breaks their sense of religion. Who did he kill first? The Kohanim. The Kohanim. The educators, the role models. And then who? V'tinoko shel beis Rav, we just described. The children, the school children. Ve'enei avos ra'os. The Nazis did this also. How do you torment a parent? You don't kill the parent first. You murder the child in front of the parent. And that's what they did. Ve'ein sheket l'dam navi. There was no silence, no quiet for the blood of the prophet. Vayihi lemofes hulaos. It still remained as a sign, as a wonder. V'cherev tsar nokemes v'hakir Yehomiyah. And the sword of the oppressor Nebuzaradan and the Babylonian army was taking vengeance. And the city was in a state of uproar. B'chol zos lo shava po v'od yado netuya. The wrath did not rescind. Now this could be referring to the Shav of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Midas Hadin for our corruption. There was no withholding it. Didn't hold back. Hosif laharog nashim im yom ke'eshadayim. He murdered mothers with their nursing babies. Dam ole beinehem kedam yor Mitzrayim. The blood in the city of Yerushalayim was like the Nile River. It was a raging flow of blood. Adei nasa Nebuzaradan einav l'shamayim. Until finally Nebuzaradan, he turns to heaven, Vayomer, ha'ein dai ledam bivnos Yerushalayim. Is it no dayenu? Is this not sufficient? You see, even Nebuzaradan came to a point of, instead of becoming the executioner, he turned to God. Look at what we've done. When will it stop? When will there be a tashlum for the murder of the Navi? Should I annihilate the remnant of the Jewish people? Only then finally did the blood, after all those years, stop boiling. And the sword stopped. L'cha chatanu Elohim hevinu v'ershanu v'aragnu neviecha v'rishenu yadanu. Hashem, we didn't just do a chait, which is we missed the point. We were off the mark. No. He'evinu hirshanu. And why does it say Elohim? We were deserving of this. We don't question God anymore. We understand the guilt of what we have done. It's Elohim, it's justice. We were not just missing the mark. We did this on purpose. And not just on purpose. This was premeditated evil, that we have killed your prophet. And now we are aware of the wicked that we have done. Yehi chostechol enachamenu. Please, Hashem. Please comfort and console us. Ki mish'ol shivanu. We're crying out to you from the netherworld, from the bowels of the underworld. Now the fruit of our evil intentions. Now we have become satiated, and we have borne that. Rachem lo ruchama hasora haniya. Quoting Yeshaya Hanavi, the people who refuse to be comforted and consoled after what we have suffered. this storm-tossed, afflicted people. Eineha lecha Tisha. Our eyes, we turn to you as Raschat Sophia, and we pray for your salvation. If you don't mind turning to 21, Kina Chaf Aleph. That was the Bayis Rishon. Now we're going to be talking about the period of the second Beis HaMikdash, in the aftermath of the second Beis HaMikdash, the famous genocide, the terrible, terrible genocide perpetrated by the Romans, by Hadrian's forces in the aftermath of Bar Kokhba, and then, after that genocide, the terrible Hadrianic decrees, that led to the killing, what we refer to as Asara Ruig Malchus. There are more than 10 martyrs, more than 10, but those are the famous. Understand one thing, the first two of the 10 martyrs, the Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha, the Kohen Gadol, and Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, the Nasi, those were the leaders of Klal Yisrael during the Bayis Sheni, during the siege of Yerushalayim. The other 8, Rabbi Akiva and the other 8, these were the Chachamim during the period, the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt. So it's 2 different generations. But the Medrash that we talk about on Yom Kippur is trying to convey, it's not meant to be understood historically. It's a concept. Those 10 were never together because some of them were born long after the death of the first 2, of the Kohen Gadol and the Nasi. But on Yom Kippur, the Rav used to mention, was the focus of this, what we call Eila Ezkara, the famous piyut that's part of the Musaf. These I will remember, the 10 martyrs. It's a kapara. By us internalizing what they lived for, what they stood for, the way we spoke about Reb Tzvi Frummer, the Kosher Club, the Rosh Yeshiva of the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, just like we spoke about them, our responsibility is to do what? Is to stand up to the plate, is ultimately to be their mamale makom, to continue their legacy, to live by their values, to teach their Torah, and to make sure their death was for naught. So that's the focus on Yom Kippur. That awareness, that catharsis that we have a responsibility to continue their legacy and to continue the chain of their Masorah, that is a mechaper. That's an atonement, because that's leading a different life. That's leading a much more goal-driven life, focus-driven life, purposeful-driven life. That's a mechaper. That's an atonement. That's not what we're doing today. What's happening today? Every one of us here, every Jew around the world, whether we have parents, don't have parents, every one of us is an onain. Right now, to quote the Gemara, Mi shemeisa mutalafonav. The dead is lying in front of us. You and I right now are reliving the tragedies of Jewish history. Every one of us is reliving these tragedies. And these kinos that we're saying, these are hespedim. We're at the funeral. And we're conveying the sense of deprivation and loss that we have. We're reliving the famous Colosseum in Caesarea, in Caesarea, when they took those iron combs day after day and they wrenched the flesh of an elderly man, Rabbi Akiva. In front of us right now is the singed, the burnt body of Rabbi Chanina ben Teradyon, who was burnt in front of the Sefer Torah. And we're being maspid him. This is terrible Avelis. We're in mourning today. Yes, it is a day of fasting in Tshuva, it is. But it's also a day of mourning. It's raw. It's happening to us now. And this is their story. Arzei HaLevanon. Why are they called the Cedars of Lebanon? I'm on page 415 in the Masoras Harav. What page in the art scroll? 250? So there's 2 art scrolls. One says 248, one says 250. It's the 21st Kinnah. Why are they the Cedars of Lebanon? Because what makes up the Beis HaMikdash? It was built from Cedars of Lebanon, the bayis that Shlomo built. Well, you know what? This is the living Beis HaMikdash. This is the real breathing Beis HaMikdash. You want to know the knowledge of Hashem? You want to know a godly lifestyle? Watch them, learn from them. Adirei HaTorah, the masters of the Torah. Balei Teresin. Why are they called Balei Teresin? It's a phrase from Masechta Brachos. Cook in his Perush on Brachos says, Balei Teresin means the people, what are those things called? The shields? The goal is not to knock the other guy, to slug up the other guy. You know what the goal is? To find the truth. So if you feel you have the truth, it's not an egotist. They were not egotistical people. I got to disprove you wrong. No, if this is a true idea, so if someone challenges me or questions me, I have to be able to defend the truth. That's why they're called Balei Teresin, as opposed to the guys with the spears or the ones with the bows and arrows or the machine guns. No, they're the Balei Teresin. They're people who came up with a true idea and they're trying to defend its validity. B'Mishnah v'Gemara. When they use the word Mishnah and Gemara, what do they mean? Mishnah is the data. That's the Torah Shebaal Peh that's written down, the facts, the data. Gemara is the analysis. It's the definitions. It's the concepts. It's the davar mitoch davar, the applications. Giborei koach. What does it mean they're great in power? A gibor, as we know from Mishnah and Pirkei Avos, they had tremendous self-discipline. Hakovesh es Yitzro. Someone who is in control of their desires. Ameleha B'Tara. Their amelus was done in a pure way. It was not done for honor. It wasn't done for intellectual stimulation. It was done because they wanted to know how does a human being lead a godly lifestyle. Damam nishbach kamayim. Their blood was slaughtered like water. V'nashas ha'gevura. And all that strength was removed. Hinam, who are they? Kedoshe Haruge Malchus Asara, the 10 martyrs who were killed by the Roman government. You understand, Chazal referred to the Roman government as Malchus HaRisha. Before Ronald Reagan, that term, the evil empire, that's what Chazal referred to the Romans as. And we'll see why. Val Eile, it's over these do I cry, Ve'ni nigra. In my eyes, it's like, you ever see people who have a broken tear duct? They can't stop watering. They can't stop crying. That's who we are over this. I just want to, the Rav used to mention that the Rambam, I think it's Perek Yud Gimel, and maybe Yud Aleph, but I think it's Perek Yud Gimel in Halachas Avel. Rambam says the following. If a person dies of a heart attack, of cancer, that's a tragedy. Anytime we lose a human being was created b'tselem Elokim with all their potential, that's a tragedy. For a human being, we cry. Shlosha lebechi. We have the week of Shiva. We have the Shloshim, the Yud Beis Chodesh. And it says anyone who is not misabel, harezeh, the Rambam says, achzari. They're cold, cruel, insensitive. How can you not mourn the loss of your sibling, of your parent? There's a flaw in your midos. We're not talking about somebody who was abusive. We're talking about a kosher b'Yisrael, a fine person. The Rambam says something else. Kol hamisabel yoser midai, harezeh tipesh. Someone who is over excessive in their mourning, they can't get out of the depression. Tipesh here doesn't mean a fool. What it means is somebody who's not living, they've left the world of Chachma. They're functioning emotionally. And the Rambam explains, because he says it's minhago sha'olam. Every one of us was born to die. Whether we live 20, 40, 80, 100 years, it's a tragedy when we die. But we were born to die. That is minhago sha'olam. And if a relative never can overcome that, if the feeling of sadness and pain and hurt is not turned into feelings of wanting to continue their legacy, and feelings of gratitude, and feelings of, how this person has shaped my life, then they're not in control of their emotions. But the Rav said this. Why is it that you and I, every year, today's Tisha B'Av, we're sitting Shiva. We're worse than that. We're in a state of aninos right now. We're in a state of terrible malaise and depression. We are broken. What happened to Kol HaMis'abel Yoser Midai Hareza Tipesh? You have to move forward. There's a shloshim when you're allowed to go back to work, even though it's still an intense morning. Then there's Yud Beis Chodesh. Then there's after the year. What are we walking around the way we're walking around right now? So the Rav explained, because this is not minhago sha'olam. This is not someone who had diabetes or somebody who had Alzheimer's. No. This is someone who was slaughtered, who was butchered, who was annihilated for one reason, because they represent the Torah, because they represent our methodology, our system, our way of life. That's not minhago sha'olam. That's not natural. That's not normal. And that's something we never can get over. And that's why every Tisha B'Av, you can't get over that. We return to the state. And that's why we're mourning them. These were our Kedoshim, our Tahorim. These were our Balei HaMisora, our mentors. We wouldn't be who we are without them. And they were murdered because of what they represented. Al Eila Ani Bochia Ve'eni Nigra. Zos B'Zochri, when I even mention it, quoting the phrase from Mordechai, Ezak Za'aka Gedola Umara. The Rav said, what's the difference between Za'aka with a Zayin and Tza'aka with a Tzadi? Tza'aka, to be tzoik, means to cry out in prayer to Hashem. What's Za'aka? Za'aka means my goal is to invoke you, to invoke others to cry with me. That's what Mordechai was doing. To wake up the Jewish people that they had to do tshuva, what they are facing, what they're confronting. Here we arouse others to mourn with us with a bitter cry. Chemdas Yisrael, Klei HaKodesh, Nezer VaTorah. They were the crown and glory of our people. Tahorei Lev, they were the purest. Kodshei Kadashim, the holy of the holiest of the holy, they were. Kodshei Kadashim. And Shchitasan B'Misa Chamura, they were slaughtered in such a vicious way. Yadu Goral mi Rishon Lecherev Berura. The first two, who were murdered in the siege of Yerushalayim, the Kohen Gadol and the Nasi, neither of them wanted to die first. And both of them, wanted to die first. They did not want to see the other one dying. And what did they do? They had a goral, a lottery. Kinfol Goral Rabban Shimon. Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel, the Nasi, was going to be killed first. They decapitated him. Pashat Savaro Bacha Kenigzer Gzera. It's a famous medrash, Sifrei, and I believe it's a Mechilta and Mishpatim as well, but in the Sifrei. If you look, any of you have that book, Who's Who in the Talmud? So under Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, he quotes this medrash, and I'm sorry, it's either Mechilta and Mishpatim or it's a Sifrei, but he quotes it. The Rav Zatzal quoted this a couple of times when he taught this kina. Why was he crying? He wasn't afraid to die. That's not why he was crying. He was crying like, why is he being taken out and decapitated like you decapitate a criminal? What did he do? So the Kohen Gadol said to him, he said, let me ask you this. You were a very busy man. I know that. The whole world came to you. The whole Jewish nation came to you with their issues, with their problems. He said, could the following ever have happened? A widow or an orphan came to you, and they were sitting waiting long hours because you were very busy. People were coming to you, and they were waiting their turn. They were thinking to themselves, if I was a somebody, if I was so-and-so, or if I was this or I was that, you know what would happen? He'd bring me right in and he could make my case. But I'm a nobody and I sit here for hours. And Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel turned to him and said, yeah, that very well could have happened. He says, we didn't take anyone in front of the other, but he says, it's not like I had a whole team of people in the waiting room talking to people. People waited and I was focused on the person I was dealing with. So he quotes the pasuk from Mishpatim about the Almanah and Yosem. When they cry out, God hears their cry. So you didn't do it on purpose, But you were the cause of the cry and the weep and the hurt and the distress of a widow or an orphan. He says, and what does it say? You'll be executed, you'll die, and your wives and children will become widows and orphans. And he said to the Kohen Gadol, you've comforted me. At least I understand. Now I can do tshuva for what I've done wrong. I understand the consequence. And he was executed. L'Rabbi Shimon Chazar Ha'egmon L'Hargo B'Nefesh Netzura. Mizera Aaron Shal B'Vakasha Livkos Al Ben HaGvira. He was crying over was the son of the Gvir, meaning the Nasi, the leader of the people. Natalis Rosho, he took his skull, his decapitated skull, when the son of Al Kavos of Menorah HaTahora. You pure, illuminating menorah, meaning the ore of the Torah, the light of the Torah, which illuminates through the menorah. Someinav alinav, he put his eye on his eye, his piv al piv, his mouth on his mouth, ba'ava gemura. Ona ve'amar peha misgaber b'Torah. This mouth that taught Torah to the masses, that educated, that inspired the masses, pisom like that. In no time, niknasalav misa meshuna v'chamura, is no longer, and he was murdered in such a heinous way. Tziva lahafshid es rosho hamelech b'sar haschira. This is the famous story of the daughter of the Roman proconsul over Judea. She said, Daddy, don't just kill him. She wanted to feel, get her erotic feeling. She says, I want to make a bust of him. Peel the skin off his face. He's so handsome. He's so gorgeous. I want to sit and look at him all the time. So how did they murder the Kohen Gadol? Peeled the skin off of his face and put it on a bust so she could look at it. Bend over, and we're going to do this to you. This is a pasuk from Yeshaya about what will happen to the Jews. Rasha HaPoshet, the evil one who was flaying the Kohen Gadol, Eisi Gialim Kom Tefillin Mitzvos Bara. When it came to that part on the forehead where the Kohen Gadol's tefillin was, Shima Tza'aka v'nizda olam eretz pisparara. He cried out, not out of pain, because if he had pain, he would have been crying out all along. Sure, he had pain, he did, but he controlled his feelings. Why did he cry out there? Because never again would he be able to wear the tefillin, wear the crown of Hashem, wear the miniature Sifrei Torah, the Tiferes, as it's called. Tamod zechusa ledoros kahal Adonai ba'adara. Turning the page. Me'acharav. Now this is skipping in history. Now we're going to the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt. In the aftermath, which we had lost, according to the Psichta to Echaraba, 800,000. According to others, it was 600,000. Was the worst tragedy in all of Jewish history before the Holocaust, by far. They wanted to stop the Jews from revolting or from regaining or reestablishing themselves. And it was a number of Jewish heretics, including Elisha ben Avuya, including many of the Judeo-Christians. They told the Romans, they told Hadrian's officials, prevent Jewish education. You prevent Jewish education, Torah study, they'll assimilate out. You'll water down their religion, they'll have nothing to hold on to. These 8 are executed in defiance of these Hadrianic decrees that take place in the mid and late 130s. Me'acharav hevios Rabbi Akiva, he's described as Oker Harim V'Tochanan Zu Bezu Besvara. What does that mean? He would uproot mountains and grind them? He had the greatest mind, the greatest analytical, conceptual mind. There were others who maybe had a better data collection of the facts, but the ability to analyze the data of the Torah Shebaal Peh, there was no one like Rabbi Akiva. As Bisaro Masarkin, we mentioned this, they literally combed combed with these iron combs his flesh off of his elderly body. B'masrei barza lishtabra. And the idea was hopefully crush the bones as they're combing out the flesh. Yatzasan nishmasa be'echad. You're familiar with the famous Gemara from Masechta Brachos? V'chol levavcha, v'chol nafshecha, v'chol moedecha. One's love for God, one's commitment to God and God's values, even if it means sacrificing one's life. And he would say the Shema each day as they would take him out until finally he died. He expired, saying Shema Yisrael, Shem Elokeinu, Shem Echad. Ubas Kol Amra, the heavenly voice said, Rabbi Akiva Ashrecha, fortunate are you, Gufcha Tahor B'chol Minei Tahara. Not only was Rabbi Akiva perfected in terms of his mind and his personality, but literally his body was like a ministering vessel. It was like the clay shares. His body was perfected. Ben Bava, the same story of Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, Acharav Heviu B'Shivram Le've Azhara. Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, after Rabbi Akiva was killed, he took a group of young men and he gave them smicha. One of the Hadrianic decrees, they prohibited the Jews from giving ordination. The real smicha, meaning that you are a master of Kol HaTorah Kula, that you're someone that can be relied upon to teach, to mentor the next generation. You're not just somebody who knows a bunch of facts. You're not just a smart guy. You are a master of the Masorah. Now, how in the world would the Romans know to decree against that? That, again, came from Jewish heretics who were feeding them this information. But the decree against smicha went like this. The town which smicha is given will be destroyed. Not just the masmich, the person giving ordination, not just the musmachim, those receiving ordination, but the town we're going to wipe out. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava went into the mountains in the Galilee, not near any town, and he gave smicha. Whether it was a Judeo-Christian who ratted him out, whether it was the Romans who found out, who knows how they found out about it. But they come running, and they're going to slaughter these guys. And the Talmidim who just received the smicha, the greatest of them was Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir initially had smicha from Rabbi Akiva, but he was such a young person, people couldn't look at him and call him rabbi. So a few years later, after Rabbi Akiva's dead, no longer alive, Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava gives him smicha as well as other chachamim. He said, Rebbe, come. He says, you have to go ahead. You have to leave without me. You don't understand. Go. Because the whole reason that I risked my life and you risked your lives to get smicha was to continue the Jewish religion. If you stay with me, and you'll be murdered with me along, the Romans will wipe out our future. Go. I'm telling you, I demand of you, flee. They fled. The Romans seized Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava. Neharag ben Shivim Shana, he was murdered at 70, Bidei Rasha Arura. Yoshev B'Tanasaya, he would sit and fast every day. Because of what was happening to the Jewish people, he would fast each day. Naki v'chasid b'malachta l'mara. The point is, he wasn't particularly healthy. Today, you can have a person who's 70, they have not only is there senior golf league, there's senior football league, senior basketball league. He was 70 years old, that was in antiquities. He didn't have our diet, okay? And he was fasting every day. In this frail body, what did they do? They brutally murdered him. You can go when you go to Israel. In the Galilee, in the lower Galilee, we have an Ohel where he was killed. The Arabs, they desecrated it, going back 7-8 years. After the desecration, the Jews in Israel, they cleaned it up, they fixed it. The Gemara that tells the story of him giving the smicha and his death, it's a Gemara at the end of the first parak of Sanhedrin. It's there on a marble tablet, and you can go to his Ohel. He was one of the Balei Masorah, Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava. Chananya ben Teradyon Acharav, everyone knows this story. Avodah Zarah Daf Yud Ches. Rabbi Chanina ben Teradyon. Makil Kelos B'Tzion Shara. What does it mean? He would gather the groups of people in the gates of Zion. Remember, in antiquities, it's not like today. I'll give you an example. You have relatives come here. So what do? You take them into Buckhead, into the shopping area, or you take them downtown into areas. They didn't do that in antiquities. The people lived in the walled city, and all the market was outside the gate of the city. So all the businesses would take their wares and their goods, or the farmers would come from the villages. All the courts were outside. They were at the Shar Ha'ir. Everything was outside. Why? They didn't want strangers coming into the city because it would expose the city, and that they would use that knowledge to be able to conquer the city and go in and attack and know what to attack. So you never, if you were a stranger, you didn't see what was like inside the walls. All business and activity was outside. So what did he do? Where were the people? They were outside the gate of the city. That's where he would gather them. He was Melamed Torah Birabim, Makil Kehilos B'Tzion Shara, right? The gates of Zion. Yoshi V'Doresh, he would sit and teach. V'Sefer Torah Imo, the Torah was with him. V'Hikifu B'Chavlei B'Zmora, you know the story. They took him, they wrapped him in the Sefer Torah, and they literally burnt him to death. They had kindling fire and wood so that he would burn. They torched him, wrapped in the Sefer Torah. Baru bo avara. You see how sick they were? You know what they did? They put on his chest, they soaked wool in water so that it would be a slow burn. He would have a slow, painful death. Not that he would just right away burn real quick or die from the inhalation. No, they wanted a slow, torturous death. Shelo yamus mehera, that he shouldn't die quickly. Chasid Rabbi Yeshev of HaSofer. Rabbi Yeshev of HaSofer. What did he do? Haragu Amamora. They refer to Rome as the nation of Sodom and Gomorrah. And when they killed him, Zeraku v'ishlichu leklavim, they threw him to the dogs. V'lo hukvar bikvura. They didn't allow his body to be buried. Kol bas yatsa lav shalo hiniach klum mitaras Moshe l'shamra. There was no part of the Torah that he did not. What does it mean l'shamra? That he didn't observe? There are a lot of people who observed the whole Torah. I mean that he didn't guard. Meaning he wasn't a master of. He didn't understand the system, the philosophy behind it, the lumdus behind it, the conceptual structure behind it. That's what he did. As Rabbi Chanina ben Chachinai, v'achrav Rabbi Chutzpis b'yom Evra, miyad of hapareach b'haval piv nisraf kimedura. Rabbi Chutzpis is, you know him, it's called Rabbi Chutzpis HaMiturgaman. What does that mean, the Miturgaman? Not every great Talmud Chacham is a master orator. We all know certain Talmidei Chachamim. They're not master orators. Not every Talmud Chacham is a great writer. So Rabbi Chutzpitz, who himself was a massive Talmud Chacham, what did he do? He would learn the shir from someone greater than him, from one of the Gedolei Hador, and then he would teach it with the Gadol sitting there, so if the Gadol wanted to correct him or have him emphasize a different point, he would teach it to the masses. He would take the Torah that was not so comprehensible to many, and he made it comprehensible. He made it come alive. The author of this Kinna describes like Of HaPoreh. There's a bird would fly over when he was teaching, it would burn up. You listen to these shiurim that Rabbi Soloveitchik would give to the Balabatim Saturday night. They would all come to the yeshiva, to the Rambam, the Maimonides yeshiva in Brookline. Or you listen to some of the shiurim that he would give to the Talmidim on Tuesday night. He gave the shir. He gave shiurim in Yiddish. You know, later on in the years, he gave the shir to the Talmidim in English. But the Rabbanim and the Balabatim, they would all come to the west side of Manhattan. On Broadway and 80th was a shul called Moriah. So he gave a shir Tuesday night. He was giving shir in the yeshiva Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tuesday night, the different Rabbanim from all over the tri-state area would come, and the Balabatim. You listen to those shiurim. It's like a symphony. It's not like you're listening to knowledge. You're on fire. You're not even looking at them because all you're listening is to a recording with cracking. But it's like it's music. You're alive. You want to dance to that Torah. It changes you. And then like when the shir's over, like you're yearning, you're wanting for more. That's like what Rabbi Chutzpis HaMiturgaman was. And what do? They cut out his tongue before they killed him. You know, one of the possible reasons as to why Elisha ben Avuya became a kofar is he saw the tongue of Rabbi Chutzpis HaMiturgaman laying there, aside from his dead body. That's when he went off the derech. His issues, Elisha ben Avuya, were associated with theodicy, with schar v'onish. The next, Tzaddik Rabbi Eliezer ben Shammua. You know Rabbi Eliezer ben Shammua. He was one of the 5 Talmidim of Rabbi Akiva later in life. Rabbi Akiva's whole life work was slaughtered. It was slaughtered in the genocide, the aftermath of Bar Kokhba. Whether it was 800,000, which is what the Psichta, the introductory medrash to Eicha Rabbah says, or certain historians want to claim it was 600,000. Do you understand? By far, this was the worst event in all of Jewish history before the Holocaust. The Rav, and he's not the only one, there are other Achronim who said it. The Gemara that says that Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 Talmidim, they died of Ascaria. Ascaria literally means diphtheria. It's a pulmonary disease. He says, no. The word Samech Chaf Resh, Aramaic, is the sword. They were slaughtered. They were brutally murdered during the genocide the Romans had perpetrated against the Jews in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt. This genocide in the mid-130s. They were the Balei HaMasorah. That's the whole Avelis that we have during Sfira. So we lost the Balei HaMasorah. We were left with 5 Talmidim, the Talmidim later in life of Rabbi Akiva. Could you imagine what Judaism would be if we had the 24,000? How rich the Masorah would be? And they were brutally murdered. Okay? What did Rabbi Akiva do? I'll tell you what most people would have done. He's an old man. He should have wallowed in his depression and malaise and just died a broken old man. He didn't do that. What did Rabbi Akiva do? He went Eitzel Rabbeinu Shebedarom. He went to the south, the area that was not the battle area. And he took these 5 young men. The youngest of them, maybe the greatest of them, was Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eli, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua. And Judaism survived after he was killed, Rabbi Akiva, through these 5 students. He invested the last years of his life trying to transmit the Masorah. Think about our Torah Shebaal Peh. It's the Torah Shebaal Peh of these 5. Stam Mishnah's Rabbi Meir. His Talmud Muvhak Rabbi Yehuda Nasi gave us the Mishnah. Torah's Kohanim, the Medrash on Vayikra, is Rabbi Yehuda. The Sifrei is Rabbi Shimon. So Rabbi Eliezer ben Shammua himself was murdered by the Romans, making Kiddush Friday night. You and I have a minhag that we do. We don't just say Kiddush. That which the Ansei Knesset HaGedolah, what do they institute? A Borei Pri Hagafen and a Bracha, Mekadesh HaShabbos. What's the minhag that we observe first? We say Vayechula HaShamayim, the psukim associated with Shabbos from Parshas Bereishis. Vayechuda from the word tachlis. This is the objective of creation, is the observance of the Shabbos. That must be a very old minhag, because it was a minhag that he observed. And they murdered him, they killed him while he was saying that paragraph Friday night. Take a look. Tzaddik Rabbi Eliezer ben Shammua ba'acharona ne'arag b'madkera. Yom Erev Shabbos it was Friday evening. Zman Kiddush, the time to make Kiddush. Vayekadish vayikra. Cherev shalfu alav. They took out the sword and they knifed him. V'lo hinichu b'chaim. They did not allow him while still alive. L'sayim ulagamra, to complete the Kiddush. Yotzasa nishmaso b'bara elokim yotzer b'tzar tzura. Talking about the fact that God is the creator of the universe. He is the one that has fashioned everything and fashioned us. Hinei chahena v'chahena. That phrase is referring to the wives of David HaMelech. You could have had anyone. The Nasan HaNavi says, why did you take Bathsheba? You have these 6. Chahena v'chahena, 6, and like these and like these. That's 18, 6 and 6 and 6. The point is, there weren't just Asara Haruge Malchus. There were many more. We're only mentioning in this Kinna 10, but there were many, many more who were executed, who died al Kiddush Hashem because they defied the Hadrianic decrees, to be marbits, to publicize the values of the Torah and the principles of the Torah. Hosifu b'nei avla lanos bigara. Beskila, Sreifa, Hereg, Vehenek, those are the 4 types of executions. They executed us every way possible. Mi yuchal l'shara, who can even weigh, who can even, encompass the different types of slaughter they did to us. Noseres mimena yochlu arayos sepazura. We are a scattered lamb. You know what happens when the lion comes into the flock and starts killing? One or two lambs survives, because they ran away while the lion was eating the others. That's who we are. Yochlua b'makom kadosh. They consumed it in a holy place, meaning that they were consumed teaching Torah. Kachatas v'cha'asham. These are not just kachim kalim, they're kachei kadashim, they're holy of holies. La beid zichra, because the Romans tried to annihilate, it was a war against religion. They tried to obliterate any trace or memory of the Torah. Chazei atnufa v'shoka truma, the parts that we offer to the Kohen, the choicest parts, that's who they were, these people. Tarfu aryeh v'akfira, did the lions devour and consume. Yitav beinei Adonai v'lo yosif od liyasra, may it be pleasing in God's eyes. Please, Hashem, don't allow, like happened this week, please don't allow another Ben Torah, someone who represents your Masorah, to die al Kiddush Hashem. Ametz birkayim koshlos, we who are shaking at the knees. Chelik Yaakov, the remnant, the portion of the nation that remains. Umoshia behitzara, please save us. Grant us salvation in our time of crisis. L'tzedek yimlach melech, v'shalmu yemei avlech. Please put an end to the days of mourning. La'orod nisa b'neilech. It is our desire for us to move forward by your light, to be educated by you, not to suffer, not to die, not to be in a state of darkness, but to be in a state of light, educationally, to do tshuva, to return to what should be of the Jewish people. I'm going to ask you to turn to the 48th Kinnah. This is the Baba Rebbe's Kinnah. So in the Masoras Harav, in the Rebbe Soloveitchik, it's page 627. What page is it in the Art Scroll? The Baba Rebbe's Kinnah. What? Yeah, Kinnah 48. That's what I have it here. It starts out Zichruna v'konenu. 384? Okay. You know who the Baba Rebbe was? His father, Shlomo Halberstam, he was just nifter in the last decade. His father was a Baba Rebbe in Galicia. Okay? His father was killed with most of the family. Most of the Jews above, and that's true of almost all Jews in Galicia, were taken between March 1942 and I would say the summer of 1943. They were deported to Belzec, and they were gassed to death with carbon monoxide. So last year, the number I gave you was 452,000 Jews. Only Jews were killed in Belzec. It was the source and the center for the murder of Galician Jewry. Some of the historians I met with in Yad Vashem last month, they believe 600,000 were killed in Belzec. Not what I told you, 452,000, but 600,000 Jews were murdered there. He survived. He survived through many miracles, and he rebuilt the Baba Chassidim. If you go to Borough Park, you'll see the yellow school buses. It says, in Yiddish it has Baba. You'll see their Batei Midrashos, their shuls. He rebuilt that Chassidus. And his Chassidim asked him to write a Kinnah, because the Chassidim, most of them, came from families where, who knows, 1 out of 50 survived. And he wrote the following Kinnah. Rabbi Herbst described to me that this Kinnah, he didn't take a lot of time. He sat down, they asked him, he sat down, maybe 20, 30 minutes, he wrote this and he gave it to them. It's not something that he worked on for years and years and years. And again, I don't know if you read into that an ambivalence, that on the one hand, he felt they had a need, he wanted to give them something to say. On the other hand, there's a tremendous, tremendous ambivalence about writing tefillas bisman hazeh. We don't have that level of Ruach HaKodesh to be authors of tefillas to the Ribono Shel Olam. And that could be the factor here. Zichruna, please be aware. V'konenu kol Yisrael. This atrocity, even if you were a Sephardic Jew living in Iraq or a Sephardic Jew living in the Middle East, this affected all of world Jewry. Kolchem yishama berama. Your voices should be heard on high, meaning this is not something that is strictly intellectual. This has to pierce your heart. Ki hishmida Germania es amenu bimezam hamilchama. The Germans and those who supported the Germans, they annihilated our nation during those terrible years. B'misos mishunos achzarios. Not only were the worst and horrific type of deaths, but it was done in such a cruel, evil way. First, Berav v'tzama. They starved us to death. You've all seen the images of the Warsaw Ghetto. They were getting 184 calories a day. You know, in Mauthausen, where the life expectancy of the concentration camp in Austria known as Mauthausen was most Jews did not live more than 6 weeks. 6 weeks was the average life expectancy there. They worked you to death. This massive quarry, and you're carrying boulders up these huge mountains. Even if you were fed well, you're not going to do well in that situation. And if you're moving too slow, they would shoot you, and you fell off the steps, and your body dropped into that massive quarry. But in Auschwitz, unless you had the blessing of being in the Canada bunk, Canada was the place where they sorted the luggage that came in. So what would people put in their luggage? You know, you're going to put your most precious possession, but you're going to put food in there because you got to survive. People who had been starved, for months, and then go on that long train ride. So in Canada, you at least got food. You took food from the suitcases and ate it. The Nazis, if they would catch you taking gold or silver or Judaica, they'd kill you for that. The food they let them have. But if you were not in the Canada bunk, if you were a regular slave laborer in Auschwitz, average life expectancy, 10 weeks. They did work you. They worked you hard. And some of these people were worked to death, but most of them were not worked to death. Most of them worked in factories. You were starved to death. You know how many tens of thousands of Jews died in the Lodz and in the Warsaw ghettos? They were not deported to Treblinka or from Lodz deported to Chełmno. They starved to death. They died of malnutrition. So that was the first thing. Al tishkechu b'chol hadoros, adei tizku leros b'nechama. We should never, ever, ever forget what happened to our people between 1939 and 1945. Tza'akasam u'b'chiyosehem. The cries, the shrills. Can you imagine this? When the German rips your baby from your arms? You know, there's it's the most infamous speech in all of Jewish history. Chaim Mordechai Rumkowski. He was the head of the Judenrat of the Lodz ghetto. He was a bad guy. Before the war, he was known, he was a social worker, he ran a home. They chose him. He did some very, very sexually and otherwise, he did some terrible things to his own Jews. He saw himself as the king. They had currency in the ghetto with his picture on it. He prohibited the rabbis from doing chasanas. He's the only one that could marry other Jews. But what he tried to do, and I'm not here to defend him on this, please do not misunderstand me. His approach was, if I can save people who can do labor, who can work in textile factories, hopefully I can keep them alive long enough that we will have people that survive the war. Because hopefully the Russians eventually will come and liberate this area. And what did he do? When the Germans asked him for 10,000 people, and he was at a point where it was clear to him and it was clear to almost everybody. The Germans were not resettling people. Nobody heard of the people that had been transferred out or resettled. It was clear, nobody knew that it was Chełmno. In the Warsaw Ghetto, they found out. There was a famous survivor. Grajkowski, he called himself. It was an anonymous name because he didn't want to let his real name be known. He escaped Chelmno, and he told them. And the word spread in the Warsaw Ghetto that this is going to be coming to us because this is what they're doing to the Jews of Lodz. We have his testimony. You ever hear of the Oinig Shabbos, Emanuel Ringelblum? They were Jews who were chronicling for history's sake, and they put it in big milk containers and buried them. We think there's a third that we've never found. We think it's under the Chinese consulate in Warsaw, but 2 of those milk canisters we have. And in that, we have this Grajkowski, they took notes. They recorded the story he told about what was happening in Chelmno. And there was another survivor, a man who escaped Treblinka. They recorded what he said. So the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto knew what was the fate of the Jews of Poland. But back in Lodz, Rumkowski couldn't lie to the people anymore. So what did he do? He got up and he demanded that everyone come, and he gave a famous speech. And there was a member of the ghetto that actually recorded this speech. To the best of his ability, he was writing it down, he transcribed it, and we have a copy of it. It's called "Give Me Your Children." And he said, look, I'm not going to lie to you. The Germans have come, I fought with them, I argued with them, it should be less. They said no. And I've made a decision that I'm going to take from the hospitals, I'm going to take the elderly, the enfeebled who can't work, and I'm going to take your children. And I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm not going to tell you they're going to be settled in the East and they're going to a better place. We have no record or no basis to say such a thing. But if I take them, I can save you. And the shrieking, he was interrupted tens of times by mothers and fathers crying and screaming that they're going to be sending their own children to their death. Now, Rumkowski was able to save the Jews of Lodz past any other point in all of Poland. There's no Warsaw Ghetto after the spring of 1943. Remember, the Warsaw Ghetto uprising is Pesach of 43. There's no Krakow Ghetto. There's no Tarnów Ghetto. There's no nothing, no Janowska Ghetto. They're all dead. The only ones alive are the slave laborers. There were tens and tens of factories. I apologize, I didn't bring it with, but I have the number at home. I think there was something like 27,000 Jews working in these factories. They produced 10% of all the uniforms for the German military. There were 10 million people fighting for the German military. Most of them Germans, some of them Austrians, some of them Latvians, etc. 10% of all the uniforms came out of the Lodz Ghetto. That's just the uniforms they made. They made many, many, many things. And they lasted until August of 1944. The Russians were getting so close in August of 44 that they deported those slave laborers. They deported them to Auschwitz. I don't know if any of you are from Memphis. Mr. Sam Weinreich and his wife, he's celebrating his 100th birthday. He's literally, he's one of the great treasures of the state of Tennessee. The state has honored him multiple times. They bring him to public schools to speak. He suffers from macular degeneration. He can't see very well, but he can't hear very well, but he's got a tremendous mind. He is one of the last survivors of these slave laborers in the Lodz Ghetto, and he tells his story. This summer, he's celebrating his 100th birthday. So they were shipped to Auschwitz. Now, on the other hand, I'll give you a contrast. Dr. Elchanan Elkes. Dr. Elchanan Elkes is a fascinating person. He was a doctor who ran a medical center. I've seen it. They've taken me to his medical center in Kovno. When the Germans came in after Operation Barbarossa, 1941, June 22nd, so the Lithuanians in Kovno murdered hundreds of young Jewish men. There's a famous garage. You can be taken to it. You've seen the pictures of literally hundreds of bodies laying there that the Lithuanians killed, not the Germans. So the SS comes to the famous Kovna Rav. He was one of the Gedolei Yisrael, Rav Avram Dov Ber Kahana Shapira, the Kovna Rav. And they said to him, as they did in every town, we want to set up a Jewish council. You or whoever you want, you pick to be the head of the Jewish council. The Kovna Rav, he chose this Dr. Elchanan Elkes. Dr. Elkes was not a frum man. I mean, he went to shul Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. I'm sure he went to shul, said Kaddish for the yard site of his parents. Wasn't a frum man. But the Kovna Rav respected him. He was a Baal Midos. He was a Baal Midos. And the Kovna Rav saw all the good that he did, whether people could afford it or not afford it, what he did with his hospital. And he chose Dr. Elkes. The Kovna Rav dies in the ghetto. He dies of malnutrition. But before he died, there are a number of, they call them axion. In the case of the Kovna ghetto, I'll give you an example. Rabbi Chanan Wasserman and some of the students that were learning with him, they had fled, because the communists took over Baranovich, they had fled the Kovna. So he was in Kovna when the Germans took over. They took him out to the 7th Fort. When Lithuania, which had been under the control of Russia for a couple of hundred years, Kovna was an important city to the Russians, so they built a series of 12 forts around the city. It was a natural protection of the city. So the 7th of those forts is where Rebbe Chanan Wasserman very early on was taken out with his Talmidim and murdered. Most of the Jews were murdered in the 9th fort. There's a professor now. He actually took this technology from the oil companies. It's called geothermal radar and geothermal resonance. He's the one that went to Panari. I met him this summer when he was in Kovna. He's got a group of students here. He's a professor from the University of Hartford, a Jewish man, Dr. Michael Freud, I think his name is. And he's using this geothermal radar to demarcate the exact area of the 9th fort where our Kedoshim were killed. So they went to Dr. Elkes, and they said to him, we need 8,000 people. We have work to be done in the East. We're going to resettle them, and they'll be settled there, and they'll work for a living, and they'll be fed. Dr. Elkes came to the Kovna Rav. He came to Rav Shapira. He says, in all good faith, I don't believe they're being resettled. We've never heard one word of anyone who's been resettled. It's my belief, and the rumors have it, that they're being murdered. And the Kovna Rav said to him, if you believe this, and you've thought it out, and you've analyzed it, and that's the conclusion you've come to, you have to refuse. You can't hand over Jews to be murdered. And Dr. Elkes listened to the Kovna Rav. So what did the Nazis do to punish us? Instead of taking 8,000 Jews and taking them and murdering them in the 9th fort, to punish for disobeying of orders, it wasn't called the Juden. In Poland, it was called the Judenrat. In Kovna, it was known as the Eldesrat, the Council of Elders, the Eldesrat. They took 10,000 Jews and murdered them in the famous action of October 1941. 10,000 they took and murdered them in the 9th fort. But these were we have a term for it, choiceless choices. These were the impossible possibilities that were imposed upon us by the Germans. The cries of these mothers, tzvufim, skurim bakronim. You have eyewitness testimonies of what it was like in those cattle cars. There wasn't room to defecate. There wasn't room to urinate. And they're making all over each other. If you're in 1944, if you're one of those Hungarian Jews or one of the Jews from the Carpathian Mountains, the Marmarushian Jews, minimum it's 3 days. In some cases, it was 5 days. What kind of a condition are you coming out of a cattle car after 3 days and 3 nights? Traveling through Hungary, through Slovakia, through Poland, through Galicia, all the way to Auschwitz. What happens if you're one of those Jews from Greece? The Germans went to these small, you know how many hundreds of islands there are in Greece? I'm talking about that have habitation, that people live on. There's a handful of Jews, and they take them, and they ship them from Greece to mainland Europe, and it's at least 4 or 5 days from Greece to Galicia, to Western Galicia, where Auschwitz is. What kind of condition? You know how many were dead on the train? And those that didn't die on the train, on these cattle cars, what did they come out like? The Kronim, as he refers to them. Katzon latevach yuvalo. That's a famous pasuk from Yeshaya Navi. Like sheep to be slaughtered were we brought, l'sreifa bekivshonim, to be burnt and to be gassed in the gas chambers, then incinerated. Kol shavam yizacher tamid. Their cry, please, should always be in front of you, Hashem. Lifnei shochin ma'onim. Never ever stop hearing their cry. Bikaram, as they called out Shema Yisrael. Masru nafsham ladonei adonim. As they sacrificed themselves to the Master of Masters. Rashi Yeshivos v'Salmi Dehem. You know, the Balei HaMasorah, there were Balei HaMasorah in Poland, but primarily they were in Lithuania and White Russia, what we call Litvische Jewry. Lithuania, Latvia, a small number in Estonia, and White Russia. No one survived that. The nace of the Mir Yeshiva, Poland conquered parts of Lithuania and parts of White Russia. And until 1939, it was Poland. So this Talmidim of the Mir, they fled to Kovna, which was independent Lithuania. And there was a great, great man there, a Japanese consul general by the name of Shun Sugihara. Shun Sugihara. And he gave them, by the way, Rav Aaron Cutler was Shraying Chai V'Kayim. Rav Aaron Cutler was so against this. And by the way, if you and I were there in 1940, we would have agreed with Rav Aaron Cutler. This is crazy. This is lunacy. Rav Aaron Cutler, the rest of his life, suffered from guilt that he murdered his Talmidim. It was the Rosh Hashiva of Kletsk. His Talmidim, almost all of them died because he wouldn't let them do this. And I got news for you. You and I wouldn't have let our Talmidim do this, what they did with the Mir. He gave them a transit visa. You could get into Curacao. Curacao is in the Caribbean. It's a Dutch island in Curacao. You could get in there, but at that time, Lithuania, right, was still Lithuania. It wasn't controlled by the Germans. It's pre-41. And he gave them a transit visa to travel through Russia to Japanese-controlled China. And they went there. And they stayed in China. And they survived the war in Shanghai. Now, you understand, Japan is an ally of Germany. And yet this guy does this. He was fired from his position. He was first transferred. Then after the transfer, they fired him. He led basically an unknown life. Israel, there were survivors who described how they are survived only because they had a transit visa from Shun Sugihara. Israel brought his son to Hebrew University and gave his son from Japan a free education. You know, there's streets in Israel. Now, today in Japan, he's a hero. The Japanese made a movie about him. But you got to understand, at the time, they fired the guy. He led a very, very terrible life because he's a pariah, a man who was fired because he disobeyed orders of the government. In Japan, orders is everything. But there are thousands and thousands of Jews alive who are the grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren of Sugihara's Jews who he gave transit visas to. These were Polish Jews fleeing the Germans. And the most famous that everyone knows about is the Mir Yeshiva. But all of those who were so against doing this, if you and I were living then, we would have been against doing this. This was crazy. Okay, so you're going to get a transit visa, okay? And then you're going to get on the train, and the Russians are going to ask you, and you're going to say you're not a communist. So they're going to take you to Siberia, you're going to freeze to death. And let's say you make it. You don't have a visa to go anywhere. You don't have a visa to get into a country. Let's say you make it to Japan. Japan are allies of Hitler. So they're going to incarcerate you or kill you there. Are you crazy, Bisma Sugar? But it worked. It worked. And these Jews survived. Sorry, I lost it. What page is that in the? Here it is, page 627. He'evidum bi'inuyim kashim. They worked us to death. They afflicted us to death. V'haragum biyad ramah. Dimei yiladim rakim tzolkim elecha min ha'adama. The blood of the children, and we explained why the goal was to murder the children. Those 1.5 million Jewish children, those 1.5 million Jewish children is crying out to you from the ground. Nekom nikmas tafen ashim. Take vengeance against those who perpetrated this, who murdered innocent women and children. Lo sechaya kol neshama. For the sake of justice, don't allow any of these perpetrators to live. Al sreifas alfei midrashos of batei kinesios. Thousands upon thousands of batei midrashos, of shuls, of shtibels. Rivivos sifrei Torah. Tens of thousands of sifrei Torah. Vilomdeha. And Jews from all countries in Europe who learned it. Nikonein b'she'iyos. Shulchul va'esh mikdashei kel. They burnt, we talked about what happened in November of 1938. Over 1,200 shuls were burnt to the ground. By the way, when they came into Riga, Latvia, the main shul in Riga, Friday night, they gathered the Jews in there, they barricaded the building, and they burnt those Jews to death. They burnt the shul down. And any Jew who tried to jump out of the raging fire, they had gunmen, SS and the Latvian nationals. And they shot any Jew who tried to escape the flames of the burning building. Hitzisu ve'einenu tzafios. In our eyes, we can never get that indelible impression out of our eyes. We witness this. Yishalem ha'ma'aviras ha'be'era. Please pay those who, give them compensation for their evil, those who burnt us. Yadin bagoyim malei gvios. Judge them. Za'aku shamayim v'adama al afe ayaros mivtzarei Torah. How many thousands of cities, when you go to Yad Vashem, there is an area known as the Valley of the Communities. I don't know if we'll have time later in the afternoon, but if we have time to read the 10th Kinnah, it goes through all the communities, the Tchaf Daled Mishmaros HaKahuna, the 24 communities, and each week one of them would represent Klal Yisrael, doing the Avoda, going to Yerushalayim, learning from the Sanhedrin, learning from the Kohanim, representing Klal Yisrael as the Baal HaKorban and the Korban Tamid Shel Shachar and the Korban Tamid Shel Bein Harbayim and the Musaf on Shabbos. So you have that in Yad Vashem. The Valley of the Communities is this. It's a maze. The purpose of the maze, it's talking, the limestone walls of the mountains of Yerushalayim, is to get lost. What's the maze? This area here is Western Galicia. And there are hundreds. In all, I think there are about over 5,000 towns, cities, and villages. But there are hundreds, the big cities like Krakow or Tarnov, so that's big inscribed into the limestone mountain. Middle-sized cities, that's in middle-sized inscription. The Städtlach, the dwarfs, the little villages, that's in small inscription. And then there's another area where you get lost in the maze. This is German Jewry. And this area is Eastern Galicia, which today is the Ukraine. In this area is Lita, the Lithuanian communities. And you see Panovich, and you see Kelm, and you see Kovna, and you see Shavel, and you see Vilna, and you see the suburbs of Vilna, and you see all these cities. And then you go into Belarus, in Volozhin, and Radin, and all of the cities, in Pinsk, in Minsk, in Brisk. And then there's Hungary. And then there's another area you get lost, the Carpathian Mountains. In another area is Slovakia. In another area is Poland proper. And you have the big cities like Warsaw, and Lublin, and Lodz. And then you have the smaller cities. And you realize each of these cities that he's describing, Alfei Ayaros, thousands of cities, you realize the following. They all had special tunes. I'll give you an example. If you ever go to Breuers, which is the remnant of Frankfurt am Main, Germany, they have a different tune, a different nigun for the Shir Hamalos, depending if it's a Shabbos, Parsha Zachor, if it's a Shavuos, if it's Shmini Atzeres, if it's Simchas Torah. For the Chatzi Kaddish, they have a special tune that represents each day. There was a man, Mr. Weiss. He made a recording of all the different tunes of the different Shir Maloses, the different Chatzi Kaddishes. What about how they cooked? Special foods for Shavuos. I'll give you an example. The German Jews. Anyone who's able to keep the Sfiras HaOmer, doesn't forget and keeps, they get a special, your own cheesecake baked for you for Shavuos. Okay? Different foods. The German Jews, they don't have cholent. Gesetzte soup, it's a different ingredient. That's a staple of the Shabbos table. The Polish make this kind of a cholent. This one makes this kind of a sweet gefilte fish, a dry gefilte fish, based if you're a Galiciana, if you're a Litvak. But it's more than that. How did they teach their children? What special approaches did they have towards education? This town had this gadol. This town had this Hasidic Rebbe. This town had this great cheder, great yeshiva, great institution. In this town they learned this sefer. In this town, they mastered that sefer. Every one of these communities had a personality. Every one of these communities had something special. The tapestry that made up the Masorah, with its richness, its nuance, all gone. No. Art Scroll is maybe the greatest treasure we have in terms of the modern period of Orthodox Jewry, what it's accomplished. And I want to make this very clear. I'm a huge chassid of what they have done for Klal Yisrael, both the Hebrew language and the English language. But one of the tragedies in our world is what I call the Art Scroll Siddur. God forbid, not because they didn't do a wonderful job. They did a wonderful job. You and I are not from the same place. You and I don't have the same nusach. You and I don't have the same minhagim. We all daven. So what's great about an Art Scroll Siddur is no matter where we go, you feel comfortable with that siddur. We all know the page. We all know the script. And it helps your davening. That's the greatness. The sadness is, we've all thrown away our Masorah. Some of you are from Frankfurt. Some of you are Hamburg. Some of you are from Western Galicia. And even within Western Galicia, they were different. Some of you are this part of Lita, that part of Lita. Some of you are from Poland proper. Some of you are Ger. Some of you are Alexander. In that unique, distinct Masorah, the tapestry, the 31 flavors was much more than 31 flavors that make up our world is gone. That's part of what we've lost. We've lost that. That's a tragedy. And that's what he's describing. The Babava. Artzos Europa ukihiloseha, the lands of Europe and its many, many communities. Nochaleu Makaimi Masorah. They're the ones who inherited, and then they transmitted that Masorah. And by the way, they were Moser Nefesh. Any of you who are familiar with Reb Nosson Kamenetsky's work, he just was Nifter this year, Zichrono Livracha, the making of a Gadol. Do you know what the major takeaway of that Sefer is? The Mesiris Nefesh they had just to fight socialism and communism. You got to understand, for the Jews living in what used to be communist Russia, the Mashiach was socialism. The Mashiach was Karl Marx and communism. Because you know why? Think about the pogroms that they had lived under. Think about the hate they had lived under. Think about the anti-Semitism, the religious anti-Semitism, the way they were treated. What jobs they could or couldn't do. Come socialism, everyone is equal. We don't discriminate based upon your religion. We don't discriminate based upon the color of your skin. We don't discriminate based upon where you're from. We don't discriminate based upon your last name. For the first time in their history, Jews will have the same chance as Gentiles. The Yetzer Hara for that. Now, you see, you have to understand, you and I, we're products of what happened to Russia and what happened to the former Soviet Union. So we look back on it, and it's obvious. We have 20/20 hindsight. It turned out to be an anti-Semitic movement. It turned out to be a movement that destroyed its population. It turned out to be a movement that had a dysfunctional economy. It was bankrupt. It was corrupt. You and I have 20/20 hindsight. If you're living under the anti-Semitism of the Tsar, nisht azoi poshut. It's not so simple. And the Yetzer Hara they were tripping over themselves for this. Those young men, a young Rav Aaron Kotler, a young Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky, a young Rav Hutner, those men who were the brightest, who were trying to be, others are trying to seduce them into this, who maintained the Masorah in the midst of this, who doubled down and wanted to learn the Masorah, and then made a lifestyle where they committed themselves to teaching that Masorah. These are the Nochale Umikaime Masorah. And they're all wiped out. Very few survived. Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky used to say, we say in Shema Kolenu, Uskabel berachimim uveratzon est tfilaseinu. Not only Hashem should please employ the midas harachamim, enable us to have this so we can improve ourselves, but it should be beritzoi, with your ratzon. What does that mean? What does it mean, your ratzon? The Rav, Rabbi Yasha Ber, used to say this all the time. He said it about himself. Rabbi Yaakov said this about himself. They davened they would never have to leave Europe. As poor as they were in Europe, you had Balei HaMasorah. You had Torah communities. America, the Am Haratzis, the ignorance in America was unfathomable. There's a famous quote after the war. A young man went into one of these Sfarim stores on the Lower East Side. And the Sfarim store made their money from selling, Kiddush wine and selling Judaica, in selling to the Talmud Torahs from the conservative and reform congregations, the Hebrew Machberet, where the kids would learn how to write the Aleph Beis. That's where they made their money from. Guy walks in, he wants to buy a Kitzos HaChoshen. For those who don't know the Kitzos HaChoshen, it is the work. It was written by a Rabbi Aryeh Heller. He lived in Galicia. He was one of the Gedolei Ador, and it's an analysis of all financial issues. It is the classic analysis of financial issues in Jewish law that's used ad hayom hazeh. So the guy wanted to buy a Kitzos. The owner of the bookstore, the Mocher Sofrim, he wasn't selling Svarim, he was selling Judaica. He goes to the back, He blows the dust off, waves it. He says, here, he gives it to him at a bargain price. He says, this will be the last Kitsos HaChoshen that's ever sold in the United States. That's what he said to him. The miracle of our world? There are more people learning the Kitsos in America. In Lakewood, New Jersey, there are more people learning the Kitsos than there were at any time in history. And no one could have dreamed such a thing. No one in their wildest hallucination could imagine such a thing. But it was these young men who didn't want to come to America to the Treifa Medina. Rabbi Yaakov was passed over, and multiple times he applied for the rabbinate, for Stellers in Belarus and Lithuania, and he didn't get the job. He lost out to men who were not his equal. He had no choice. He had to come to America. He came through Seattle. He was in Toronto. He worked in, he was a Rebbe. He was a Rosh Hashiva in Torah V'das. He used to say, I thank the Ribono Shel Olam that he never answered, that he said no to my prayer. Uskabel barachamim uveratzon. It has to be acceptable to the Ribono Shel Olam. You know what happened to every Rav that got those Stellers, that became the rabbis in those places that I applied time and time again, I applied for? Every one of them was murdered in 1941. When the Germans broke the pact with Stalin, Operation Barbarossa, they were the first ones killed in their town. And I survived, and I had a hand in the rebuilding of Klal Yisrael. Uskabel barachimim uveratzon es tefilasenu. It should be acceptable to God, not just to me. Tzadikim, zakenim, v'chasidim, devekei amuna tahora, miyom galinu me'artzeinu lohaya kazeh kilyon nora. From the inception of our history, from the time we were exiled from the land of Israel, and we've been to many countries in our exile, there was never anything like this. Never. Rachem al she'ei riseinu. Please, Ribono Shel Olam, have rachmanas on the remnant. Habeitna mishamayim. Look down from heaven. Lamachanos hakadoshim. Pi eser kiyotze Mitzrayim. How many were Yotze Mitzrayim? 600,000. What's Pi eser? 6 million. Komeim beis kochenu, please Hashem, return us to a state where we have hashras hashchina, v'nachamenu bekiflayim, and comfort and console us double. Nachamu almi, nachamenu bekiflayim. After what we've suffered, no one has suffered in history. Romimenu, please exalt us, lift us up, Avienu l'Tzion v'Yerushalayim, and bring us back. Bring us back not only to Israel, where thank God we have returned, but rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. Reinstate that providential state of Hashras Hashchina. Remove the Siluk Hashchina. That is the state that we have lived under since the time that Titus came into the Kodesh Kodashim, that fateful afternoon of the 9th of Av in the year 70. Bring us back to Zion. Once we discuss the kinna of the Baba Rebbe, I'm going to now go on a digression for a while, and we're going to return to the kinnos. But I want to speak to you about the Churban Acharon, and particularly through the man who perpetrated the Churban Acharon. And his story, and the story of his capture, more importantly, the story of his trial, it changed Jewish history irrevocably. Now, that's a mouthful, what I just said. It changed Jewish history irrevocably. Changed us. I'll get to that, but I want to start at the beginning. World War II, tragically, we were condemned to World War II by Versailles, the Versailles Treaty at the end of World War I. What the French and what the Germans did, and that brought about the death of Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson fought this, but they said to him, listen, we needed you, America, and you were very helpful to us, but you came in at the very end of the war, okay? The war was not fought on your territory. And yes, you lost men. but not anywhere near what we lost. What's happened to France, what's happened to England, there's no way that we'll overcome this. It'll traumatize us for decades upon decades. And they didn't listen to Wilson. And they emasculated Germany after World War I. The cost of the reparations that they imposed on Germany. They took the Alsace-Lorraine. They carved up area that Germans felt was theirs. They took away Schleswig, Silesia, because they created this new entity called Poland. Poland hadn't existed since the 1770s. And had been carved up by Tsarist Russia, by the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and by Prussia, which is Germany. And now they gave Schleswig to the Poles. They gave the Sudetenland to Czechoslovakia. They created a new country that had initially been either part of Germany or part of Austria, and they created Czechoslovakia. And the German mentality, and this has to be understood, and I can't emphasize this enough. Deutschland, Deutschland, Iber is like with the umlaut over the U. Über alles. Germany, Germany, above and beyond everything. That was not a slogan. They believed it. The sense of Germans being Übermenschen, superior human beings. And it was the science of the times. They're Untermenschen and Übermenschen. And Germans were superior human beings. And what happened? There's no way that the superior could have lost this. They had to find the blame on someone, something, because it just can't happen. And their pride was so damaged and so hurt that there was going to be nekama. There was going to be pay and there was going to be vengeance. What was established after the war? Weimar, a democracy. Democracies, and this is something that we have to be aware of. We, as Americans, were taught something that's just not true. It's just not factual. Americans are raised that democracy is the greatest form of government. Correct? We've all been taught that. It's the best form of government. That might be true when things are very good. And that is also true when things are okay. Democracy is the worst form of government in a period of crisis, in a period of dysfunction. It's the worst form of government. Take America as example. Had America not had a benevolent dictator by the name of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, this country would have gone fascist or this country would have gone communist. There were very, very powerful communist and fascist forces here. And it was a dictator that saved this country by violating all rules of democracy. After the fact, the judiciary said that half the things Roosevelt did were unconstitutional, were a violation of the boundaries of checks and balances, of the democracy that the fathers of the Constitution created. Well, Germany, unlike America, which is at least a republic, Germany was a complete democracy. And it was the most dysfunctional government you could imagine. First and foremost, you had hyperinflation together with terrible unemployment. You have no reason to keep money in the bank. If you have, for argument's sake, 10,000 Deutsche Mark in the bank today, well, next week in real dollars, that Deutsche Mark is worth about 4,000. In 2 weeks from now, it's worth about 1,000. So people are not going to save. Okay? All these World War I veterans who risked their lives for Deutschland, now they come back, they're unemployed. Terrible unemployment throughout Germany. So you have hyperinflation, you have terrible unemployment, and you have a government that can't function. Germany would have gone either communist or some other form of fascism. Had Hitler not taken over, it wouldn't have remained a democracy. No way, no how. It would have gone a different form of fascism, or it would have gone and become a communist country. There were major communist forces there. many Germans who didn't subscribe to National Socialism, they tolerated Hitler. I mean, that's the corruption. That's an evil there. You know what? This guy is saying what we all think. He's standing up for German pride. And look at this. We have all these foreigners here, all these, what we refer to as Ostjuden, Jews from the East. They came here. They have jobs. They're taking our jobs because they'll work for less. They dress funny. They speak funny. They don't shower and bathe. They smell funny. Who are these people that come in here? These Untermenschen. And it wasn't just them. It was many others as well. And what about German pride? And who are the French and the British to tell us we can't manufacture ships, battleships, and we can't manufacture submarines, and we can't manufacture armaments and aircraft? Who are they to tell us what to do? And Hitler's the only one who's standing up saying it. Everyone's thinking it. This man represents us. All right, he's a little gone too far, but he's right. Look at these Jews. They come and they take our money. Now you have to understand, there weren't a lot of Jews in Germany. Germany had, let's say, 65 million people. You know how many Jews there were? 550,000. That's it. Very small percentage of Jews in the country. Smaller percentage of Jews in Germany than Jews in America. But they were, and that's the case with Jews. They're never satisfied. They work, they strive. The parents are pushing the kids to accomplish. So 170,000 of the 550,000 lived in Berlin. Most of the Jews were living in the cities, in Frankfurt, and Hamburg, and München. So on the one hand, most Germans never even knew, or some of them never even saw a Jew. But if you were in the heart of the cities, they were apparent. Many of the famous department stores that you shopped in were Jewish. Many bankers were Jewish, so in the banking industry. Many famous academicians and professors were Jewish. Many authors were Jewish. Many composers were Jewish. So why are the Jews taking over our retail? Why are the Jews taking over our banks? Are they the ones who are doing this to our money? Are they the ones who are doing this to our life savings? And when National Socialism takes the government over, the first thing they do is the very democracy that they were able to get in on, because they never had a majority, but they were able to get in and create with Hindenburg a plurality. What do? They destroy the Reichstag. They blow it up. So you destroy the very source of the democracy that gave you the power. What legislation did they do in 1935? The famous Nuremberg laws. They strip every Jew of citizenship. Germany, of all places, that after France had led the path, had paved the way for Jews to have equality, something that Jews never had in Europe. We had just become citizens 70 years ago, 80 years ago. And now what? They wrench citizenship from us. And they set up the laws, the Nuremberg laws. They prohibit marrying a Jew. They prohibit dating a Jew. They set up as pariahs and they castigate those Lutherans who had married Jews. They give the status of half-breeds, of those who are half-Jews, Mischlings, quarter Jews, who have one Jewish grandparent. And once you've ripped them of citizenship, now comes hundreds and hundreds of decrees. You can't use a Jewish doctor. You can't use a Jewish lawyer. No Jew is allowed to attend originally it was Jews can only attend university according to the percentage of the population. They can only attend high school according to the percentage of the population. They're 1.5% of the population. It was less than that, I'm sorry, but whatever the percentage was, That's what percentage of the total students in high school and in college can be. They fire all Jews from faculty of universities. You have book burnings. The book burnings are primarily Jewish authors. No Jew can work as a civil servant. And it gets worse and worse and worse. Eventually, all Jews are banned from public schools, not just high schools, but eventually from elementary schools. Now, the 550,000, half of them flee. Where do they flee? Whoever can get into Britain, which is not easy, gets into Britain. Whoever can get into America, which is even more difficult, gets to America. Where do most of them go? The Netherlands, to Holland. The problem with going to the Netherlands, to Holland, is, nobody knew this, but Germany was going to conquer it in 1940. And most of those who were killed in the Netherlands in 42 and in 43 were German Jews. The most famous of them is Anne Frank. Otto Frank moved his family from Germany to Amsterdam. And in the end, they were caught. Someone ratted them out. She dies, starves to death, and dies of disease in Bergen-Belsen. Who's Adolf Eichmann? Very much like Hitler. He's from the city of Linz, Austria. He's not a man who ever accomplished a whole lot in his life. There was nothing great or spectacular about him. But he comes to the Nazi Party early. And the ones, I give you an analogy. How did Senator Jeff Sessions of Alabama become the Attorney General? He was the very first senator that came out publicly to support Donald Trump's nominee to be the president. He was on the bandwagon early, and he was rewarded for that. Eichmann is one of those Nazis you can trust. He's not a fair weather friend or a Johnny-come-lately. He was on early. And he's, by the way, he's a fellow Austrian from Linz. You know, he's not a German. He was an Austrian who became a Nazi early. That's a big deal. In the Anschluss in March of 1938, when the Germans go into Austria, he, under Heinrich Himmler, and let me just give you a sense. Hitler's at the top. Himmler, who was a brilliant strategist, what Himmler did was he was able to get the trust of Hitler that he controlled all the personal armies, the SA, the SS, the Gestapo, which is the secret police. The SS are the most loyal Nazis. They're the ones who take a personal oath of loyalty to the Fuhrer himself. Every one of them has his blood type tattooed on him. You know why they tattooed their blood type on their arm? Because there was a whole inspection done on anyone who applied to be in the SS. They went and checked the church records. You had to be a purebred. You had to have complete Aryan blood to be in the SS. So if one of them would get hurt or wounded, you had to know what the blood type was, and it could only come from another person who was a purebred, who was a pure Aryan. Himmler controlled all of this. The head of the chief man working under Himmler, implementing these things, is Reinhard Heydrich. Adolf Eichmann, working under Heydrich, he accomplishes more in 2 months in Vienna, because most Austrian Jews live in Vienna. A lot of these Viennese Jews are immigrants from World War I. Romanian Jews and others who fled because of World War I and settled in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which Vienna was the capital of. What does he do? And a lot of these Viennese are very secular. You know, they're Jews in name only. He's got them out on the sidewalks. They take feces and they throw the feces all over the sidewalks. Jews, get on your hands and knees and scrub! And they give them toothbrushes. Get on your hands and knees and scrub. I better be able to eat off that surface. And hours they're scrubbing. You've all seen the pictures of that. And then after it's clean, they take more feces and throw it on there. Scrub again. Get it cleaner this time. They humiliate the Viennese Jews, which destroys, it breaks these Jews who are so secular, who are so part of Austrian culture and Viennese culture. It drives them. Many of them just flee. Eichmann has accomplished more in 2 months in Vienna than we've accomplished in 5 years in all of Germany. They appoint him the head of Division 4B4. What's Division 4B4? The man that's going to deal with European Jewry. He's going to be the one who oversees the Jewish problem. So the flow chart: Himmler, who controls all of these secret police and Gestapo in the private armies that are loyal to Hitler, Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the Gestapo, and Adolf Eichmann. So that's the chain. Now, because we don't have all day to deal with this, I'm skipping a little bit. Hitler has totally made a fool of Chamberlain. And to the defense of Neville Chamberlain, he was a hero. The British praised and lauded him when he came back. Peace in our time, peace for our time. They made him into a hero. The most hated man in all of Britain was Winston Churchill. He got up in the parliament and he says, we'd say in Yiddish, "Bist meshuggah?" He says, "You fool." He says, "You had two choices. You could have stood up to the Fuhrer. You chose appeasement and capitulation. Not only did you sell your soul, you sold the Sudetenland and the Czechs down the river. You chose appeasement, you will have war." And he was booed, and he was hated. They called him the dirtiest thing you could call a Brit. They called Churchill a warmonger. You haven't seen enough of our men, our boys come back in body bags? We don't have enough bereaved mothers. We don't have enough widows who will never be remarried. We don't have enough orphans. You want more? The French premier was not as big a fool as Chamberlain. He came back also to literally parades, cheering crowds, because the British and the French were so war-weary. They were so hurt and tarnished from World War I, they wanted anything but war. You know what he said to his assistant as he's in the motorcade, he's in the limousine? He says, "Look at these fools. Look at these idiots." Meaning the people are cheering, "We're not going to have war, we've got an appeasement, we've got an accommodation with the Fuhrer." Hitler knew this. He got bloodless. He got the Sudetenland. And understand this. He's cheating everyone. He's not paying the reparations. He's cheating on the aircraft. He's cheating on the submarines. He's cheating on the ships. And the French and the British and the Americans also, nobody wanted war. They were also war-weary from World War I. They let him do it. And the more he cheats, and the more he gets away with, he keeps getting away with more and more. But he knows that the French and the British signed an agreement with the Poles that if he attacks Poland, they'll go to war. They don't want to, but they have no choice. They have a pact. So what does he do? I mean, at least they had the conviction to stick to their red lines. It's not what in modern times, I mean, that tragedy, unfortunately, is brought upon us, Iran at the Israel's northern border. It's brought upon us, millions of dead Syrians. It's brought upon us tens of millions of refugees. But the fools that they were, had they stood up to Hitler in 35 and 36 when he was cheating all along, they would have never had the problem of a war that cost humanity 58 million lives. I repeat, 58 million people died on the Atlantic and the Pacific front of that war. So what happened? The most anti-communist man on earth, Adolf Hitler, he cuts a deal with the devil. He goes to Stalin, done very quietly. It's known as the von Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. If you're a Russian, the Molotov-von Ribbentrop Pact. What was that? Joachim von Ribbentrop is the foreign minister of Deutschland, of Germany. He's Hitler's foreign minister. Molotov, as in the Molotov cocktail, he represents Stalin. And Hitler knows, I can't win a war on two fronts. If I attack Poland, the French and Germans are coming from the west flank. I'm going to have a war with the Russians. So he does this. He says, look, let's do the deal. You need, because remember, the communists, the reason they were able to take over is they got Russia out of World War I. The only way they could get Russia out of World War I is they sacrificed the Ukraine, which was their whole access to the Black Sea. They sacrificed the Baltics, which was their whole access to the Baltic Sea. You can't be a major power if you don't have access to international waters and international trade. So from 1918, from the time they gave up the Baltics and the Ukraine, they're figuring out a way how to get it back. So here's the deal of the von Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Russia will take the easternmost part of Poland, they'll take the Baltics, they'll take the Ukraine, and Germany will take the large majority, 85, 90% of Poland. I think it was past the Bug River. Perfect. It's a win-win. And they do that. September 1st, 1939, they come in. And just to give you an example, the Polish army was so defeated and humiliated, it took the Germans longer to stop the Warsaw Ghetto Revolt, which was a couple of hundred Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto, than it did to conquer all of Poland. It was a joke, made a mockery of the Poles. Now Germany has more money and more land and more assets to fund its operations. You steal other people's properties, that gives you the resources to fund what you're doing, to fund the war, to fund everything. You have slave labor now. Now the Holocaust, we always say it starts September 1st, 1939. It's not really true. Yes and no. Between September 1st, 1939 and June 22nd, 1941, 22,500 Polish Jews die. That's horrific. 22,500 is a massive number. Most of them, by the way, were not shot by Germans. Most of them die of starvation or lack of medical treatment, malnutrition. That's not a Holocaust. That's horrific, but it's not a Holocaust. When technically does the Holocaust start? Operation Barbarossa. Hitler amasses 2 million troops on the Polish-Russian border, the German-Russian border, that part of Poland. And the British, Churchill reaches out to Stalin and says, listen, what was the name of that Invictus, where they broke the codes? What was that called? The guy Thuman, I think his name was. He broke the German code. What? Yeah, Turin, that was it. Turin was his name. Was it called Ultra? Was that the code? So they found the codes. Turin was the fella. Alan Turin. And they told Stalin, he's coming. He's going to break the pact. Stalin, this is the one case he was duped. Stalin, in the end, had every intention to break the pact himself. He denied the information that he was being fed, the troop buildup. He didn't believe the British. And the Germans broke through. Operation Barbarossa. They take over the Ukraine, they take over White Russia, they take over the Baltics like that. Like that. Caught the Russians totally asleep. Immediately following the Wehrmacht is the German army, comes the SS. Einsatzgruppen A is Estonia and Latvia. Einsatzgruppen B is Lithuania. Einsatzgruppen C is White Russia and northern Ukraine. Einsatzgruppen D is central and southern Ukraine. These are murder squads. These are Hitler's most loyal soldiers. These are the ones who are going to do his bidding. Eichmann, who's responsible for the Jewish problem, he's a strategist. He sets them up. Now, there have been ghettos created throughout Poland. So immediately in the Baltics, White Russia and Ukraine, they create ghettos. They round Jews up. And then they set up areas. They replaced the communist socialist leadership of these places with pro-German fascists as mayors, as chief of police in every town, city, and village. What do? They get locals who dig mass graves. Town by town, village by village, city by city. They march out the Jews. Jews have no idea what's coming. They march them out to these mass graves and they shoot them, murder them. SS murderers. The famous ones you know. The capital of the Ukraine, Kiev. The 2 days Rosh Hashanah 1941, 33,400 Jews in honor of Rosh Hashanah, the new year, were taken out to a ravine by the name of Babi Yar and were murdered, gunned down in Babi Yar. Vilna, Yerushalayim Delita. There is a place that people used to go to vacation. Like, I'll give you an example. People leave New York in the summer, they go to the Hamptons, or they go to the Jersey Shore, or they go up to Connecticut on the Sound. So there's a place where people from Vilna would go to vacation. It was called Panari Forest. When the Russians controlled Lithuania, they had dug these massive underground pits to store petroleum pits. In those pits, 90,000 people are murdered. 70,000 of them are the Jews of Vilna and the multiple suburbs and towns in the Vilna area. They're taken out. There was a young woman. The SS, the bullet hit her in the arm and she went in. She was, killed a little bit later in the day. And then they would cover over the graves at night and go back and have a dinner and drink and monkey around with the women and then get up the next morning and kill more Jews. So she crawls out of a couple layers of bodies above her because she was one of the last group that was shot and killed. She was only hit in the arm. And she comes back to Vilna. And most of the people don't believe her. They think she's crazy. She's making it up. There's a small group. Most people tell her, shut up. Shut up. You're making us all crazy. You're creating hysteria. And if you don't, we'll lock you up in an asylum, they say to her. There's a small group of youth that believe her. They had these various Jewish youth groups, Zionist youth groups in Vilna. And the famous message that's sent out by a member of, they started a revolt. They started a Jewish group that was going to stand up to the Germans. You ever hear of the name Abba Kovner? Abba Kovner is a young man at the time. The head of the revolt, of the Vilna ghetto uprising, is actually killed. And Abba Kovner is the one who takes over the leadership of the Vilna ghetto uprising. And there's a certain point where they actually escape Vilna and they go into the forest. He survived the war. He is the one who sent messages. They couldn't send male messengers because they had a bris milah. They'd be caught. They would have Jewish girls that didn't look Jewish. They would get them fake passports, fake identities, and they would be sent. And they're the ones who sent word to Poland about what's happening in Vilna. It's the famous letter of Abba Kovner. Katzon latevach Yuval. We are being led like sheep to the slaughter. That phrase, we're being led like sheep to the slaughter, was description of what was happening to Vilna Jewry, being told that they're being, repositioned in the east. and that they would be in work communities when they would be taken out to Panari, being gunned down by the Einsatzgruppen of the SS. In Riga, Latvian Jewry, 25,000 were taken. It's a 6-kilometer trip straight out of the city to the Romulus forest. In Romula forest, 25,000 Latvians were killed. Those are the famous ones. You're familiar with what happened in Minsk. But there's a man, and if you want, I interviewed him. There's a YouTube of my interview with him. And I asked him a lot of these questions. His name is Father Patrick Dubois. He is a French Catholic priest, an Ohev Yisrael from long before he started this. What led him on his journey is his grandfather was a French prisoner of war. And they went through some very terrible things from the Germans, but there were certain things he couldn't describe. He could never talk to about his family that he had seen. He just mentioned places. So the grandson, who's a priest, wants to know what is it exactly that his grandfather went through. And he discovered it was the slaughter of the Jews of that town. He always mentioned the place but wouldn't say more. He spent 18 years of his life. Right now, most of his time is actually spent in Iraq. He's doing what he did for the Jewish people. He's doing that to get a history and to demarcate the mass graves of what the Islamic State, Daesh, did to the Yazidis, to other Sunnis, to the Shia throughout Iraq and Syria. That's where he is now. But what did he do for 18 years? Primarily in the Ukraine, but as well in Lithuania and in White Russia and Belarus. He comes wearing the cloth. He had Jews with him, but they didn't say they were Jewish. These are people they were presumed to all be Christians. And he would ask the local priests. So in Lithuania, they're Catholic. In the Ukraine, they're Eastern Orthodox. And he would ask, could he speak to the elderly in the community? People would live there their whole life. And these are little towns. Some of them are bigger towns. And he would interview them. And he would ask for permission. It's not going to be held against you, but every interview is it's videotaped. It's recorded. And they would describe what happened when they were children. In some towns, they would give them off from school, and they got to watch the Jews being murdered. And he would ask them basic questions. Who dug the graves? Who did the killing? Who cooked for the murderers? Who covered up the graves? What happened to the Jewish assets? He wrote a book. He wrote two. I would ask you to read the second one because I think it's much more all-inclusive. It's called In Broad Daylight. We assumed, because no one survived these things, we assumed that in the Baltics and White Russia, Litvisha Jewry, which is the Baltics and White Russia, and in the Ukraine, which is Eastern Galicia, 1.2, 1.3 million were killed. He says, and he's got all the demarcations of the graves, and they did the geothermal testing. They would not open up the graves because the fear is the locals will come and look for golden teeth and things like that. But he's got all of the locations marked for us. You're probably looking at a lot closer to 1.8 million. So the term we use, 6 million, he thinks it's 6.5 million. Just upon those who were murdered by the Einsatzgruppen. There's one challenge, though. The best Nazis, the most loyal Nazis, are going crazy. They're becoming alcoholics. When they go on a furlough to their wife and children, they're not functioning normal. Nebuch, our most loyal Nazis, it's getting to them. We have a record of Hitler's speeches to them. of Heinrich Himmler speaking to them. I know this is difficult, But this is the most important. This is the language he used. You are using them, doing the most holiest work for the Reich. This is the real war. To eradicate the cancer, to annihilate the Jews from the continent. History will judge you as the greatest and the bravest. It's not easy killing women and children, but what you're doing is holy work. He couldn't himself stand to watch it. But these guys are going crazy. They're not functional husbands or fathers. Hold that thought. Something else. The largest block of European Jewry is Polish Jewry. 3.3 million. And how are we going to take them out? So they had a conference. You're all familiar with the name, Wannsee. January 20th, 1942. What was Wannsee? And people don't understand this. This is very important. By the way, who ran Wannsee? Two men. Reinhard Heydrich and Adolf Eichmann. One set of notes of Wannsee was not destroyed. That's how we know everything. Eichmann is the man who created the notes. Wannsee was coming, a command from the Fuhrer. It was run by Heydrich and it was run by Eichmann. They had every branch of government, every branch of the German government there. And they brought, his name is not Franz Stangl, I think his name was Joseph Lange, Lange, that was his name. He was the head of the SS, that was responsible for the annihilation of Latvian Jewry. And they wiped out everybody. In Riga, the Vinsk, remember the Meshech Chochmah, the Rogachover, the Dagvespil is how you say it in Latvian. They're all wiped out. Nobody survived Latvia. A handful of Latvian survivors. So he came and he described what's happening to the SS. We had Waffen-SS, we had all kinds of Latvian nationalists. You want to vomit? Every spring, I think it's March 16th, there's a parade down through downtown Riga. These guys are in their 90s and they get dressed up in their uniforms. There's a big parade and everybody cheers them on. These were not just people who fought the communists. These are the scum who murdered our parents, who murdered our grandparents, who murdered our great-grandparents, and who murdered our siblings. The whole issue, they shut down the shul, the choral synagogue in Vilna, because the mayor is a decent man, and he started taking down street signs, and he started taking down placards of these Lithuanian nationalists who murdered our parents and grandparents. And it caused such a backlash. There's almost no Jews in Vilna. They went after the Jewish community. So the government, who desperately wants relations with Israel, desperately wants relations with America, needs America and Israel's support because they're scared to death that Putin is going to do to them what he did to the eastern part of the Ukraine. So they have the Lithuanian military. They reopened the synagogue this past Shabbos, the choral synagogue. They reopened the Jewish Community Center in Vilna with all kinds of government protection. Because the Jews were afraid to have the shul open because of the threats, the death threats they were getting. Why the death threats? Because the Lithuanian nationalists and the Latvian nationalists, they did the killing together with the SS. So what's Wannsee? Wannsee is twofold. Number one, to save the SS, because we're losing to lunacy, to craziness, our best soldiers. You know what we have to do? Instead of taking the killers to the victims, we're going to bring the victims to their death. And they'd experimented already in what they called in German Kulmhof. Kulmhof is what in Polish is known as Chelmno, with the vans. These trucks, they called them gas vans. They were diesel trucks where they piped the carbon monoxide exhaust and they choked the Jews to death. And then they buried them in fields. We have a company that's building us building us gas chambers. And there's going to be 3 locations which will annihilate the Jewry. Belgians. Because of railway, we can get it from Eastern and from Western Galicia. We can take the Jews from the Krakow ghetto. We can take the Jews from Central Galicia, from the Tarnow ghetto. We can take the Jews from Janowska and from Lvov. And we can take the Jews from Stanislav in all these different areas. And by rail, we'll take them to this little fallen place that nobody knows called Belzec. And we'll annihilate them there. What about Poland proper? Galicia is southern Poland. Treblinka. 892,000 Jews were gassed to death in Treblinka. We can take them from the Warsaw Ghetto, Umschlagsplatz. By rail, go straight to Treblinka. We can take them from Bialystok to Treblinka. We can take them from all of these towns. Czestochowa, we can take them. We can ship them there. That's where they annihilated Polish Jewry. And Sobibor. So again, I told you last year I said Belzec was 452,000. I was corrected by the historians in Yad Vashem. They believe it's around 600,000. Treblinka is 892,000. Sobibor was 250,000. Sobibor had a small percentage of Dutch Jews that were taken there. They were deported from a transit camp called Westerbork in Holland. They took them from Amsterdam, from Rotterdam, from The Hague. They took them to Westerbork and deported them to Sobibor on Tuesday and then to Auschwitz on Thursday. So you have the 3 camps. Now understand this. In May, 4 months later, Reinhard Heydrich is assassinated by Czech partisans in Prague. So now you've got Hitler, Himmler, Eichmann. They renamed this project Operation Reinhard. Lezecher Nishmas, Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the Gestapo. What's the purpose of the conference? This is not a conference that we're going to have a discussion, a dialogue with each other. The purpose of this conference, it's a statement. It's an order. It's a fiat. Every branch of government, you defer to the SS. You defer by the Führer's orders to Himmler, which is to us, to Reinhard Heydrich and to Adolf Eichmann. Why? Because the primary war, the first and foremost, the war we are fighting is the annihilation and genocide of the Jewish people on the continent. Now, I have copies of the maps from the conference. They show a map of Europe. There are 16.5 million Jews in actually there are less because a lot of them have been murdered already, but let's say 1939 there were 16.5 million Jews. 11.5 million over the area that will ultimately be part of the Third Reich. What does that include? England, Scotland, Ireland, Spain. It even included parts of the Ottoman Empire, northern Turkey. 11.5 million. And they're so smart. They have numbers. They have very good, accurate numbers broken down by country. And in order to do this, which is the primary war, everything defers to the SS. Hold that thought. We're going to come back to that in a few minutes. From the time of this conference, January 20th, in the next 18 months, they will have accomplished the murder and annihilation of 2/3 of all the victims of the Holocaust. Belzec, I mentioned, opened March 1942. By the summer of 43, there were no Jews left in Galicia. The revolt in Treblinka, I think, if I'm correct, was September or October of 43. But the last few months in Treblinka, they weren't killing anybody. That was burning the bodies to remove all the evidence, because they didn't have incinerators. They had huge, massive pits. And then they had a whole science of how to burn massive numbers of bodies. And the last Jewish slave laborers left, there was always a small group of Jews known as the Sonderkommand, the Special Forces. They knew as soon as they finished burning the bodies, they were dead. They would be the last ones in Poland. They would be killed. With the exception of those factories of the slave laborers in the Lodz ghetto, Polish Jewry was annihilated. Let me just try to explain something. When the Russians and Germans divvied up Poland in 1939, September 1st, 300,000 Polish Jews, Menachem Begin was one of them, fled. They fled east, which was so counterintuitive, because if your whole basis of life is World War I, the German soldiers, not just relatively, objectively, were moral, were decent, treated them decently. The Russian soldiers were vicious barbarians. They raped any woman they could get their hands on. They murdered innocents, especially Jews they murdered. So who would flee to the Russian side of this? But 300,000 did. Of those 300,000, over 250,000 of them survived. Over 250,000 of them survived. So now you're left with 3 million people under German control. You know how many people survived the war under German control? Polish Jews? Somewhere around 25,000, 26,000. Some of them were little babies that were raised as Christians, and somehow, some way, we got them out after the war. It was a righteous Christian who actually told them the truth. Very few survived. There are 2 books if you want to read. One of them is called A Beautiful Sunny Day. She is one of the most hated people in all of Poland today. She is a Polish Catholic historian, a very fine woman. Her name is Barbara Engelking. She does a study in the Polish countryside, not in the cities, in the Polish countryside where there's not huge concentrations of Nazis. What happens if you were a Jew who jumped off the train or ran away, never went into the ghetto, or escaped from the ghetto? What would be your chances of surviving in Poland? She shows in her book over 200,000 Polish Jews were either killed by their fellow Poles or handed over to the Germans. And the Germans were not going town to town, house by house. They weren't, not in those places. Handed over to the Germans. Now, one thing I will say, Poland was the only country in all of Nazi-occupied Europe where it was a capital offense. It was a capital crime to give quarter, to aid or abet a Jew. That I want to be honest with you. But these were Poles who handed over Jews. Killed them themselves after blackmailing them, taking all their money, then killed them, or handed them over. They'll tell you there are more righteous Gentiles from Poland than any other country. There should be geometrically more from Poland than any other country because there were more Jews in Poland than any other country. 5, 10-fold. There's not 5, 10-fold righteous Gentiles from Poland. So contrary to the revisionism that's coming out of this government in Poland today, we know the truth. And the other person who's hated in Poland, I'm not sure if his name is Jan Grabowski or Jan Gross. Jan Gross is a professor at Princeton. He wrote the famous work called Neighbors, the tragedy of Jedwabne. They were not killed by the Germans. The whole town of Jews was murdered by their Polish neighbors. But there's a second book that he's written on this same theme. Eichmann, through the rail system and through structure and through using every branch of government, in no time has annihilated the largest block of European Jewry. What name did I leave out? What name did I not mention? Auschwitz. Why? Why did I mention Auschwitz? Auschwitz, the objective was not the annihilation of Polish Jewry. Remember, Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belzec were all annihilation camps. The only ones who worked there were a couple hundred Jews who were the Sonderkommando, who were digging the graves, who were covering the graves, who were taking the bodies from the cremation, from the gassing to the pits. That's all who worked there. What's Auschwitz? And this is crucial. Auschwitz, you could reach from any point in Europe. Auschwitz was chosen, it happened to be a barrack, Auschwitz I, for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Then after World War I, when Poland was created, it became a barrack for the Polish army. Why'd they choose it? Because by rail, you can get there from anywhere in Europe. And since you can get there by rail, using the Reichsbahn, and this is disgusting, because the Reichsbahn, the German rail system, is a civilian organization. It's a civilian business. And these were all civilians who perpetrated the annihilation of our people, all working with the SS. So what did they do? Not just the IG Farben, the most famous, that created the rubber factory. Tens and tens and tens of German industrial corporations paid the Reich, paid Hitler, money for the slave labor. And you've all seen the hundreds and hundreds of barracks in Birkenau. They had slave labor. And they would have a count every morning, and they would march you to Bonowitz or Mono. And that was Auschwitz III, where the slave laborers worked. And this was the slave labor that fueled these German industrials. And because of the railway, you could ship the goods, if it was for the army, to the Russian front, or if it was for civilian purposes, back to Germany, or any other place in German-controlled Europe. In 42 and 43, Italian Jewry is annihilated. In 42, they go all the way through to Norway, because Norway was controlled by Germany. They bring the Jews to mainland Europe and they ship them by rail to Auschwitz. In 42, Dutch Jewry, they're brought to Westerbork, deported to Auschwitz and Sobibor. German Jewry, have any of you gone in Berlin, seen the railway? They made a memorial, that rail, it was called Track 17, and it gives you all the deportation dates into where they were deported. German Jewry. French, right? The people of liberty and fraternity. Not only in German-occupied France, but in Vichy France, General Pétain. First, they hand over non-French Jews. First, it's the Jews who had fled to France that were born in Poland or born in Germany that had found refuge in France. Then they started deporting French Jews, including little babies, children, from Drancy to Auschwitz. Greek Jewry, we talked about how many Jews outside of Rhodes or outside of Salonika, how many Jews are in Greece? They go into Corfu, they go into this island, they go to that island. They bring them to the mainland continent by railway. They're all shipped to Auschwitz. So Dutch Jewry, French Jewry, German Jewry, Greek Jewry, Italian Jewry, Slovakian Jewry, all annihilated, gassed and incinerated in Auschwitz. What did I leave out? Hungary. Now, skip to January 1944. Everyone here has heard, how could these Hasidische Rebbeim tell their people not to go to Palestine because it's treif, it's Zionist, and not to go to America because it's a treif of Medina, and to stay here? And everybody knocks these Hasidische Rebbeim, these Hungarian Hasidische leaders. I'm going to tell you something. If I was a Jew in January of 1944, I would have told my Hasidim the same thing they did. In January 1944, the Holocaust was not coming to Hungary. This was a German ally. Everybody knew what's happening. The Russians are closing in, not by the month, by the week. They're gaining territory. Will the war end in 3 months? Will the war end in 6 months? Will it be another year? It turned out it took another 15 months, but people assumed the war would be over real soon. Now, you're Holti, the leader of Hungary. It's January 1944. What's your whole basis? What's your whole context? Versailles, where we started this discussion. Remember what happened to the losers, what they did to Austria-Hungary? Remember what they did to Germany? You want to be on the losing side of history? Listen, this is Hungary, who a huge chunk is given to Romania. Another chunk was given to the Ukraine. Another chunk was given to Czechoslovakia. We know what it means to be on the losing side. We're suffering from it. So what do? They start reaching out to the British in January 44. The leader of Hungary, Holti. The Germans have the line, the wires are tapped. And the Germans are listening, and they're furious. The Germans come in, and they replace the Hungarian government with a much more favorable, a fascist Hungarian, much more pro-German government. In March already, that government's established. Pesach time, April, they start rounding up Hungarian Jews and Jews of the Carpathian Mountains, the Marmarushian Jews. They start rounding them up. May 15th, in 54 days, from May 15th to July 7th, 54 days, with the exception of Budapest. There's a reason for that. It's not this discussion. By the way, how important was this? Eichmann is going to try to defeat the Russians, meaning before the Russians conquer Hungary, he wants to get the Jews murdered. So what did they do? They built, preparing for this, they built gas chambers 4 and 5 in Birkenau. They built incinerators 4 and 5 in Birkenau. The image that we all have in our mind, that's not the original Auschwitz. It was done then. They extended the tracks all the way to the gas chambers. They extended the tracks all the way into Birkenau so that they wouldn't take as long to kill the people, because they knew they were working against the clock. This is all Eichmann. He moves his office from Berlin and he reestablishes his office in Budapest. The Arrow Cross, this fascist Hungarian group. In 54 days, they did to Hungary, to Carpathian Jewry, what it took them in terms of deportations, what it took them 18 months to do in Poland, they did in 54 days in Hungary. They had perfected the system. The soldiers, the German soldiers on the Russian front, they couldn't get supplies. Because remember Wannsee? You remember Wannsee? The Reichsbahn, all the energy, all the transportation system, everything has to be focused on the annihilation of Hungarian and Carpathian Jewry. Why? Because we're working against the clock. Let the German soldiers, the Wehrmacht, die because they don't have the provisions, they don't have the bullets, the munitions to fight the Russians, so we can murder the Jews. Eichmann didn't have to do this. He knew the war was over. Everyone knew the war was over. It was a matter of time. The evil of this man. Hundreds of thousands died for naught. Let me get my voice back a second. Eichmann, after the war, He sees what's happening. He takes off. He had these medals of honor from Hitler himself. No one imagined that he could do what he could do with the expediency, with the speed, with the time, with the provision of what this man did. He took off all his uniform, all his honors. He took on an alias. He became Otto Eckmann. Otto Eckmann, you're not going to believe this. We had him under our control. Nobody knew it was Eichmann. He was in a POW camp controlled by the American soldiers. And they let him go. Understandably, I guess if we were the American soldiers, we would have. The plan was you only keep the leadership. Find out who the leadership is. Those get put on trial. The common German soldier, we're letting them go. He goes, so to speak, underground. He lives the next 5 years as Otto Eckmann. He's a chicken farmer. He works as a forester. Now, he knows one thing. So let's put context into what I'm going to say. Hitler's dead. The coward, he committed suicide in his bunker in April. We have his last will, which was signed by witnesses. He committed suicide with Eva Braun in the bunker, okay, in April. Hitler's dead. Heinrich Himmler, the coward, who we caught, who was going to be put on trial, committed suicide. Reinhard Heydrich, as we said, was killed in May 1942 by the Czech partisans. Who is the most important Nazi? So if Himmler was alive, you could have argued it was Himmler. But Himmler, Heydrich, and Hitler are all dead. Goering was an evil, vicious man. He was not involved. This was not his division of government. This is not his position or his role. Goering, as you know, also committed suicide. Goering. The man who's the mastermind. The man who was the brains. The man who perpetrated it. Eichmann is the most important Nazi if you're a Jew. He has no contact with his wife, his kids, in terms of physically seeing them. There may be contact through third party, but everybody's watching his wife and kids. Everyone's watching his wife and kids because that's how you get to him. And he was smart. So I just want to have all, I just printed out my facts, so I give you the exact dates. In 1950, he gets a Red Cross humanitarian passport under the name of Riccardo Clemente. He's not Adolf Eichmann, he's Riccardo Clemente. They got him into Italy. From Italy, he goes to Buenos Aires. Now, you all know, Vito Perrone, he had German blood. He was happy to have Nazis, not because they were good for the economy. Germans were smart, they were industrious. And by the way, before you buy a Mercedes, think about this. Where did Riccardo Clemente get a job when he came to Buenos Aires? That's right, working in the Mercedes-Benz plant. That's where he got a job. There's an underground society of former Nazis. During the day, he's Riccardo Clemente, very humble. And eventually, a few years later, they were able to sneak his wife and children out of Germany. There's a whole network that's trying to get these Nazis to refuge. And he's reunited with his wife and kids. And at night, they get together in the beer hall, and he's the Gadol Hador. I mean, they've got Eichmann, they fawn over him. They're the ones in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, who are publishing all this material that's illegal to print in Germany. They're publishing it and shipping it to Germany because they want to retake and reconquer Germany and bring it back to its glory as a Nazi nation. And who's their role model? Not that he's driving this, but who's their role model? Adolf Eichmann. There's a Dutch fascist by the name of Claassen. He comes and he interviews Eichmann. And he takes notes. And he gave the notes of his interviews to Eichmann. And Eichmann, makes certain comments and corrections in his own handwriting. Any idiot, and the idiot that I want to specifically mention, She was a Jew who was Martin Heidegger's lover. Who was Martin Heidegger, the philosopher from the University of Berlin, who was a Hitler admirer. It's a woman by the name of Hannah Arendt. Of all the people who've written on this topic, she's the one not to believe. She wrote a series of articles for the New Yorker that became a book called The Banality of Evil. Her whole theory is that, regular people can do bad in a bad society by just being part of it. It was nonsense. It was rubbish. It was garbage. The Klassen interview showed this pig, this monster, chalished and was proud about what he accomplished. And his only fury and upset was that the head of the SS in Denmark allowed the Jews to escape from Copenhagen to Sweden. He was a vicious, evil man, contrary to the Academy Award performance that he performed in the Jerusalem theater when he was put on trial. We would have never gotten him. He was a smart guy, you got to give him that. He lived under the radar screen. Every morning, he took the public bus, the 203 bus to work, got off at the factory, worked every evening, came back with his lunchbox, got off and went to his home on Garibaldi Street. What happened? His son, Nick, is dating a girl by the name of Sylvia Herrmann. Now, this girl was told by her father, you don't say anything. They weren't particularly Jewish. They were a secular German family who escaped, Jewish family who escaped Germany. But you don't let people know you're Jewish. This is Argentina. This is an area with a lot of Nazis. So they're dating each other. And she thinks she's dating a guy by the name of Clemente. She assumes his family wasn't always Clemente based upon his accent, but so he spills the beans. He says, honey, they're close. They're having a good relationship. They're in high school, I think seniors in high school. You know my real name is not Clemente. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I am the son of SS Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann. This girl freezes. She tries not to let him know what she's feeling. She plays along with him. After the date, she runs home crying to her father, Lothar Hermann. And her father, Lothar, reaches out into a man who's one of the heroes of this story. He's also a survivor. He was a German Jew by the name of Fritz Bauer. Fritz Bauer was a survivor who was hired by the German government to show the world that he would work for the judiciary, and their job would be, to go after and prosecute former Nazis. Fritz Bauer, when he hears this information from his old friend from Germany, Lothar Hermann, he knows he cannot share this with the judiciary, with the government office that he works for. There are too many moles, and Eichmann is too big a fish. They'll get word to him and he'll be gone. So Fritz Bauer does something fascinating. He reaches out to the Israelis. He's got connections with Mossad, with the Israeli Secret Service, and he reaches out to them. They send a team to Buenos Aires, to Argentina. And they come back and they say, this is not Eichmann. And word gets back to Bauer. Bauer says, what are you talking about? I know Lothar Hermann. He doesn't make up stories. What do you mean it's not Eichmann? I said, well, there is no way that Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann is going to take a public bus, work in the factory 5 days a week, and come home on a public bus with his lunchbox. No way. He gets really upset. Are you crazy? What are you, because you, in your arrogance, don't think that Eichmann would live this way? And you say that's not Eichmann? You better be 110% sure. You didn't do anything in terms of forensics. You did nothing in terms of genetics. You better go back and you better make sure that's not Eichmann. Don't tell me Oberstammbat Führer wouldn't go to work on a public bus and work in a factory. And apparently he had connections to Ben Gurion. He was furious. So they sent a second team. They took hundreds of pictures. Hundreds of pictures. They followed him. And they realized his ear, the lobe, most of our earlobe is round. One ear came to like a point. And they studied the pictures they had of him as an SS officer, pictures they had of him from Austria, from his youth. And even though the man had really aged over the last 15 years, there was no doubt that was Eichmann. So they sent a team of 11 people, 10 men and 1 woman. They each came from a different port of, what do you call it, is it embarkation or disembarkation? You leave, I think disembarkation. I actually saw for the first time ever, Mossad declassified a case. They showed the passports. One of them had a Swiss passport, one a German passport, came on a Lufthansa. One had a Belgian passport. Remember Sabina Airlines, all over Shalom? He came through Sabina. None of them came from Israel. They all had, European passports, and they all came, and they rented out 3 safe houses in Buenos Aires. They brought with them, I don't know how they got it into the country, a license plate manufacturing, something that could produce license plates. So every time they went in a car, it had different license plates on it. And they scoped it out. And they watched him. What was going to be the plan? It was in May, and remember, it's May in Argentina, since it's south of the equator, it's wintertime. It's like November here in Atlanta. They were going to bring, I'm not sure, and I have to check my records, it was either the foreign minister of the state of Israel, Golda Meir, or it was the minister of education at that time, the South African immigrant, Abba Eban. But it was the 150th anniversary of Argentina. The whole world, all the members of the United Nations were sending delegations to celebrate with the Argentinians their 150th anniversary. This would be the first time ever, by the way, it's the last time, we haven't had one since, the first time ever that an El Al flight would land in Argentina, in Buenos Aires. Again, it was either the foreign minister or the education minister. And they're going to take Eichmann home on the El Al flight. What did they do with all the pictures? They had tailors in Israel make an El Al uniform. They took pictures of Israelis who looked a lot like Eichmann. They had that picture, and then they doctored it and played with it a little bit to make it look even more like Eichmann. So they had a El Al identity card and an Israeli passport, everything. The date is May 11th, 1960. Germans, one thing, they have order, You probably make fun of a good Yeki. You know when the Yeki's coming, you can count on him, you know when he's leaving, Not a whole lot of variety there, he's consistent. Every time, every night, Eichmann would get off the bus at 7:30 and then walk a few blocks to his home on Garibaldi Street. They're going to get him that night. Friday, I'm not sure what the date was, the day of the week, but it was May 11th. The bus never comes. 7:35, 7:45, bus not 8 o'clock. They don't know whether they should call it off. They have different cars, move, pull up. They don't want to look too suspicious. Finally, for some reason, whether the bus had a breakdown or the bus had been delayed, the bus shows up at 8:10 p.m. And remember, it's winter because it's south of the equator. It's dark. Eichmann gets off the bus. No one else does. The car pulls up. They jump him. They throw him in the car. And they say to him in German, "You make a peep, you make a sound, we'll put a bullet in your head." And remember, that was never their intention. The goal of Adolf Eichmann is not to kill him. The goal of Adolf Eichmann is to bring him for trial. This is going to expose the whole infrastructure that annihilated our ancestors. Don't you kill him. You bring him here alive and only alive. And he, like a coward, which is you find is the case with most of the Nazis, he complies. So they say to him, "Was ist dein Name?" "Clemente, Ricardo Clemente." "Was ist dein Name?" "Clemente, Ricardo Clemente." "What's your SS number?" Without batting an eyelash. 046320. He gave him his SS number. "Was ist dein Name?" "Eichmann. Adolf Eichmann." They take him to the safe house. May 20th. It's a Friday. One of the people, his job, the doctor, was to drug him. Now, this doctor had been on another mission where they were also supposed to drug someone. He gave him too much. He killed the guy. You can't kill Eichmann, and you got to make sure you make him drowsy enough that he doesn't talk. So they drugged him, and it worked. They bring him to the airport in Buenos Aires. They had him dressed in the suit, the uniform, the whole, the suit, the blue shirt, the tie of El Al Airlines. And two guys, they say to the, look, they showed him his pass. The guy he's been sick. He says, "You know what? His wife makes the best chicken soup. If you ever eat at a Jew's house, chicken soup, it cures all ills. And this wife, she's going to do a good job. He's dehydrated. We'll take care of him. We'll get him home. He'll feel better." Okay, they let him through. Plane takes off. Now remember, this guy has been missing since May 11th. You better believe that whole German infrastructure is paying off the police in Buenos Aires to find this guy. There's a prison not far from Haifa, and I apologize, I forgot the name of it. They took all the prisoners out of that prison. They cleared it out. There's only going to be one prisoner in that prison. Former Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann. He's there. There's a whole prosecution team. It's a division of the Israeli Mishtara. Their role is prosecution. The office of the Prime Minister calls the Speaker of the Knesset. He said, "Listen, don't publicize this, but at 4 o'clock, and we've already notified Israel Radio, Reshet Aleph, the Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, is going to make a short address to the Knesset. So just, you'll have it on your schedule on the docket, and a little bit beforehand, let people know. We want everyone to convene. We want everyone to be here. There's going to be a short session the Prime Minister wants to do, which is very unlikely, highly unusual." Ben-Gurion gets up there, totally in a monotone, does not express emotion, doesn't do it the bolsterous way. Very, very professional. And the radio interrupts the programming. He announces in about 4 sentences, former SS Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann is in our control. He is in an unnamed location. He will be put on trial for crimes against humanity, for crimes against the Jewish nation. He will be given a fair trial. Something like that. 3, 4 sentences, totally, and Ben-Gurion could really, he knew how to engage people, but he specifically did it in a very, very professional, monotone way. The world goes crazy. The whole world goes crazy on Israel. How dare you? By the way, certain things have not changed in 60 years. The UN calls an emergency session, everyone together, condemnation of Israel. You violated the sovereignty of another nation. You go in and you abduct someone. Nobody said, Argentina, you have rolled out a red carpet and you welcome all and any Nazis to your country, without ever looking into what they've perpetrated or without helping bring them to justice. No one ever said that to Argentina. But the whole world condemns the Jewish state. And Israel said, he's going to be given a fair trial. And then people started saying, which Germany didn't want to hear, at least have the decency to bring him back to Germany. Let him be put on trial in Germany. And Israel said, no, he'll be tried here. Now you understand, and this Gabriel Bach shared with me. Eichmann was flabbergasted by this. They told him, you can pick whichever defense attorney you want. Who did he get? It was a famous German defense attorney who defended the worst German criminals in Nuremberg. His name was Robert Sabatius. He said, I can't afford that. So you talk about how fair Israel was? We'll pay for any and all of your defense expenses. You're going to have a fair defense. So he got Sabatius, and Israel paid Sabatius and Sabatius' whole team. The three men, as I mentioned before, that were chosen. The Attorney General, Gideon Hausner, in a book that a must-have for your libraries is Justice in Jerusalem, his records of that, his account of that. Gabriel Bach, and I forgot his first name, but Bar Or, I think he was a Dati, he was a Frum, Bar Or. He was the prosecutor in the Tel Aviv district. Hausner and Bach did something that at the time they were terribly criticized for. For the rest of Jewish history, we will have profound gratitude to them for this. We can never, ever stop thanking them for this. Unlike the Nuremberg trials, those were trials of documents. It was documentation against the defendants. They were going to bring live witnesses, but they did the following. We are going to choose from every significant location in every country the Holocaust took place, meaning every major camp, every major ghetto, every major killing lager and concentration lager. And that's not something simple to do. And please understand one thing. I want to frame what I'm saying now. We will never, ever be able to thank Steven Spielberg for what he did. He was shown the script, the screenplay for Schindler's List. They gave him 2 screenplays before. He said, it's not going to work. This is not going to make a movie. That's why he's the Gadol director of Hollywood, because he knows what kind of a script will work to make a movie. It was the 3rd script that he thought was a proper, appropriate script. And he filmed it in black and white. And he went to Poland. Those scenes were filmed in Poland. He didn't take 1 penny. Not 1 penny did he take for himself from that movie. I don't have to tell you. It's 25 years ago. But not only was it a major blockbuster in every country in the world, it changed the whole awareness of the Holocaust. And what did he do with that? Brilliant. He used all of his influence. He went to McKinsey, the most significant consulting firm. He went to FedEx, to others, UPS. And he says, I'm donating my time, my energy, all of this money. I want you to donate your services. And what he did was, he started something. He chose Michael Birnbaum, and there's no one greater than that, Professor Michael Birnbaum. And they were able, between 1994 and I think 2004 or 5, to record over 52,000 survivor testimonies. You have to understand, today, 90% of them are no longer alive. The ones that are still alive couldn't give the same quality testimony. So we, the Jewish people, forever will be in gratitude to what Steven Spielberg did to make this happen, and Michael Birnbaum and everyone else involved there. And then how they used their influence to get USC, and they digitize it, and they have all the connections, so if you want to look up any aspect of the Holocaust, it's done in a smart way. But let me make a comment to you. Most, not all, But the large majority of key witnesses of the Holocaust were long dead before 1994, when the first Spielberg interviews were taking place. And we would never have it. It wouldn't exist if it were not for what Gideon Hausner and Gabriel Bach did. And this is why I'm talking about this in Tisha B'Av. They got people. And it's worth, you can go to the Yad Vashem website, you can Google some of this, they have English subtitles. I'm only going to share a few of them with you. But the trial is important because it exposed what we just mentioned. This was not a few evil men, which was the German narrative. It was some evil people. It was some bad people. It's the same garbage that the Poles are saying today, the same garbage the Lithuanians are saying today. It was much more than a few bad, evil people. It exposed every aspect of the industrial complex, of the economy, of the Reichsbahn, of the legal infrastructure of the country. It exposed the medical infrastructure of the country. A couple of the witnesses that are worth spending time on. There was a man, his name was Kasowitz, Polish Jew, who was a survivor of Auschwitz. He didn't want to testify. Why did they choose him to testify? When he came to Israel, he changed his name to Yechiel Denur. He was a famous poet. He was a man who could express and articulate himself, and that's why they asked him. He didn't want to, but begrudgingly he did. Now he gets up there, good-looking man, full crop of hair. Struck me as a guy maybe at that time in his late 40s. Has like a suit, doesn't have a tie, but a white shirt with a suit. Gets up there, poised. And Gideon Hausner starts asking him questions. The man who looked no different than you or I, at some point he snapped. He snapped. And he went into a different place. And by the way, I'm going to describe to you what he did, but after Tisha B'Av, or you can do it, it's even appropriate for Tisha B'Av later this afternoon, go to YouTube and just put in 2 words, Planet Auschwitz. And you don't have to believe me, you can see it for yourself. Auschwitz? Auschwitz? Auschwitz, he said, is a planet like no other planet. And then he starts pulling up his sleeve and taking down his shirt. He says, and planet Auschwitz, there are no names. There are only numbers in Auschwitz. And he says, and planet Auschwitz, there's no diet, nutrition, gruel's what they serve you. And he describes the food. It's not food in Auschwitz. Auschwitz? You're not a human. You're a robot. And he used the term Musulman. And he said, Auschwitz? And he started. And the judges take the gavel and they start pounding. Mar Denur, Mr. Noor, please answer the prosecutor's questions. And then, out. He faints. Now, who's sitting in the Jerusalem theater? Many of these people are survivors. And the screaming and the crying. And then the group of guys come in. They can't resuscitate him. And his wife, who's also a survivor, screaming and crying. And then you'll see it on the YouTube. 4 guys, they had a stretcher. And they're carrying him off on a stretcher. One of the prosecution, and I've mentioned him in years past, he was one of the people I interviewed. His name was Mickey Goldman. He came to Israel, became Mickey Gilad. Very fine man. He's still alive. He's about 93, 94 years old today. He was in Eastern Galicia, in the famous Przemyśl ghetto. Przemyśl was a famous Jewish town. And not only the Jews of Przemyśl, but in the villages they were put into the ghetto. It's like Krakow, no different than Warsaw, They would concentrate people into these large ghettos. So at this point, in 1960-61, he's working for the Israeli police in the prosecution team. Okay? He's spending 9 months working on the documents and the data, preparing for the trial. Okay. What's his story? He was a kid. And block by block of the ghetto, they're taking the Jews out of these buildings, and they're taking them to the train station, and they ship them in cattle cars to be gassed, to be poisoned by carbon monoxide. Now understand, unlike Auschwitz, which used Zyklon B, where people died between 12 and 16 minutes, carbon monoxide that was used in Belzec, and in Treblinka, and in Sobibor, and in Chelmno, you're choking to death. You're choking up your lungs, choking to death for up to 25 minutes. Okay? That's what happened to the people of Przemyśl. He's a slave laborer. Their job is to take the goods and put them in warehouses. All the silverware we're going to organize this way. The plates and dishes here, the glasses, the furniture, bedroom furniture in this warehouse, living room furniture there, dining room furniture there. He's one of these slave laborers because this is all the loot. The thieves, the SS, they keep a lot of it for themselves and then they ship the rest of it back to Germany. He found a book. It's illegal to have a book. It's against the Nazi laws. The kid hasn't read a book since 1939, maybe 1940. He hasn't read a book in 2 years. A book is gold to him. Somehow, I didn't get the details, but he got caught with the book. A German saw him reading the book. Brings him to the commandant. The commandant stops everything and makes everyone come to the plaza of the ghetto, the main square of the ghetto. And he says to the kid, "Count!" He has a whip. It's not just leather. They put like metal spikes in it. You have to rip out your skin. And he starts beating him. And he says, "Count!" After the 21st lash, the 22nd lash, the kid went unconscious. So the commandant doesn't stop. "Schweinhund, get over here!" He takes another Jew, another slave laborer. "Count!" And he's beating him, this lifeless body. And the other guy's counting until finally the commandant, after lash number 80, had no more koach. He throws the whip down. He says, "Get this garbage out of here." So they pick up this, what they think is a lifeless body. The heart is still beating. The kid's not dead. Well, they assume since the Germans think he's dead, they take him into a room and they nurse the kid back to life. He's got all kinds of chunks of skin missing, etc. He's got, his brain, but they nursed him back to life. And it's not like he had to come to roll call because the Germans assumed he was dead. The ghetto has been totally liquidated. The last people in the ghetto, these slave laborers, at this point he's healthy again, he's functioning again. These slave laborers are taken to Auschwitz because there's no full train left to liquidate in Przemyśl, and you can use these people as slave laborers. These are the strongest. You can use them as slave laborers in Auschwitz. His mazel, he gets to Auschwitz. No, he doesn't get sent to the death line because he's a young guy, strong guy. Where does he get sent? Sonderkommando. You understand what the Sonderkommando is? We mentioned before. Those are the Jews who help their fellow Jews get undressed, who help them go into the quote-unquote showers, have to take the dead bodies out, put the dead bodies in the crematoria. The bodies that don't get totally incinerated, they have to crush the bones, spread it out, all the terrible, terrible things. And by the way, maybe there should never be another Tisha B'Av, but if there is, maybe we'll talk about some of the testimonies of the Sonderkommando, which is worth studying and hearing. The impact, the long-term terrible impact it had on these people. So Mickey Goldman's in Sonderkommando. The war is ending. I'm sorry, what I said is wrong. The Russians are coming. And, anybody in Sonderkommando, they're not going to let them live. So they have to try to sneak into another barrack, another bunk, in which he does. He survives the war. Hold that. Hold that, okay? Go back to the trial. He meets someone that's going to be put on trial today. Guy says, yeah, I survived the Przemyśl ghetto. Oh, you survived the Przemyśl ghetto. So did I. What's your name? Name is Goldman. Now I go by Gilad, but my name was Goldman. So this guy fellow's a doctor. He says, the only Goldman I remember from Przemyśl, from the ghetto, was a kid. The kid that the commandant lashed 80 times. That kid's not alive. Mickey says to him, you're looking at him. Trial takes place that day. It's that day of trial. And this doctor is being questioned by Gideon Hausner. All kinds of questions, about Przemyśl and what happened to the community, etc. Like every witness representing a certain aspect of the Holocaust. Doctor steps down, and Gideon Hausner calls, I would like now to call for the next witness to the stand, Mickey Gilad. He freezes. He freezes. I would like to call to the stand Mickey Gilad. Did you hear? Please, witness, come to the stand. And Hausner starts questioning him about this story. Obviously, the doctor had shared this with Hausner. Gets down from the witness stand. So Hausner grabs him that night. He says, do you know how long we were looking for someone from Przemyśl? You knew that. We've been working on this for months and we couldn't find the proper witness from Przemyśl. Why didn't you say something? Why didn't you say you were in Przemyśl? Now, Goldman in 1961 is no longer a kid. He starts crying. He says, you want to know why? I'll tell you. He says, I survived the war. I had no one sibling. All the rest of the cousins, parents, uncles, aunts, all murdered. Where am I going to go? We came to Israel. And this Israeli family, couple. Oh, you came from Poland, you came from Eastern Galicia, yeah. What's your story? And they started asking me questions. And I shared with them my story. They were speaking to me in Yiddish. A Polish Yid, someone understands Yiddish. They didn't realize I'd gone to the Ulpan. I learned Hebrew in the Ulpan. So they turned to each other in Hebrew. You see these Mishugoyim? We're trying to build a country. We're taking in thousands of these psychiatric patients. And worst of all, the guy lets his whole family die, and now he's making himself into a hero. Hallucinations and fantasies. We're surrounded by Arabs who want to destroy us. We got a country now, a nation of psychiatric patients. How are we going to do this? Crazy people. He says, I swore at that point I would never tell my story again. So Hausner asks him, he says, Goldman, I got to ask you one question. What was more painful? The 80 lashes from the commandant or the 81st lash? And now the two of them are crying. He says, by far the 81st lash. Gabriel Bach interviewed, there was a case of a gentleman who got to them very late the night before. And the man, they didn't have a chance to prep him. He said, you know what? He said, I'm going to think about I'm going to be asking you questions associated with this. Let's meet tomorrow morning before trial. Well, for whatever reason, the guy didn't show up till it was too late, so he didn't have time to prep him. So he starts asking the guy questions, not knowing didn't have him prepped him. The guy describes what happened when he got to the dock at Auschwitz. You know, many survivors say it was Dr. Mengele. We actually have the German records about which days the doctors worked. Mengele didn't work the docket every day. He didn't do every train load. Many of them he did, but there were a number of SS doctors who did the, to the left, to the right, slave labor, to the line for death. So what happens? This guy gets off with his wife and children. There's a boy, about 12 years old, his wife, and a little girl with a red dress. The little girl came in a red dress. You don't know where you're being shipped. You're going to the east. It's going to be even colder. You got to have your warmest dress. So they had a beautiful red dress for their little girl. They had her dressed in that. That's going to protect her from the winter. So they come. So the German doctor says, you'll go to the, let's assume right slave labor. You'll go to the right. The mother's with the little girl. The boy, who looked a little bit large for his age, he was sent with the father to the right. But the boy's crying, he didn't get a chance to say goodbye to Mama. He wants to say goodbye and give his mom a hug and a kiss. He runs over, they see him running to Mama. They say, you know what? Stay with your Mama. He didn't realize this. He's looking for his boy. He can't find the boy because they're being beaten. Dogs are barking, and the two lines are moving. Can't see his wife, but he makes out the little red coat. I'm sorry, I said a dress. I meant to say a coat. The red coat he makes out. He says all he could look at, he never saw his wife or son, but he's watching is that red coat. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's a dot, and it's gone. He says, I never said goodbye to my wife. I never said goodbye to my kids. Oh, I can't get out of my mind that red coat. Gabriel Bach, literally, a couple of days earlier, because he'd been working for 9 months up in Haifa, preparing the prosecution, didn't have a lot of time with his family. He had a little girl, a 3-year-old girl. He took her shopping. He bought her this beautiful red coat. He couldn't move. The prosecutor, Gabriel Bach, who was doing the questioning, it hit him because all he could think of was his little girl, the same age, also had a red coat. Gabriel Bach was an extremely still is, in his 90s, a very handsome man, very dignified man. And they took pictures of him just staring with tears in his eyes. And the judge is banging the gavel. Mar Bach, Prosecutor Bach. And it took him like 2-3 minutes, it seemed like an eternity, till he could regain his composure. This you have to see for yourself. Don't believe me, because I didn't believe what I saw. I played it back, I'd say 4 times. I didn't believe it. all along the prosecution, what is Eichmann saying? Eichmann is saying, I took an oath. I took a solemn oath to follow orders, to obey the orders. It's not my fault. I didn't give the orders. I worked in an office, and he showed the whole flow chart. I worked in an office, I fulfilled the orders. So Gideon Hausner asked him the question that every one of us would have asked. He finally asked him the question. SS Obersturmbannführer Eichmann, you've defended yourself now for weeks, and you keep claiming that even though you participated, you should not be the one that's found guilty. You had an obligation. You swore an oath to the Fuhrer, you swore an oath to your country, to your nation, and you had an obligation to fulfill your job. Let me ask you something. You, in your own words, said that you killed, you murdered 5.5 million people, not to mention the other 500,000 that died of starvation and malnutrition and disease. What is a greater violation of ethics and morals? To violate the oath you took to your country to fulfill your duty, or the murder of 1.5 million children, of 5.5 million human beings? And without batting an eyelash, without hesitation, Eichmann said, that is obvious. It would have been a much greater violation of morality for me not to fulfill my duty, my promise, my oath to my country. That is evil. One of the Mossad men asked Eichmann a question. I forgot which one it was. He says, you know, we were scoping you out. We watched you for months. Months we were watching you. And I want to tell you something. You were a good father. You loved your children. We saw it. We saw how you treated your children day in, day out, week in, week out. How can a man that has a fatherly instinct, how do you murder 1.5 million children? And Eichmann, without batting an eyelash, said, they were Jews. They were Jews, meaning Jews not a human. Jews a rat. Jews vermin. They were Jews. One last point about Eichmann. There were something like, I don't know if they had tens or hundreds of hours of actual footage of different things, but you're not going to show that at a trial. So Gabriel Bach had to take all that footage and crunch it into an hour. Okay, crunch it into an hour. Everything they did, they showed the defense. They gave them ample time, and the defense was flabbergasted. Eichmann was flabbergasted. Everything was given to them. There were no surprises, no punches pulled on them. So he wanted to show it to Eichmann. He had a responsibility. And they made a decision, Gideon Hausner and Gabriel Bach. Even though this, from a point of view of Jewish history, maybe there's no other trial, ever been a trial like this, but they had to treat this trial like every other trial. In terms of professionalism, in terms of how they go about conducting it, even though the stakes were much more significant, they could not have the world criticizing them that this was a showcase. This had to be treated, from a legal point of view, as a real trial. And that's how they did it. So they brought in Eichmann and Robert Sabatius and the assistant defense attorney. I forgot the assistant's name. They brought them in and showed them the film. And he wanted to see. When Eichmann had a look at this sick, horrific film, What would Eichmann say? He said, I knew what the film was. I was watching Eichmann the whole time. And like typical Eichmann, he stood there stone-faced, watched it, didn't flinch, didn't get nauseous. He says there was one point, though, he was like very agitated, quite agitated, talking to Sabatius, to his attorney. He says, after the film was over, I went over to him, I said, do you mind if I ask? Because he says, we had a pretty good relationship with the other side, with the defense team. Could I ask you, what was he saying? What was he doing when he was all upset? What did he say to you? So he said, yeah. You promised him that if he comes to this Jerusalem theater, he gets to wear his dark blue suit and a tie. And you brought him here, and he only had the gray sweater. He couldn't put the suit on. And he's very upset at you that you didn't abide by your word and your promise that you made him. He could care less about the terrible, horrific scenes of murdering of people and dead bodies. That he didn't care about. But that in this, there was no one there. It was his attorney, Bach, and him. That was it. Nope. They had promised me that when I come here, I have to have my suit and tie, and they brought me in a sweater. Shows you the evil of the man. There's a lot more, but we are running out of time, and I want to get to the point of this. There's a book that's worth reading. I read a number of books on this trial. He was considered the top Israeli journalist of his time. He wrote for a work called Davar. The man's name was Chaim Guri. The book, which was a translation into English, the name of the book is called Facing the Glass Booth. It's not him 20 or 30 years later writing about it. It's his daily article covering the trial in Davar. It gives you the date of the article and what he wrote. And there's something there that's fascinating. And this is where I'm going with this. He says, shame on us. Shame on every one of us. If we would live 4 lifetimes, we couldn't ask Mechila from the survivors. He says, in our righteous indignation, we would sit there, and people would refer to them as sabonim or sabonikim. You know what sabon is in Hebrew? Soap. They called them soap bars. Now, the Jews were never turned into soap. The Germans thought about it. There was a thought and an attempt to do it. But the Jews that came from the ghettos were so emaciated. There was no fat on their body. The most important ingredient in soap is fat. You could take Jewish hair. You could take the gold from their teeth. You could do all those things. But you can't make soap out of skinny people. But they called the survivors sabonim. And worse, we sat there. How could you go like sheep to the slaughter? Right? Kitzon latevach. How did you let your children die? Why didn't you stand up for your wife? How come you didn't stand up for your parents? Why the cowardice? And we sat as judge and jury, sitting in judgment of these people. He says, shame on us! Shame on us! He says, the question we should have been asking is, how did you have the courage to wake up every morning to go through what you went through? No protein in the diet. A caloric intake of some places 180, some places 300, 400 calories. If you escape, you get 100 others killed. Again, the term we keep using, that Yad Vashem uses, choiceless choices. Impossible possibilities. We should have profound gratitude to them. The question we should have been asking is, how could you go on another day? How could you maintain your integrity? How is it that you lead a moral life and that you want to have children and rebuild the Jewish people after what you went through? These are the questions. We should be expressing profound gratitude, the profoundest hakarat hatov, gratitude to these people, not sitting in judgment of them. Shame on us. And you read this. These are his daily articles that he's writing from the trial as more and more information is coming out. Survivors were afraid to talk. Survivors were embarrassed. Survivors walked with their head down because they were viewed as cowards. You have to understand, this trial changed Israel on two levels. Instead of Israelis making, when they wanted to make Yom HaShoah, Rabbi J.J. Schechter, he went through the archives of the Knesset. It was all about, the Mered HaGhetto. The Warsaw Ghetto Revolt, it's very significant, but it's not historically significant. It's not significant in terms of Holocaust history. They could only do it when everyone and anyone had been killed, had been shipped to Treblinka. By their revolt, they're not going to get elderly people killed. They're not going to get children killed. They're the only ones left. They have nothing to lose. It's easy to revolt under those conditions. It's not about Hagvura. It's not about Mered HaGetaot. It's not the story. That's a detail in the story. And Israel changed. Yad Vashem today is a tremendous treasure. It's a diamond of the Jewish people. These historians and educators, and by the way, most of them are Dati. Not that that matters, but most of them are from. What they do, educating Polish teachers, Lithuanian teachers, American teachers, guides, rabbis, it is a treasure of the Jewish people. The museum, that's not the original Yad Vashem. The original Yad Vashem, many of this was about the standing up and fighting, because that was Israel. It's a different Israel. This trial changed Israel. This trial showed Israelis, you are so dead wrong. Not just Israelis, Jews in America ask the same questions. The first question, when you can be honest with a survivor, the first question every American would ask him is, how come you didn't fight? How come you didn't fight? Why didn't you stand up? We heard the numbers. There weren't so many Nazi guards there. Couldn't you have revolted? It changed all of us. Changed the diaspora Jews, it changed the American, Canadian Jews, it changed the Israeli Jews. And survivors went from being someone you looked down upon to just the opposite. Someone you had profound respect for. Someone you respected. Someone there was an awe. It was the first time survivors could come to a sense of closure. Can you imagine surviving and going through what Mickey Goldman went through? It's the first time you can come to closure after what you've been through. And now you can first start to rebuild your life and move forward. It's the first time a survivor could talk. That you weren't afraid to talk for being mocked or humiliated or made fun of. Because remember, this thing got press coverage all over the world. Something else. Something that never took place in Poland till this day, never took place in Lithuania, not in Latvia, not in Ukraine, not in Austria. The only country in Europe that actually had to look themselves in the mirror was Germany. Not because of the Nuremberg trials. The Nuremberg trials were putting the Third Reich on trial. It wasn't about the Holocaust. It was about the Third Reich. It was Goering. Himmler committed suicide. It was von Ribbentrop. It was Hess. This was the Holocaust. This was about the Holocaust, the war against the Jewish people. And it exposed everything and anything. You know what happened in Germany then? You know what happened? University students, high school students started turning to their teachers. You said you were in Latvia in 1941? Were you one of those monsters who murdered the Jews? Were you in the Einsatzgruppen? You said you were in Poland. Were you in the Wehrmacht, fighting the Russians? Or were you one of these people putting them like cages, starving them to death in ghettos? Were you one of the people killing the children because there was not enough food, so the child who could sneak through the cracks had to go to try to get a potato for his family, and they killed him if they saw him with a potato? Is that what you did in Warsaw? And they started questioning their parents. They started questioning their grandparents, their teachers, their professors. It was the first time that Germany had to look themselves in the mirror. And they couldn't get away with, there were some very bad men. These were bad, it wasn't these bad men. It was a society that perpetrated this. It was a nation that perpetrated this. And the Germans had to at least confront the truth. No one else has till this day. You know when they confronted that truth? When every day in what's it called? The Zeit and the Spiegel and the German newspapers and magazines are reporting this. And this is on German radio and it's on German television. They had no choice. It was put there in front of everyone. Changed. And as I said, we, the Jewish world, we would not know the Holocaust. Because remember, Germany started to hand over documentation. To their credit, they were very good about this. But the first time that documentation came into our hands and we had access to documentation was the Eichmann trial. And it wasn't documentation about this, that, or the other. It was documentation about the war against the Jews. We wouldn't have any of this had this not happened. Had the Mossad tried to kill him instead of keeping him alive. Had Fritz Bauer reported this to the German judiciary. Had Gideon Hausner and Gabriel Bach not chosen to make the decision that what? That they're going to bring human live witnesses, so that this is not about a trial of documentation. It's a trial of human beings and real people. This is what the Baba Rebbe is trying to convey in those words in the Kinnah. And this is why our Gedolim, the Gedolim in Israel and in the United States, when do we observe Yom HaShoah? It's today. It's Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is Yom HaShoah. Is Rabbi Tendler here? Rabbi Tendler, if it's okay to have someone, we would do Kinnah Lamed Aleph, someone with a good voice. We'll analyze the Kinnah in a few minutes, but if you could please turn to page 515 in the Rabbi Soloveitchik, in Kinnah Lamed Aleph. What is that in the art scroll? 306.
Eishtu kad bekir bi ba'alosi ali bi b'tzeisi mi mitzrayim kini mo'ira leman azkira b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim Oz yashir Moshe shir lo yinoshe b'tzeisi mi mitzrayim Vayikonen Yirmiyav and Hananiah Tzeisi Mirushalayim Beisi Hiskonon V'shachan Heonon B'tzeisi Mimitzrayim V'chamas el shachna olai kanana b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Galei amromu v'chachoma kamu b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Zidunim shatafu v'al roshi tzafu b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Tigan shamayim u'mitzur yazuvu mayim b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Lano merorim u'mayim hamarim b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Hashkem v'harev sevivos har chorev b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Korei eleva el al naros pavel b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Umarek vod Adonai ki eshocheles lefonai b'tzeisi mimitrayim. V'cherev letusha u'letevach netusha b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Zevach u'mincha v'shemen hamishcha b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Segulas elikucha kitzon letivcha b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Chagim v'shabbosos u'movsim v'yosos b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Tainis v'evel radof ha'evel b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Tovu oholim li'arba adegolim b'tzeisi mimitrayim. V'olei Yishmaelim u'machanos arelim b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Yovel u'shmita v'eretz shoketa b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Machor la'atzmisos v'charos v'chasos b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Kapores v'yoron v'yavnei zikaron b'tzeisi mimitrayim. V'yavnei hakala uchlei habala b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Leviim v'aronim v'shivim zekenim b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Nogsim u'monim u'mochrim v'konim b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Moshe yireinu v'Aharon yancheinu b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Nebuchadnezzar v'Androyanis Kesar b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Naharoch melchama v'Adonai shama b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Rochak mimenu v'hine yenenu b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Sisrei faroches v'sri hidrei mareches b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Cheimoni teches v'olai socheches b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Olos v'achem v'yisheni chochem b'tzeisi mimitrayim. B'cherev medukarim b'nei Tzion hayikarim b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Harei mikbos lechavod nikbos b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Shirikos u'siruos v'kolos u'zivos b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Tzitz hazav v'hamshel v'rahav b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Ushlach hanezer v'yafas ha'ezer b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Kedusha u'nevuah u'chvod Adonai nira b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Nigala u'mora v'ruach hatuma b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Rina v'yishua v'chatzot ros hatrua b'tzeisi mimitrayim. Zakas olol v'nakas chalol b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Shulchanu menorah v'chalilu Torah b'tzeisi mimitzrayim. Elil v'soevo feselu matzeva b'tzeisi mirushalayim. Toro sudo chlei achemda b'tzeisi mimitzrayim. Sason v'simcha v'nasyagon v'anacha b'shuvi l'Yerushalayim.
If you take a look at the line where it says, Moshe Yerenu va'aron yanchenu. Right? Moshe is the roa, is the mentor, the shepherd, the educator. Aaron is the Baal Chesed, is a mentor in a different way. One is employing mentoring of Midas Adin, the other is mentoring of Midas HaChesed. But that combination is what enabled us. You have that in the mother and the father. Very often the mother's the Midas Adin, the father's Midas Adin, the mother's Midas Arachamim. Sometimes it's the other way around. So you had that complete complement, the healthy complement to make the nation. Look at the next line, Nebuchadnezzar. Then it says Va'andar Yonus Caesar. What should have been the parallel to Nebuchadnezzar? Vespasian. He was a Caesar at the Churban Bayis Sheni, but it says Hadrian. Why? What happened to us in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt was far worse than what happened to us in the Churban. Many Jews lost their lives in the Battle of Yerushalayim. We spoke yesterday about the 23rd Kina at Or HaTorah Shul, and we spoke about the consequences of those cities that decided to fight against the Romans. They took very few prisoners. In Gamla, they took no prisoners. In Yudfas, no prisoners. In Yerushalayim, very few. But the other cities, the classic example is Tzipori. But these other cities that didn't put up a fight, the Jews could live there. They lived, of course, under Roman control, but they lived there and they functioned and they lived as Jews. That, compared to what happened, 60 years later, 62 years later, the genocide that was perpetrated by the Romans in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, until the Shoah, until the Churban Acharon, the Holocaust, we never ever had anything like that. And that's why he's the one that's mentioned, Anjanetz Caesar. We're going to turn to the 13th Kina. Just want to, again, thank Richard and Deborah Parkoff for sponsoring this in memory of Richard's parents, Avraham ben Yitzchak HaKohen and Rachel Bluma Bas Yoshua. And we want to thank the greater community of Atlanta, particularly our hosts, Rabbi Feldman, Rabbi Foxbrunner, and Rabbi Tendler, and the lay leadership here at Beth Jacob. We want to thank you for enabling us to do this webcast. We're turning now to Kina Yud Gimel. So let me see what page in the art scroll? 192. 192 in the Mesoras Harav, the Rabbi Soloveitchik, page 315. The word Eicha is a debate. How are we supposed to understand that word? So, yesterday here at Beth Jacob, Rabbi Feldman talked about Ayeka in his drasha. And he talked about what is the import and the meaning to us of the word Eicha. There are a few approaches that don't deal with Ayeka, but deal with other meanings of Eicha. One approach you'll see in the Meforshim, Eicha should be translated as why. It's a question, a challenge. The rest of the year, no Jew has a right to question God. If I could paraphrase what was said to Eov, you don't understand the basic physics of the universe, of the physical universe. You have no clue. And by the way, that's true today. Even post-Einstein, we are just scratching the surface. I'm quoting Albert Einstein. We're scratching the surface of the knowledge of the physical universe. And we're going to sit there and question God in the realm of metaphysics. We're going to be his arbiters. The response Every other day in the lunar calendar, 353 days a year. In the solar calendar, 364 days a year, is Vayidom Aaron. We have the humility. We suffer in pain, but we have the intellectual humility to not sit and be God's arbitrary judge and question him. One day a year, we're given the right to question, to challenge the Ribono Shalom. One day a year. Tisha B'Av. Who gave us the license? Who gave us the matir to question, to do what the Kalir is doing? It was Yirmiyahu HaNavi, Jeremiah the prophet, Yirmiyahu Beruach HaKodesh. You know, there's two minhagim. Most of world Jewry does what we did. You say Eicha at night, then you say Kinos. Why? Eicha, that Yirmiyahu had the right to question, that gave us the license. And then we continue with the Kinos. He's got to be the first, because you need a matir, you need a license. In the morning, it's Asof Asifein, Yirmiyahu in the Haftorah that was read this morning. That gave us the matir, the license to question. And then after saying the Haftorah, that's the first of the Kinos, then we start with the Kalir. In the medieval Paitanim, in the Baba Rebbe. The Ramban quotes, and there are certain Sfardim who do this out of Yom Hazeh, they dafka used the term Eicha. So they said Eicha last night, and they read Eicha this morning. Not a Sof HaSifim, they read Eicha. Then they started with the Kinos. That's approach number one. There's a second approach. It says a Jew, not Tisha B'Av, never. It is absolutely I don't care how painful and how difficult life is, you don't sit and be the arbiter, and you don't sit and question God. That is not a theological response. And therefore, how do they translate the word Eicha? Eicha is a rhetorical question. How could it be? How could it be? We're asking ourselves the question. We're not challenging God. This city, you know, Josephus describes Yerushalayim teeming with over 1 million people for Pesach. And then it's absolutely desolate. There's not a Jew to be found in the city. The Rav, I remember he had one of the people who learned from him in America was a survivor from Vilna. So in Vilna, there was an area, I think it was called, help me with the Yiddish, the Shul Klois, it was like a neighborhood where they had all the shuls, you know, they had this type of shul, that type of shul. It was called the Klois, or the Shulhof, something like that was the term. And, you know, he says, I remember Yom Kippur. Not everybody in Lithuania was from. But he says, Yom Kippur, the Jewish part of the city, and the Jews made a huge percentage. They were a large percentage of the city of Vilna. There was not a car on the street. Everyone was walking in white. The women were dressed in a white outfit, the men with a kittel. They were walking to shul. That's all you saw, was Jews in white. And they were nice to each other. Maybe the rest of the year I'm a little tumbled to think about my business. Yom Kippur. It's a day of Ava ve'achva, Shalom v'reis, warm to each other. He says, my mother, she was a tzaddikas, minashim tzidkanios. She says, my mother stood like the angels. You all remember from the Musaf, the Kina, that talks of just like, you know, the angels don't eat, we don't eat, just like they don't drink, we don't drink. Just like they stand in service of the Ribono Shalom, we stand in service of the Ribono Shalom. My mother wasn't just in shul all day. She stood all day, not just for Neila, she stood all day. She says, I was a younger guy, I couldn't do that. My mother, no questions, didn't bother. She says, only one time of the day she left shul. We had a cat, had a chrayas for the cat. Cat's not mitzvah, is not obligated to fast on Yom Kippur. It's tsar balei chayim. You got to take care of the animal. She would go out, make sure and feed the cat. You know, early in the morning before she went to shul, she did the first feeding. In the middle of the day, she went home. She fed the cat and came right back to shul. He says, I came back. The Russians liberated Vilna in 1944. So the first Yom Kippur, not in other parts, Poland was still controlled, but in Vilna, the first Yom Kippur was 44, not 45. He says there was almost no one back, almost no one. He said it was the most painful, painful feeling. You know the pasuk we read in Eicha, Shu'alim hilchu bo. There's no ole regel, there's no teams of streams of people coming to the mikdash, just a desolate place with a fox. He says, nobody. He says, barely a soul, a handful of us, you could barely, there were minyanim, he says, you could maybe make 1 million of who survived. He says, what did I hear? The cat. He says, that's when I broke down. He says, what I saw and what I suffered through during the Holocaust, I became stone. I couldn't cry, I couldn't feel. I was a robot. He says, but the cat, my mother was killed. Everyone else in my life and my world was killed. And the cat is calling out to be fed. It's as if it's waiting on Yom Kippur for my mother to feed it. That's when I just broke down. It's a rhetorical question. How could this be? Echa, how could this be? How could this have happened? This kina has a different explanation. Rabbi Feldman Zayeka, Echa, why? Echo, it's a rhetorical question. This Echo is, where is the ko? Where is the ko? What is ko? What is ko? In Hebrew, you know what po means. It means here. You know what sham means. It means there. What's ko? Ko is always a term associated with Jewish destiny. It's a nebulous term, because sometimes it can mean here, sometimes it can mean there, but it's always a term that's associated with the destiny of Am Yisrael. Ko Amar Hashem. That's the language the prophets use when they say a nevuah. Ko Amar Hashem. But before the Nevi'im said Ko Amar Hashem, we have a terrible translation. If you look in the English, thus saith the Lord, like Sir Charles Lawton. Thus saith the Lord. This is not Shakespearean theater here. It doesn't mean thus. It's a term associated with Jewish destiny. But before the Nevi'im used that term, the word ko comes up many times in the Chumash. And what this kina does is, where is that term which was associated with Jewish destiny, which was associated with the destiny of Am Yisrael? Let's look inside. Eko omer, koras la'av befetzach. The first ko is the covenant of Jewish history. The covenant of the eternal Jewish history that God made, what we call Bris Bein HaBesarim, with Avram Avinu. Bris Bein HaBesarim. Ko yiyeh lanetzach, meaning your descendants will be like the stars of the heaven. V'hein ata, but now, bul atzamai beretzach. My bones, referring to the Jewish nation, have just been crushed with murder. We talked about how they crushed their bones in the camps. Lama Elohim zanachta lanetzach. Why is it, God, it seems that you have abandoned us eternally? Eko gash keseh la'ola. Where is the ko that you said when Abraham took his son Yitzchak to the Akedah? What does it say? You know the famous medrash. They asked, Avram turned to the two, Eliezer and Yishmael. They were accompanying him and Yitzchak. He says, do you see anything? No. Eliezer says, I don't see anything. Yishmael, no, I don't see anything. Turns to Yitzchak, do you see anything? He says, yeah. It's a beautiful, clear day, but yet there's this very thick, low-hanging cloud on top of that mountain. Avram says, yeah, that's what I see. So Avram turns to Eliezer and to Yishmael, and he says, Atam teishvu po. You stay here in a chamor. Chamor doesn't just mean the donkey. It literally meant the donkey, but chamor means stay here in the world of the physical. Chamor mius is the material, the physical. the ani, the hanar nelcha adko. I and the young man, we are going to travel ad, not ad sham, ad ko, because ko is a place of Jewish destiny. The Sheva Mitzvot B'nai Noach do not include being Mekadesh Shem Shemayim, sacrificing yourself for God. That is not one of the Sheva Mitzvahs. That's part of Am Yisrael. We have that commitment, the commitment that we will give everything we have for our value system, for the Ribono Shalom. Nelcha ad ko. Pitu be'edosecha. Ve'en ata, what's happened now? Dakro kefelach. It's like, you know how you slice a melon or you slice a rimon, a pomegranate? Rayasecha. Your friends, your peers, your flock, because it can mean either one, from reim or it can mean from like a roa. We have been sliced, slaughtered. Yeshan apcha betzon marisecha. The midas hadim, meaning the fiery smoke of anger, has consumed the sheep of your flock. Eko havtachas akudim nikudim b'masaos im ko yomar ko yuchashos. What happened to Yaakov? Lavan broke the pact. They had a deal 100 different times. How do I know 100? It says aseres monim, 10 times 10. You vatichalefes maskurti aseres monim. Every time Lavan changed the rules and changed the conditions, Yaakov would set up new conditions that he would be successful. That was the hashgacha. Yaakov, who led a life of shivisi Hashem lenegdi samid, who led a life, a godly life. So he was under hashgacha pratis. And what would happen? God would facilitate that he would be able to survive, and not only survive, but do well under the manipulation and corruption of Lavan. But what now? V'heinata vikach the ir malaya teshuos. Harima fa'amecha l'mashuos. Eko zam v'hareg mitzri. Began na'ul bakodesh. What was the ko there? It says, vayifen ko vako. What happened? Moshe Rabbeinu is not yet Moshe Rabbeinu. He's the prince of Egypt. And he wants to see, vayar besivlosam, what is happening to my people? He's not been raised with his people, but he knows they're his people. And he leaves the comfort of the palace, and he goes and he sees this Egyptian government official. What does he do? He sends out the Jew on a night watch. They didn't have electric lights. They didn't have illumination at night. He sent them out to do something. And then he came in, and the wife of this Jew thought it was her husband, and he violated this woman. The Jew came back, catching this man doing an inappropriate act, an inappropriate sexual act to his wife. The guy's going to kill him. And then after he starts beating him to death, and then after he kills the Jew, he's going to kill the Jew's wife, because he doesn't want word to get out what he did. And it says, Vayifen kovako. What's Vayifen kovako? It didn't say Vayifen povasham. Moshe looked here, Moshe looked there. What's going on? It didn't say that. It says Vayifen kovako. So the Meforshim say there's two things here. One is, he looked, when he kills this Egyptian, he's not just killing him. He's going to kill any children he would produce, any grandchildren, any great-grandchildren. Think about what was said by the Ribono Shalom, by God to Cain. Who's calling out? Kol demei achicha tzoakim elai min ha'adama. Not the blood of your brother cries out to me, the bloods, his blood, his children's blood, his grandchildren's blood, the great descendants, the world that he would have created had you not murdered him. So Moshe looked, am I going to be having this kind of an impact? In other words, I'm not just killing him, but he looked at the consequences, that sensitivity to all the consequences of your action. That's one explanation. There's a second explanation. What's Vayifen ko vako? He looked at himself, because he had the final rationalization. Look, they don't know I'm here. Let me stay in the camouflage of the dark night. You know why? I'll let this guy die. I'll let this Jewish woman die. But in 10 or 15 years from now, After the Pharaoh retires or the Pharaoh dies, I may become the next Pharaoh. And I can save thousands of Jews, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Jews, if I'm just quiet and don't act. But if I act, they'll know you can take the Jew out of the Jewish community, you can take the Jew physically out of the Jewish community, but you can't take the Jewishness out of the Jew. Look at this stinking Jew. He was raised with the best Egyptian education. He was raised in the royal palace, and he still turns on us and looks after his Jews. The point is, if I would be quiet, maybe I could tell tens of thousands of Jews. But he can't do that. Vayifen ko v'ko means he looked at himself. What did this innocent Jewish man do to deserve this? What did this innocent Jewish woman do to deserve this? They did nothing to deserve this. And he feels, even if it means sacrificing the great good he could do down the road, he has a responsibility to take the moral action, the ethical action now, and he does that. That's vayifen ko v'ko. But now, this month has been a month which we have been devoured. Kohera oyev bakodesh. Eko tov kishulach gol avadecha. Where's the ko that was said to Moshe Rabbeinu when it was time for redemption? It was that auspicious time to be redeemed from Egypt. Ko somar, this is what you used to say to the Jewish people. Stay in your homes. Put the blood on the mashkof and the mezuzos. And this is going to be a night of redemption, a night of liberation, the night of your independence, the night of your birth as a nation. Vehenata, but now what? Yashvu bogdecha beveis viudecha. Instead of it being a night of celebration, those who are treacherous enemies, they go into the most intimate places. The most intimate places where no one should go. They roar like lions, your oppressors, in those intimate places. We're not going to the Mikdash to celebrate with God on Pesach. Nebuch. There is no Mikdash. Eiko karisos chadashos barishos. What about that covenant that he made? Becho amar kachatzos laila b'mofseosos. The covenant over the Korban Pesach. What is luhaku b'na'alehem? When you go to a place of sensitivity, think about what was said to Moshe Rabbeinu. Shal na'alecha me'al raglecha. Take your shoes off that protect you. You're going to a place of sensitivity. And what happened? The Beis HaMikdash. You can't wear shoes or boots. Who comes in? The Romans. The Romans come in with their boots and they trample all over the Beis HaMikdash. Where's the sensitivity? There was a sensitivity that God showed to time, exactly at Chatzos Halayla. That sensitivity to do good things for the Jewish people, to train a people that would be a sensitive nation. But instead, what? Instead, nothing has happened. It's just the opposite. It's a world of insensitivity that we're suffering. Where was the Kosomar lebeis Yaakov v'saged leYisrael? Where is that? In other words, teach in a way that people will love Yiddishkeit, that it will speak to them. To the women, you don't say taged, kasha kigidin. You don't use such a strong vehicle of communication. It's tomar. It's with a thoughtfulness, a sensitivity, with an emotion. To the men, they need a different way of being taught. But the point is, for each and every group, there's a thoughtfulness and sensitivity, kosomar, because that way they can internalize the values of the Torah. Where's that sensitivity? Because look at where we're at now. The B'nai Avla, look at what they've done. They've blasphemed. Look at the language they use to curse us and mock us. Eko siach shishim osios hakadumos, ko sevarchu l'shishim gibarim damos. What is Birkas Kohanim? The Kohanim are our educators. They are the educators. They are the role models. And what do? As educators, they're taught to convey to us the providential relationship that the Ribono Shalom has with us. Yivarechecha Hashem v'yishmarecha. That if the Jewish people function the way we're supposed to, God provides us financial support and stability, so we don't have to focus on the finances. And not only that, we accrue wealth, we won't lose it. V'yishmarecha, God will protect that wealth. Ya'er Hashem panav elecha v'chuneka. What's Ya'er? Or Torah. God does what? We have the chance to encounter the Ribono Sh'olam, and He educates us. Having wealth means nothing if you don't have intellectual perfection, spiritual perfection, meaning the education that's provided by the Or Torah. And thirdly, Yisah Hashem panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. Shleimut. Shalem, being whole psychologically. You could have the greatest amount of knowledge. You could be the wealthiest person. But if you're not emotionally complete, if you're not psychologically whole, part of the hashgacha that God will provide for us is not only that we will be successful financially, that we'll have the opportunity to become educated, transformed, enlightened in terms of the knowledge of God, of ethics, of philosophy, of metaphysics. But what? That we'll be whole, we'll be complete psychologically. We talked about Nebuch, the situation with Shabtai Tzvi. He was a manic depressive. And when he would get in these manic states, he would do terrible things. That's shalem, shleimus. Who conveys that to us? Our educators. Ko sevarechu es b'nei Yisrael. What does it say? V'samu es shemi, convey this knowledge, my knowledge. My name is always the knowledge of God. V'ani and I Hashem avarachem, I will bless them. That's why the Kohanim can't do anything on their own. The Chaz and the Shliach Tzibor has to say Yevorechecha before they can say it. Even after they finish the brachos, they're not allowed to put their hands down and turn around and face the Aron Kodesh until he starts Sim Shalom. Just to convey, and by the way, the Persian Jews, the Iranian Jews have an interesting minhag. You know what they do? When the Kohen comes down from the Duchen, from saying Birkas Kohanim, you know what the Kohen says? Titbarchu min hashamayim. You should be blessed from heaven. Meaning, we don't want anyone to think that a Kohen has powers or a Kohen can give blessings. Only Ribono Shalom gives blessing. They're the educators. They convey the providential knowledge. But what? That providential knowledge enables us to lead a life where we can ultimately fulfill our purpose and be God's partner. But what's happening now? I said that wrong. Next paragraph. That svach eitz kardumos, like the hatchet which has the wooden handle attached to the hatchet, that's the famous story, the Medrash, about how in the end Nebuzaradan was able to break through the siege of Jerusalem and break through the gates, and then conquer Yerushalayim and the Beis HaMikdash. Meaning the Hashgacha was working on to the benefit of the Babylonians, our oppressors, not to our benefit. Eko patz lakov ve'rach am kedoshecha. Where is the ko that Bilam, who wanted to curse the Jewish people, that curse was turned into what? Into a bracha. B'shuv v'chos edaber. It's as if he had a chek in his mouth. It's as if, God put a bit in his mouth and forced him what to say and how to say it. Humar likdoshecha. The tamura, the switch from what was the intention to curse them to turn it into a blessing. Now it's just the opposite. Blessings are turned into curse. The blessing of the Beis HaMikdash is turned into a fiery inferno. Eko kichas leviim shlemecha, kosasa lehem letaram lebeis olamecha. We've said this before, the Mamleches Kohanim, how are we going to be role models? How are we going to have the substance, the depth, the education to educate the rest of the world? So through a tax system called Masa Rishon, and through a tax system called Chaf Daled Matnos Kahuna, a population, a micro-population of the Jewish nation is designated, and they are done. What happens with that population? Their job is to educate us. They don't live in any one place. They're spread throughout the length and breadth of the Jewish nation. So they can mentor us. Our children, they educate during the day. When we come back from work at night, we have adult education. On Shabbos, they're front and center, having shiurim and beis medrash. So you set up that beautiful system to allow for the perfection of the nation so that the nation themselves could be Kohanim, could be Mamlechas Kohanim. What happened to that? Now the very heavens tremble. La'aretz chilalu mishkan shemecha. Eko shiva shofros eretz, kosasa sheshamim lahapil choma la'aretz. What's this referring to? What ko is this referring to? If we would have done battle with Jericho, you would have had a huge loss of life. Even if we would have won, hundreds if not thousands of Jewish soldiers would have been slaughtered. But there was a ko Amar Hashem. What did he do? He said, I want you to, in this was in a circle, greater circumference, to encircle the city of Jericho once each day. And on the seventh day, 7 times, in blow the shofar. And the blow of the shofar brought down the walls of Jericho. That tremendous thick fortification that protected them imploded. And instead of us losing hundreds and thousands of soldiers, Jericho fell. Because the people were terrorized. That whole support defense system imploded on them. Now there's the opposite. The walls of the Beit HaMikdash came crumbling down. Sarfu Tomo Le'el Eiko Teshua Sasame Oser. B'chol Mar L'chol Netzah. Ve'nata Tukhu Perachai B'chatzar. L'masai Elohim Yichach. Where is the code that is said so many times? Kol Mar Hashem, Kol Mar Hashem. Think about Yirmiyahu, think about Yeshayahu, think about Zechariah, all the Nevi'im. About these beautiful nevuos they have about the eschatological era, the Yemos HaMashiach. All of humanity will come to know God and live a life of morality.
Live a life in the realm of reality, of intellectual perfection. When you lead a life of chacham. Where is the day coming? We yearn for the Kol Amar Hashem to ultimately have its fulfillment. But it said, what's Tukhu Perachai? You ever see the pictures in the wars now? Many of these children never make it to Treblinka to be killed. Their bodies lay on the ground, bloated. Tukhu Perachai. They die of malnutrition.
They die of disease. And that's what happened to them. Ad Mosai Elohim Yecharev Tsar. How long will the oppressor blaspheme us? Think about what Khamenei did. Yamach Shemo. The supreme Ayatollah, the Imams, the Shia of Iran. What did he say in honor of Tisha B'Av? Okay? Think about every month they come out and they blaspheme the Jewish nation and the Jewish people. How long will that kind of sickness and perversion be allowed on this earth? How long will some of these idiots who know nothing or don't want to know anything, the comments they say about Israel? She comes from Somalia. You know what they did to women in Somalia? You know what they did to Muslim women in Somalia? And this is a place where Muslims come for refuge. The gays and lesbians who are murdered by their own people in the Palestinian territories, they come to Israel for refuge. 1/3 of all participants in the medical school are Arabs. Muslim Arabs don't make up 1/3 of the population. They make up 20% of the population of Israel, but 1/3 are medical students. We have a female Muslim, not because we're trying to impress the world, but because it's a place where everyone has a chance. It was a Supreme Court justice in these chayas ros, with their fresh, fat mouth. They blaspheme, they scorn, they mock, because they're jealous. They're jealous of a people who know how to treat its women with dignity. They're jealous of a people that show respect to the elderly. They're jealous of a people that lead a life of chachma. And because they educate their children to be better and educated than they are, and the children are successful, and they're jealous of that. They wallow in their cesspool of feces and hate. And they mock us and blaspheme us, because all they are is pure, unadulterated jealousy of who we are, of what we represent, of the values that we teach our children, of the respect that we have for other people that are not like us, and of the reverence we have for our God, for our sustainer, and for the education and the opportunity that he gave us. And we will sacrifice everything for our children's education, for their chinuch, and for our grandchildren's chinuch. And that's what they hate about us. Instead of wanting to live a life of chachma, of morality, of modesty, of giving your children a better world, no. In their insecurity, in their self-hatred, they project that self-hatred onto us. That's the cherpa, the disgraceful, vicious, poisonous hate and blasphemy that they project onto us. Ad Masai. How long do we allow that Chilul Hashem to take place? That's what this ends off in. Please turn to Mem Hey. Before we sing Elit Zion, a few points on that. Just one comment. When their world made fun of people with slanty eyes, Menachem Begin and the Jewish people took in the Vietnamese boat people. Not for kudos and not for accolades, because there's something called sensitivity, Jewish sensitivity. Who's the first nation that's there when there's a disaster? And tragically, we've had to learn what it means to respond to a disaster. And we don't care if it's Muslim, Christians, Hindus, we don't care who it is. They're human beings. And that's what they hate about us, is that morality, that sensitivity. They can't understand it. If only they would accept it. If only they would learn to be like that, the world would be a different place. 611 is the Rabbi Soloveitchik Kina. What? 392? 392 in the Art Scroll, 611 in the Masoras Harav. We mention this every year. Eli means to keep on mourning. We have been mourning different events and different tragedies throughout Jewish history for the last 6 hours. And we've only scratched the surface. Eli means this is not the last kinna that we say. There's an obligation, if we were going to be honest with ourselves, of non-stop continual mourning. We can't live that way. In God, the Ribono Shel Olam, in his chesed, he concentrated the period of mourning into 3 weeks a year, so that we're not mourning each and every day of our lives, even though logically we should be, what our people has been through. But don't think this is the last kina. Elit Zion ve'areha. What's kimo isha b'tzireha? It's like a woman in acute labor. So today we have epidurals, but before epidurals, even with epidurals, I'm not looking to, I won't want to trade places with someone in labor. But this acute labor, you can't stop. Please, don't make so much noise, don't scream. You can't. It's an uncontrollable pain. It's an acute, vicious, harsh pain that causes shrieking and yelling. That's where we're at when we're honest with ourselves about what has befallen our people. Unlike the acute pain of childbirth, of labor, after the baby comes out, that pain dissipates. And there's a life, a human life there. And at least there's a simcha afterwards. Not with us. We're like this young woman. Her whole life she's been looking, since the time she was a little girl playing with the Barbie dolls, she's been thinking about her marriage, her chassan, about creating a family, being a part of the Jewish community in the Jewish world. And finally the day comes, she marries. And the husband drops dead at the wedding. There's no, look at what came out. Look at what you attained in the future. None of that. There's no nechama. There's no joy. There's no nothing. Just terrible, terrible pain, hurt. Terrible, terrible, not only pain and hurt, just devastation. And that's how we feel. That's Elit Zion. Is it possible to lead us in Elit Zion?
Elit Zion v'yareha kema isha v'tzireha v'chivsu lach hagorasak al bal neoreha alei armoin asher nutash b'yashmas soin adoreha V'al biyas mechorefei el B'soich mikdash chadoreha Alei golos mishorisei el Mani meishir zimareha V'al dama masher shupach K'moi mei yeoireha Alei hegyoin mechoileha Asher domam biyoreha V'al vad asher shomein Uvitul sanhedreha Alei zivchei semideha Ufid yoinei b'chayreha V'al chilo kelei heichal Umizbach k'toyreha Alei tapei melacheha B'nei David gevireha V'al yofyam asher chashach Be'ez saruch esareha Alei chavoid asher gala Be'ez churban devireha V'aloi chetz asher lochatz Be'som sakim chagureha Alei machatz v'roiv makois Asher huku nizireha V'al nipotz alei selah Oila leha un areha Alei simchas oyeveha Sochaku al shivareha V'al inui b'nei choyrin Nediveha tehoireha Alei fesha asher ivisa Silul derech ashureha V'al tziv'ois kehaleha Shizufeha shechoireha Alei koilois mecharifeha V'yeis rabu figareha V'al rikshas megadifeha B'soich mishkan chatzeireha עלי שמך אשר חולל בפי קמי מצירך ואל תחן יצווך כשוי ושמע אמרך אלי ציון וירח כמו אישה בצירך וכבשו לך גורסך על בעל נעורך.
Kadosh, Israel, the Kadosh,